of rescheduling things to get through. We'll talk to you that later if it doesn't affect the Moto2 class as such. I'm Kiko Giles, alongside me this time Tristan Finocchiari. You'll be familiar with him, of course. He brought you through the live coverage last time out. Tristan, for us, it's our first time doing this, and I think we're in for a great day. Titles on the line everywhere you look, and it's going to be a good one.
Yes, mate, absolute pleasure to be alongside you this weekend in the commentary box. As you said this morning, we did see quite a bit of fog, which has delayed track action just a little bit. We couldn't see a thing coming up to the circuit, driving our way onto the circuit. Almost missed our exits on a lot of points. But it's cleared very, very quickly. We were having a little look from the commentary box. We saw all the fog. We went and had a little walk down pit lane, and in that 10-minute walk down pit lane, it cleared completely. Here's a little look at what happened last time out then at Barcelona for the Moto2 category. They were away and it was a decent start for Cardelus as he led the way, but the number 31 of Rato was putting himself in the mix as well. Roberto Garcia fighting his way through as Cardelus was making some strong moves on the brakes down into turn 1. The battles raged on all the way through the race with Senna Aegis absent due to injury. Xavi Cardelus took the first victory in race 1, and then they were away for race 2, and it was just as hectic. Antonelli got a good start but then dropped down the order. Alberto Sora on the number 67, keep an eye out for him today. And then number 72 of Ruiz went down and took Garcia with him. Those two were exchanging paintwork earlier on in the race as well. Unai Aradre was charging through the field on the number 10 as well. So keep an eye out for him today. He carved his way through on Garcia and then took the victory ahead of Sora, with Cardelus rounding out the podium. He wanted to take 2 victories from 2, but it wasn't meant to be last time out. This weekend, though, very different story, Kiko. Senna's back, and he's got an opportunity to wrap up the championship.
He does. He can't do it in the first race. We'll get through all the permutations when we're on the grid, but he can't do it in the first race. He can only do it if results go his way in the second race. If misfortune was to befall the Australian, then if Xavi Cardelus was in position to take over the championship lead, then he could be crowned champion at the end of today, because there's 3 races left, 2 of them of which are here at Aragon. The last one is in Valencia, so plenty to look out for in Moto2 as always. We're going to get through the grid very, very soon. As you can see, there are no delays in terms of the racing action, so we should be underway without any drama, but it was so foggy this morning. When we woke up, we looked out and we thought, oh, geez, this is going to be a bit of a tough day. We should be getting a little look at what happened in qualifying yesterday. Much better conditions, sunny conditions for Senna Aegis' pole position. Senna Aegis on pole position once again. Another record for him in terms of pole positions. He's right up there now with the likes of Edgar Pons and Carmelo Morales in terms of consecutive poles that he's taken part in. Of course, he didn't last time out at Barcelona. Here is the 81 working his way down the back straight. Aragon is going to be alive and kicking today. Senna Aegis, he's already got his move up to the Moto2 World Championship for next year sorted out. We'll talk about that in a moment. Here's the qualifying review.
The day was really good. This morning, I don't feel like I put everything quite together. You could see in my ideal lap versus my fast lap didn't quite add up, and in the afternoon I felt quite confident to put it together, even with slightly worse track conditions. So feeling quite proud about that, and really proud of the job that my crew have done this weekend to find this extra bit that we have found today. I'm feeling confident for the race, good start, and make my rhythm and control the gap, hopefully to the next ones, and yeah, hopefully we can finish the job on Sunday.
.152.680. That would have been a lap time good enough for 11th on the grid in last year's Moto2 race. We just saw Leon Camier there giving a helping hand. Camier is here, the Team HRC World Superbike Team Manager. He's, you could say, an assistant to Senna Aegis. He has been in more or less all of the races this year that haven't clashed with the Superbikes, and he's been important in Senna's success. They get on very well. and that's proven with the success that Senna's had this year and his next steps going forward for the 2024 Tristan.
Yeah, and what a mentor to have in your camp as well, the amount of experience that Camilla has had, to be able to give that on to Senna is, you know, a massive, massive addition to his team. Jari Ruiz then, second on the grid. He's had a pretty decent showing this year so far and has looked really, really good throughout practice. Has stepped on the podium already this year, but can he go one better here in Aragon? We'll find out very soon. Like we said, was looking very strong in practice, but no one's quite seems to have the pace that Senna's got.
No, and Senna, we were looking out on track yesterday. We were out on the service roads, and Senna looks good. You know, he's really looking neat and tidy on the bike. Not just that, we went through his chrono at the end of the day, and he has got race pace. He can drop into the 52s at a moment's notice. No one else is really getting near him. Jari Ruiz, very, very good so far, but just missing that something to let him go with Senna. This is Xavi Cardelus, lines up on the second row, the front of the second row. Cardelus, what can we say? 4 podiums in the last 4 races, 5 in the last 7. First win in his home round, if you can call it, in Catalonia, back in Barcelona 2.5 months ago. Has a mathematical chance of the title. He is Senna's major title rival coming into this round.
Yeah, was really, really strong last time out in Barcelona. Of course, there wasn't any Senna ages there after he had a big crash and broke a couple of bones in his hand. But yeah, was looking really, really strong last time out. Got his first win in the championship since being involved in the class since 2015, and will be a force to be reckoned with here as well.
Niccolo Antonelli, familiar name from the Moto3 World Championship, multiple winner there, of course. Yet to work that magic here, though. He's had a very tough run. I suppose the most Niccolo Antonelli thing that could be would be 3 DNFs in the last 3 races.
Yeah, he showed glimpses of really strong pace back at Barcelona, but then just when it got to the race day, when it got to the point where it mattered, he just seemed to crumble a little bit, drop back through the pack, had a couple of crashes, and that was that, unfortunately, for the Italian. But we'll see what he can do here this weekend. Of course, has proven that he can go on and do big things over at the world stage. See what he can do here as well. Of course, also raced over in the Moto2 World Championship, didn't score any points. 6th place on the grid then, the number 54, Ferrandez.
Ferrandez in 6th place there. This will be his first time, I think, actually, in the class, in the Moto2. We've seen him elsewhere in ETC, of course, also in JuniorGP, but now he's on the big bike. We've seen the likes of Roberto Garcia make that step within that team. That team, of course, the sporting director is Ramon Forcada, so plenty of experience there. As we go through the grid, this is Unai Radre. Now, he had a very successful time last time out, Tristan. A victory, he's had 2 podiums. He is only 9th in the championship, doesn't tell the full story, though. He's coming to form now.
Really starting to take to that Moto2 machine now. Has jumped up to the 600, and like you say, really finding his raw form, really finding his feet. The very competitive runner back in the World Supersport 300 Championship as well, but now, like we say, coming really strong on that Moto2 machine. Took his first victory last time out. Took his first podium as well in race 1, and then his first victory in race 2. So he'll definitely be a force to be reckoned with here. We were watching him in practice yesterday, and he was trying all he could to stay onto the rear wheel of Senna. Couldn't quite manage it, but I mean, at the moment, who can? But it's definitely got a very good marker in his teammate.
Peter Bishakirski, the Polish rider. Now, he has got Moto2 World Championship experience, of course. The Pole looking good, 3 top 10s in the last 3 races. Difficult start to 2023. Finally finding his feet, even if it is a little too late. But with 3 rounds to go, maybe he'll still have a say in the outcome of his season. Because for sure, what we see in the stats does not reflect the potential that could have been.
Yeah, 100%. He missed the opening 2 rounds and then did come back at Jerez and scored 14th place despite a crash as well. Finished 6th back at Portimao, which was his best result of the season. So he's coming along strong. So we'll see what he can do here this weekend at Aragon. Looked decent as well through practice. Was having a little look through his sector times, through his lap times. Pretty consistent on board that machine as well.
Here we have Roberto Garcia. Now, he has made the step up a couple of times now to this class, and as you can see, his form up until Catalunya at least was pretty good, always inside the top 6. Can he get a podium like he did back at Portimao? That, of course, coming in Portugal 3 months ago. So a lot of time away from the bike, but Garcia's a class act. He knows how to put himself in contention.
Yeah, and back at Barcelona, he was very racy. Elbows out, unfortunately, crashed out in race 2, but was really getting his elbows out, looked really strong, and definitely will be one to be keeping an eye out here. He'll definitely be looking to try and carve his way through this grid. Francesco
Mongiardo, the Italian, 10th on the grid. Not a bad run form for him in qualifying. He had a small tip-off, though, later on in, I think it was qualifying 1, but bounced back top 10 on the grid. Not bad for Mongiardo. He'll be looking to try and convert that into something pretty spectacular when the lights go out. We're just looking now. We should be clearing the grid very soon. Senna Aegis is your pole man. He can't be champion here, but he can put a good hand on it going into race 2 later on today. Will he convert pole in race 1? The grid is clearing, the sun is finally coming out. MotorLand Aragón is alive to the sound of Junior GP, and we kick off in Moto 2. Senna Aegis for Australia on pole ahead of the Spaniard Yerayuit, Alberto Sura, the 67, completing that front row. 4 different nationalities inside the top 4. Xavi Cardelus heads row 2. As we flip over the page, shout out to Romanian Hozjuk in 11th place. He'll be looking to try and get right up the order there. And try and get a career best as well. All the way down the order, Shannon, into Charles Aubrey down there. Harrison Voigt down in 20th now. Expect him to come through, along with Sam Wilford and Mattia Ratto, both the AGR team riders, looking to try and do something about that back of the grid start. Kyle Path likewise. Kika Giles, Tristan Finocchiaro bringing you the action. This is the first of 6 races on today's billing. We have got an absolute packed schedule, and we're already off and running. Some talking points to get us underway on this warm-up lap as everyone gets up to speed, including us. Senna Aegis on his way to the Moto2 World Championship. He's dominated this season so far. The points gap doesn't reflect the domination that Senna's had, Tristan, and you've got to think as they make their way up through the first 2 sectors of this MotorLand Aragón lap, that is a great addition in the World Championship. Of course, he's got experience there anyway in a couple of wildcard and replacement rides.
Yeah, like you say, the gap in the championship doesn't reflect it at all. Of course, could have wrapped up the championship last time out in Barcelona, but didn't due to that crash and that injury. Has spent some time already over in the World Championship, a little bit of time with Mark VDS, a little bit of time with the Husqvarna squad as well. Back at he scored a few. Well, he scored one point scoring finish back in 2022 over at the World Stage, which was a 9th place. This season his best result's been 19th, so we'll see what he can do next season. But yeah, absolutely dominated this category this year. Looked so strong yesterday in practice. We saw he was able to do things with that bike that the other riders just simply weren't doing. So he'll definitely be a good addition to the World Stage next year.
When we were out on track yesterday, Tristan, it was a bit warmer. It's only 22 degrees air temperature. Now that, for MotorLand Aragón, normally in October, is very nice. This weekend, it's the coolest we've had, really. I mean, we've had a couple of delays due to fog anyway, but 22 degrees air temperature. When they were out on track yesterday, around an hour later from where they are now, which was in the first session, they had about 30 degrees, so an 8-degree difference. And we did see in the cooler conditions anyway that Senna doesn't quite have the advantage he does have against the others, as opposed to when it's hot and the temperatures come up. Just a quick nod to your championship standings. It is Aegis and Cardelus at the top, 20 points of difference. Cardelus eating into Aegis' advantage last time out of Barcelona, courtesy of the Australians' absence. And really, they are the only two mathematically, well, they're the only two realistically in it. Mathematically, of course, Alberto Sura can still get there. Tristan, final thoughts from you before we go lights out on the opening lap. Who's your predictions? I think I have a safe idea of where you're going.
It's a safe bet in Senna Aegis. Looking through his lap times, was able to pull out 53s when he wanted and then pull out a 52 when he needed to as well. So we'll have to put money on him. But if anyone is going to get anywhere near him, they're going to have to get ahead of him and really upset his rhythm.
You're an ex-racer yourself as well, Tristan. If I could just get another question wedged in. What about ruffling feathers early on? Do you think that could distract Senna, or do you think
it's the only choice they have? It's the only choice. Ruiz is going to have to get underneath him at turn 1, if not turn 1 as soon as he can. And like you say, ruffle his feathers and unsettle him.
Well, we are ready then for the first race of the day. This is going to be a belter. Will Senna Aegis not just convert pole position. Will he get one hand firmly on the title? We are going lights out already. They didn't hold him very long. Senna Aegis gets a flyer. He's going to take the whole shot. Is he? Yes. Gets over the nose of Jero Ruiz. So Senna Aegis leads through the first turn. Everyone's safely through. Careful on the cold side of the tyre through this right-hander at turn 2. Now up to turn 3. Senna Aegis, he had a moment there on the curb. He's all okay. Senna Aegis leads the way ahead of Jero Ruiz. Third place, that looked like a very fast start for Alberto Ferrandez. So Ferrandez has got an absolute corker going on lap 1.
Yeah, the top 2 as well. Reactions off the lights. As soon as those lights were out, the clutch was out and they were away. So perfect start for Aegis, perfect start for Ruiz. Harrison Voigt trying to make a few moves there a little bit further back as well. Keep an eye on, he'll be climbing his way up and through. He hasn't broken them just yet.
Sorry, in the background, Peter Bishakirski had his hand up. I think the pole is out of this race. Peter Bishakirski, the 74. He is stopped, as you can see at the top of your shot as they go through the corkscrew. So Bishakirski is out, and there's a change to third as well. It looks like Garcia has come through on Ferrandez. Ferrandez then back to fourth after that initial good launch. Turn 12, pinch point number 2 on this track on the opening lap, but Senna Aegis cool, calm and collected so far. Jero Ruiz trying to go with him, but it is going to be a big effort, you think, from Ruiz. The Senna Aegis leads him through 14 and then into 15, and that massive long back straight as
Ruiz here, he did it a couple of corners back as well. It's just running in a little bit too hot on corner entry, trying to make up a little bit of time on Senna, and he's in fact losing time. He's running in a little bit too hot and then running wide on the exit. The more he does that, the more Senna's going to pull away. Roberto Garcia's now put his way up into third as well, so keep an eye out for him. He was really getting his elbows out back at Barcelona.
Just in the background as well, Xavi Cardaluz was coming through, I think, on Toledo. Cardaluz from fourth on the grid has completely wasted that top 4 on the grid. He's down to 7. Shaking the head there from Jero Ruiz. I think he knows that first lap probably wasn't the best one.
Well, he's again there really hot down into turn 1, and if he keeps doing that, well, he actually managed to pull it to the apex that time, so he proved me wrong.
He did well to put it down to the apex. Looked like he was just going to go on and miss it. Just in the background, I think Cardaluz is still trying to deal with Toledo ahead of him. Oh no, I think he has got him. In the background, I think Cardaluz is now up into 6th place. Shout out in 5th, we didn't get there. Unai Aradre, winner from last time out in Barcelona. Good start from him. We've got I won't say a breakaway group of 5, but the front 5 are definitely putting time into Cardaluz in 6th.
Yeah, definitely, these guys, and that's, I'm assuming that'll be Bishakirski that's coming. Yeah, it is. Yeah, so an early end to the race for the number 74. Not the way he wanted to start his Sunday here at Aragon. But yeah,
he gets race 2 later on.
Yeah,
so it's not a total loss just yet. Coming through turn 10, the Marc Marquez corner. I tell you what,
he's going
deep.
with him. Yeah,
Jero Ruiz is definitely digging deep here. You've got to think that if he gets within half a chance, he's got to have a go, because it's a good opportunity to get back on the podium for the 2nd time this season, and also try and nab a first win and be one of the very few riders who've been able to beat Senna Aegis in a head-to-head scrap, not just this year, but over the last 2 years. Obviously, Lukas Tulovic managed to do it over the course of a season last year when Senna was still getting up to speed at the start of it. But Tulovic had his hands full in the latter part of it. Slipstream City then all the way down to turn 16 and 17. It's really one corner. I do not know why it's 2 corners on a track map, but 16 and 17. Brief there, but just can't make an impression on Senna at the moment as they come through this long left-hander, left, all the way from turn 15 down the straight and through the final 2 corners. There's nothing between them. It was 0.2 of a second across the line. You don't need to see, you don't need to know it's 0.2 of a second. You can see it's nothing.
Ruiz so strong on the brakes into turn 1. If there's anywhere he's got anything on Aegis, it's there. Let's have a little look off the side. Ooh, a little jump start there for Ruiz. I'm not sure if he went just before the lights went out. Let's have a look. Yeah, he does.
Oh.
Stops and goes again, so that'll be one to keep an eye on.
That is very strange.
Let's.
Oh, but
he's got it lit up a little bit. There was nothing he could have done there, really. A little bit of brake, had the clutch out a little bit too much. Rear wheel span up and pushed him forward a little bit. Just unfortunate. It can happen. Didn't really gain much of an advantage from it, but technically it would be a jump start.
Let's see what they say. Obviously, we're seeing that for a reason. Race direction. Race direction might be thanking us. You never know. So
his lap now to Ruiz.
Yeah, good. I tell you what, it'd be a shame if Ruiz gets a penalty for that, because we've got a bit of a race on at the front of this here at MotorLand Aragón. So as we said in the build-up on the warm-up lap, Senna Aegis doesn't have that clear-cut advantage over 1 lap like he does in the hotter conditions. Hopefully we'll see that later on in race 2. The field, some riders could definitely go with him in the colder conditions, the cooler conditions. Ruiz one of them, but let's see what happens with Ruiz about that, because it was unfortunate, obviously, and he doesn't mean to do it, but in the eyes of the rule book, that could be a penalty coming his way. These two have definitely gapped the rest of the field, though. They are the best part of 2.5 seconds clear of Roberto Garcia in third, Alberto Ferrandez in fourth place, and we have got jump starts. Rider 21 and 72, so the 72 is Ruiz, 21 is Eduardo Montero down in 18th place. So double long lap penalty. Sliding through goes Ferrandez, he slides on wide as well. Through comes Garcia, who's
lighting it up on the exit.
Ask for the power, up over the top of the hill. Garcia holds on to third. Ferrandez, he's young and hungry. He wants to get that position if he can. Yero Ruiz then, a double long lap penalty. Just not what he needed.
Just as we thought we were going to have a race on our hands between these two at the front, unfortunately that might just spoil the party for Ruiz. But just as we say that anyway, Agius is starting to pull away from the Spaniard then, so number 72 will have to go 2 times through that long lap loop, which we're hoping is going to make him even hungrier for race 2 later on. And if he can replicate what he's doing here and try and stay on the rear wheel of Senna, obviously now Senna is pulling away out the front here, but that battle for third place is really hotting up as well. Ferrandez, Garcia, Oradre is just behind them. Oradre and Cardelus, both of them, neither of them shy of getting their elbows out.
I should just say, on that replay, we was also missing a third place on the grid. That's Alberto Sura. Now, we don't know why. We haven't had anything in our ears about why that could be, but he is on track. He's 2 laps down, so I don't know if he's started late from a pit lane, he's had a mechanical. That'll be something,
exit or something.
Yeah, that'll be something to chase up in between the races. But Alberto Sura then, from that hard-earned front row, all undone in race 1 at least, so Sura on the Team Chiatti Bosco Scuro has got work to do. Long lap penalty still to do, of course, for the rider in second place, Yaro Ruiz. He didn't come through on that lap. I think if it's 2 laps, if you get 2 long laps, you've got to serve them both within 5. I'm thinking a 5-lap window from where the penalty is issued. So he should be doing them really before 8-9 laps to go.
Yeah, and this is exactly what we saw in practice, looking through the times, inch perfect, sliding his way through the final corner as well. Every lap, more or less, 53 flat was his last lap, 53.1 was his lap just gone, able to just put the hammer down, so consistent out the front, and he's broken Ruiz now. But this battle, have a look at this. Ferrandez, Garcia, Oradre, Cardelus in there, all riders that we've seen. Well, Ferrandez we've only just now seen in the Moto2 category, but in the past we've seen him get his elbows out in other categories. Garcia not shy of a move, neither is Oradre, neither is Cardelus. So this battle really could go anyway.
Ferrandez has had podiums in ETC and Junior GP last year. He was a CIV pre-Moto3 champion back in 2021. And, of course, he's been a regular fixture. Ooh, he's not troubling any apex there, though. He's been a regular fixture in this paddock, but this is his first time on Moto2 machinery. The 16-year-old, he is only 16, he is so young, and to be straight, now that's the penalty for, one of the penalties for Ruiz. 16 years old, though, for Ferrandez. Already mixing it right up the front, so good to see. Now, that battle that is for third will be the battle for second when the second penalty comes around for Ruiz. Now, Ruiz, he lost about 3 seconds there, so he should slot in more or less at the back of that group. It is a long lap here, but also you can keep the power on through that long lap and rejoin quite well. So we'll see how it goes, but Ruiz, any chance of victory in this race, bar an act of God out front for Senna Aegis, looks like it's gone begging.
Yeah, a bit less of a loop this long lap, a bit more of a where you sort of turn into it and then you can fire it out sort of thing. So it's a little bit easier than other long laps. But you can see how much time he's lost because of it. Part of that, of course, is as well Aegis just being absolutely in a league of his own out the front. These guys at the moment, as you were, 11 laps, well, 10 laps when they come to cross the line still to go. But it's not going to stay like this. No,
I mean, if you're new to Junior GP, don't expect this to be diluted out by the end of this. Getting a run
on cue.
Yeah, getting a run, Garcia. Whoa, dear me.
Very close.
Yeah, if he wants to ride for the team, he can do that in an office somewhere, surely, and have the discussion there instead of trying to headbutt the back of the Ferrandez 54. Garcia then on. Oh, that is Ruiz. Yarai, we're big off at turn 2, so he won't serve his second long lap penalty because he's out of action altogether. So this does become the battle for second. Deary me, that's a big old cloud of dust down there at turn 2. Yarai, good to see he's up on his feet, but what an enormous crash that must have been. We'll hopefully see it. Ruiz is up on his feet. He is all okay. That bike is going to need working on before race 2, though. So Ruiz won't serve his second long lap. He might have to, though, it's his second race later on. We'll wait and see what they say. I mean, he's served an ultimate penalty now. So, and that is what we've seen. Senna Aegis has got pace, and if you're going to go with him, be ready to push. And Ruiz has pushed it too hard there. Yeah,
I mean, I don't know if he was trying to catch Aegis after going through that long lap. I mean, let's have a little look at where we can't. I think he's just ahead of the shot, unfortunately. But that corner, first one on the right-hand side of the tyre, really easy to go down there. I've done it myself on a 300. You just flick it over onto the right, and it's quite a hard flick as well. It's uphill, really easy for the front end to wash out, and that's probably, I'm assuming, exactly what's happened there for Ruiz.
I must say though, Tristan, it looked like he lost it very late on in the corner. That bike's ended up a long way round turn 2.
Yeah, so could possibly have been a rear end moment on the power pop, perhaps it slid out from underneath him, a low side there for Ruiz, but obviously we didn't quite see it, but yeah.
Well, good news is that he's okay. Bad news is that the team's lunch break will be well shortened for that now. At the front, or the battle for second, the 54 of Alberto Ferrandis is still keeping Marco Garcia at bay. 4th place for Radre, 5th, and we've got to get there. We haven't really got there yet, is Xavi Cardelus. Now, where he is now, he's 20 points back of Aegis in the championship, 25 points for a race win, the same as it is in the Junior World Championship. Marshall's still there getting Ruiz's bike out of the way at the bottom of the shot there, but thankfully, I think it's all cleared. You've got Cardelus at the moment, 5th. That will be 11 points. The gap will go up to 34, which does mean, if it was to stay like that, that Senna Aegis can have a podium finish later, and he will be crowned champion for 2023. Of course, 9 laps to go and a full race to go just yet. And Cardelus, let's go for battle for 3rd at the moment. Radre,
and keep an eye on Harrison Voigt here. He's been catching these guys. He's came up through 20th place on the grid, I think it was. And now he's all on this battle for the podium. Gomez as well, the number 12, he's on the back of this group. He wasn't before, so he's caught this group as well. And you can't say it's because these guys have been scrapping it out, because it's been pretty much as you were for the majority of this. So they've done that on outright pace. Radre wide there.
Radre wide, but I was looking at Ferrandis. He had the rear end of that bike on a hinge. He was absolutely backing it in, and we saw him backing it in actually round here yesterday. So Ferrandis looking really at home. He's a big, tall rider anyway. We've said for a couple of rounds, actually, a couple of years really, that he needs to move up. He's so tall, Alberto Ferrandis. So on a Moto 2 bike, and of course these guys are all on the Triumph 765, so they are aligned with the Moto 2 World Champ specs. Ferrandis really, in his first round, is doing some giant killing at the moment, doing very, very well. With Roberto Garcia, he's had a very similar... surely!
You can't do that, can you?
17, he got it absolutely under him, but he didn't get it done. That will have cost him some drive maybe down the straight.
He's strong into turn 1, he has been every lap, and he makes the move stick. A little bit leery on the brakes, sits him up. And that's exactly how you do it. Block pass, executed perfectly there for the number 31.
Top job, but he got that lined up out of 17. I honestly didn't think he was going to make the move at 17. I thought he'd cost himself down the straight, but good on the brakes. The 31 then takes over. Radre! Goodness me.
And he's going to be back.
And he's going to be pushed out wide now at turn 5. The classic Aragon move. Up and under at 4, out wide and over at 5.
Cardelus wants to capitalise as well.
Cardelus has to capitalise. He's got to get through. So Cardelus in 5th, as we say at the moment, with 8 laps and a full race to go later, of course, is still 34 points adrift if you put the checkered flag out now. Up the inside. Oh, dear me. He's got the number 12 of Gomez under him. That's another place lost for Cardelus. Cardelus, well, that'll be 35 points different if you put the flag out now. Harrison Voigt is hungry, and next up there, Harrison Voigt coming up from row 8 on the grid, I think it was, 7 on the grid it was, from 20th, as you said. Replay of the pass, Tristan, we'll get to that later, here we go.
Yeah, he's done that absolutely perfectly. Parked it up the inside of him, just squeezed a little bit too much on the brakes there, but he's managed to stop it right at the right time, put himself on the apex. There was nowhere for Ferrandis to be able to cut underneath him, and he was ahead of him before turn 2, so perfectly executed there. And he looks like he's got pace here. He's starting to stretch him out a little bit. We'll keep an eye on the lap times when they come across the line.
What has happened to Cardelus?
Something's happened here.
He's not just dropped off, he's gone right to the back.
They've dropped behind Antonelli.
I tell you what, I wonder if there's just been a bit of shenanigans down into turn 12 then, because this group of what was 7 is now a group of 4. Harrison Voigt is not in it, neither is Cardelus, and Antonelli's ahead of them. So I wonder if there's been a little bit of argy-bargy down at turn 12. Cardelus then, disaster this is down in 7th. It's through on the inside, trying to push his way through. Arajay's going to have the inside. Gomez is going to have to try and cut under him on the exit. Don't think he's going to be able to. We picked him up now. He's still having a look, but he still can't get it done. So Arajay holds on for 4th place, trying to look to join the podium battle. Again, he was, of course, our winner last time out in Barcelona some 2.5 months ago. But he's right there now. Ferrandez hasn't been dropped just yet. You can tell that Garcia's pushing. Oh, and in the pit lane, who is that? That's Voigt. That's Harrison Voigt. According to our timing monitor, that's Harrison Voigt. So there must have been some contact then or something.
Something's gone on, yeah. We've missed something big there.
Never mind. Let's get back to the battle at the front. We might see a replay, of course, later on or in the highlights at the end of the show. This is the battle. I wouldn't say this is what wide old line there for Garcia. This isn't really about for second. This is the lead battle for second, but it's not. Yeah, the 3rd and 4th riders in this group, 4th and 5th on track. It is a battle for 4th. Arajay trying to close up in Ferrandez though. Ferrandez thinks it's a new experience for him, Tristan, as well. He won't have done a full Moto2 race distance in race trim with riders around him on track, also in race trim. So this is new territory for him. What's he going to be thinking at the moment? Very
different. It's a lot more physical, obviously. On a 600, you're dealing with a lot more forces. Obviously, the speed's a lot higher as well. There's a lot more to think about as well, whereas on a Moto3 and on an ETC bike, tyre wear doesn't really come into it. I mean, it can a little bit, but it's not really a big factor. On these bikes, tyre wear is something that he's going to, tyre management is something that he's going to have to be learning. Obviously, he'll have been practicing it through free practice, but these guys, they've done it in a race scenario. They've done it when the pressure's on, when the adrenaline's a little bit higher, and when you're trying to push that little bit more, and they've got that extra little bit of experience over him. But he's holding his own really, really well. Garcia put the hammer down a couple of laps ago, was half a second quicker than him, but he's responded now. Arajay now pushing his way to ahead of the number 54 as well.
So Ferrandez, as this race wears on, just coming under a little bit more pressure, but he's sticking in there at the moment. Arajay's got good pace anyway, he's been in this like middle class racing for a little while now. Ramon Forcada there, 3rd from left in the white shirt, looking on. Ferrandez, obviously, Forcada's got experience in tons in terms of young rider nurturing and development. It was right by Jorge Lorenzo for so many years, of course. Forcada, a man with much knowledge and is a real asset in that Finetwork outfit. At the front though, as you can see, Garcia and Arajay now just putting some time into Ferrandez, who is coming under more and more and more pressure. Borja Gomez is going to have a look on the inside. I think Ferrandez is just going to drop it over his nose. Let's see. Yes, he does. So Ferrandez, that wide sweeping line, that's a bit of a lightweight class line to just sweep over, but it works on these Moto2 machines. Ferrandez looking very, very good. These 4, good race for them so far. I wish we could have had an onboard though at some point. It would have been very interesting early on. Look at the lead that Senna Aegis has got. That is why an 11-second lead gets you to the Moto2 World Championship for real in 24.
He's done exactly what he's needed to do this year, completely dominated out the front, and he's doing it again here this weekend, showing absolutely what he's made of, and that's what secured him that ride at World Championship next year. These guys fighting themselves for a World Championship ride, trying to show what they're capable of doing, and a lot of teams will be noticing Ferrandez in his first weekend in this category, battling with boys who have already been on the podium in the past. Arajay all over the rear wheel of Garcia now, and if you did watch the races back from Barcelona, you'll know Arajay is going to have a go. He was so strong on the final lap back at Barcelona. Keeps a little bit in reserve, keeps a little bit in the tank, and there it is, the move is made. But is Garcia going to bite back? No room through this time round, although he did have a little cheeky look.
Tell you what, he's close at the front of Arajay.
Gomez as well.
Oh, Gomez does get through, and he didn't leave Ferrandez much room at all at turn 6 as well. I think he got it done really at turn 5, but consolidated it at turn 6. But Arajay, Up into P2 then, it is Aegis to Aradre, 12 seconds between in mind. Aradre ahead of Garcia, Garcia to 31, just ahead of teammate Gomez, and then Ferrandez, who was in second for so long in this group, still trying to work it out with that Moto2 machine. He's in a fine fifth. Antonelli in sixth. That's 2 seconds back at Ferrandez. If Antonelli can get a march
he's on a charge at the moment. He was 54.2 on the last lap for him. These boys are doing 54.6s and 7s. So he has clawed in a little bit of the gap on that last lap, and I'm looking through his sector times as well. And it looks as if he's bringing them in a little bit on this lap as well. Perhaps lost a little bit in that last sector though.
He needs a finish, does Antonelli. The last 3 races, nothing to show for it at all. No points. Oh, Ferrandez got that lit up on the curb there, just dropped over the other side of the serration. Ferrandez pushing to try and stay with him. Aradre on the white line on the inside. Aradre doing everything he can. Next is the battle we were talking about. This is the rider we're talking about, Antonelli, charging through. We're looking at card loose because as it stands, the gap in the championship goes to 36, and that is just over the other side of the precipice in terms of it being in Cardeloose's hands to take it to the showdown in Valencia. Cardeloose, we've seen it so many times when the lights go out, when the races get underway. For whatever reason, the pace that we see in free practice, the pace that we see in qualified doesn't translate. This is his main championship rival. This is the championship leader, and arguably since the start of the year, Tristan, the championship favourite. He was good last year, and he's looking very good this year, especially here with a 12-second lead. Yeah,
won 5 out of the first 6 races this year, and the only time he hadn't finished on the top step was at Jerez, where he finished 3rd. Obviously, no points scored back at Barcelona after that big crash during free practice saw him sit out the weekend. But now he's back on the bike, and he's back to exactly where he was before. He has had a good bit of track time over at the world stage as well, but now, you know, back exactly where he was, and proving that he can do the business day in, day out here in Junior GP, and it is the right time for him to step up to the World Championship. I mean, once he's sealed this championship, assuming that he does, you know, he's done everything. He's got everything he needs to get out of this championship. No unfinished business for him, and it's time to move on. So many riders have done it before. Got especially younger riders. I mean, they're not even in the picture. They haven't even turned up yet. I mean, there they are.
Incredible. And Aradre is no slouch either. He's had decent results.
The full length of the back straight is the gap.
That's a long back straight. And it's particularly long when you've got so much space in front of you like these guys have. It'd be demoralising that Aegis is so far up the road, 13 seconds. I mean, Aegis has been dominant this year. I don't think we've seen quite this level of dominance, but Aegis going well at Aragon. We knew he would anyway. He's turned up to everywhere this year and done pretty well. But so many riders before him have come from this class back into Moto2. Tulovic last year, but of course had a bit of Moto2 experience, refined his craft in this class. Then before Fermin Aldeguer, Alonso Lopez, there's been plenty of riders that have come through. Jari Montella was the one who didn't quite make it work in Moto2 in the World Championship, despite his success here, but has found decent form in World Supersport podium finisher more or less, or podium contender more or less each weekend. Back at this battle, Aradre just missed that apex there at turn 4, gets it nailed down for turn 5, but Roberto Garcia is going to be seeing that and thinking, well, there's hope yet with 2.5 laps to go.
No, definitely, and Aegis, look at him through turn 1, so relaxed on the bike. You look at his arms, that it almost looks as if he's not even trying. So relaxed, so smooth through turn 1 as well. We were watching him yesterday, and we were saying he rides it like a Moto3. He was getting in the tuck right here, actually, where they are on circuit, way before anyone else was even. Everyone else was sort of elbows out, hanging off the side of the bike. He was fully tucked in as if he was on a Moto3 bike. So really strong at the front. But tucked in. 53.4 was his last lap. His fastest lap, a 53.0 across, or it's only 3 laps remaining. He's kept that pace consistently. He's second quicker than anyone else.
It's incredible. And you say about his style there, he's tucked in, but not tense. There's a difference between being tucked in and tense and not looking at one with the bike. It's just his style, but he looks so relaxed, so at one with the bike, and you know, that's why he's got 14. It's going up by half a second, a sector at this rate. A lap ago, the gap was 12 seconds when they came through here. It's 13.9. Deary me, all the 98 has gone down. We've just had that Shannon Inter on the SF Racing machine. So Shannon Inter, the tie rider, has gone down Rider okay, this is at turn 3. Are we going to see it now?
I think Garcia was lining up a move there, so we'll see when we get back on it whether he's made that stick or not. But that is so easy to do.
And fast.
Perhaps a little bit too much of, perhaps on the white line or the curb there, but yeah, so easy to do that. Front washers away, nothing you can do about it. Happens so quickly, you're in the gravel trap before you know it. Aegis out the front, then superfluous little bit of curb on the inside of turn 6 there, and his lines, he's hitting every single marker. I mean, we haven't seen much of him because he's been so far out the front, but it doesn't look like he's made a single mistake. Oh, Garcia sideways through there.
Oh, the difference in shot. The TV director now obviously a bit bored with watching Aegis go around. I wonder why. Look what he could be watching. Aradre, second, third for Garcia. It's still raging, and those three. Ferrandez could be looking at a podium here, even though he's second back in 5th. These two are going to be knocking spots off each other, the two Fantic boys. These are the Leglise team. That's Aradre's crew. 27 titles in the CV category of many years ago. Now, obviously, the Junior GP category. Aradre doing the business so far, but Aradre looks like he's on the defence now. Suddenly not taking the wide sweeping lines in, parking it a little bit in the middle of the corner. All moment as well, don't be doing that.
Perhaps lost a little bit of rear grip now as we're coming to the end of this, and Garcia really wants to be getting past him. You can see on the exit of every corner, Garcia's got a tiny little bit in hand, although he's pulled away from him ever so slightly there. But keep an eye on Garcia on the exit of the last corner. We've seen how strong he is, although he's coming under pressure here now from Borja Gomez, who's having a little look up the inside. Garcia, well, Aegis comes to start the final lap. Keep an eye on Garcia on the exit of this final corner. Then is he going to line one up into turn 1 like we saw him do earlier on in the race? He's so strong on the exit, gets it hooked up on the exit. A bit too much that time, a little bit too much, yeah.
He got it hooked up, and we stood up there as through comes the number 12 of Gomez, and he slots it through. So that's the first change. He runs wide. The two Fantic boys are going head to head here. Careful, don't ruin it altogether for the team. They'd like one, preferably 2 bikes on the podium, not both in the gravel. We're coming through turn 3. Aradre wide again, and he's right out to the curb. He's been wide in turn 4 a couple of times. Didn't see it that time around. But Aradre, he's going to have to ride the last. He's wide everywhere.
He's struggling.
Turn 5 there. This is turn 6. Impossible to be wide through there. Turn 7 is an opportunity for Gomez. Is he sending it? Yes, he is.
He's up the inside.
Oh, wipe his nose.
He was very wide there, was Aradre. The door was left open, but I don't think Gomez could quite get it stopped either. Perhaps got sucked in a little bit there by the number 10. Trying to run really late, really defensive through the corkscrew as well, but I'd be very surprised if anyone did try a move through there.
Where's it going to be, Tristan? Because we've not got many opportunities left. Slipstream's a possibility, but you're looking at turn 12 coming up.
Yeah, down into turn 12 is definitely an opportunity for these guys. Not looking, doesn't look like they're looking to the inside this time, although it's just as I say that, he darts to the inside line, parks it up the inside of Aradre.
Through comes Garcia. Is he Garcia? Yes. It's a Fantic 1-2. Now they swap positions as well. Garcia's through on his teammate Gomez. Gomez drops over his nose. Team manager's having kittens. Aradre's wanting to get back in on the action. So, Slipstream City then, out of turn 15 we go for the final time. The gloves have come off in Moto2 at Aragón.
Garcia's got the Slipstream here.
Garcia to the inside. 2-man Slipstream. Aegis has crossed the line. The cameraman can't even keep up with him. Down into the parabolic at turn 16 and 17. What's going to happen? Aradre's gone wide totally. He must have had an attempt at something. Who is in front? It looks like it is the number 31 of Garcia, who holds on to take top dog honours within Fantic Racing. 12 of Gomez takes the 3rd place. Aradre, he held on for dear life on that last lap. It wasn't enough. Misses the podium in the end. 5th for Ferrandez, a fine ride on his Moto2 debut. Cardelus, championship, massive damage done there for the Andorran. He's in 6th. Antonelli was pipped by Cardelus actually in the closing stages of that. 7th for him. Mongiardo up from 10th to 8th place on the Bosco Oscuro. Volpe from the back of the grid up in 9th. That's a fine ride from him. And Toledo on the MMR in 10th. Tristan, Aegis, masterclass.
Absolute masterclass. Fastest lap of the race was a 53.0. On the last lap, 53.6. So lost 0.6 of a second with all the tyre degradation from the first lap to the last lap. You can't really ask for any more from the number 81. And what a last lap there we had for that battle for second as well.
Fair play to Aegis. the Australian in good form all the way through. No, it would have been interesting to see that battle for what was second in the end. What it would have been if Yerry Ruiz hadn't have stacked it at turn 2. But he did, so it became a battle for second. Roberto Garcia, I tell you what, there's some young kids coming through this Moto2 class. You know, a lot of riders stay here for a long time and, you know, they don't quite make it back to Moto2 World Championship level, having been there before, but there are some fast kids coming through. Senna Aegis is one of them, Garcia is another, Ferrandez in 5th place, for certain another, a Radre with a full season on it. It's going to be good next year. But what about it? What a beautiful stand-up wheelie. Deary, well, there's Wheelie Wednesday sorted on the Junior GP social channels. Of course, get involved with us, Junior GP. We're on YouTube, X, formerly known as Twitter, Facebook. We're on everywhere. Enjoy the content. Instagram, of course, as well, the main one. Make sure you go and like, comment, subscribe, and never miss a beat of the 2023 Junior GP Championship season and beyond. Meanwhile, not missing a beat in that entire race. Fantastic from Senna Aegis, who arrives in Parc Fermé. That is now a 36-point advantage in the championship. We'll take a full look at the championship standings a little later on, but a 36-point lead in the championship standings, it doesn't get much better with 2 races to go. We'll do the maths for you later on, but by my reckoning, a podium secures it for Senna Aegis, even if Xavi Cardeluz does take victory, which he doesn't look like doing. Senna Aegis has been so dominant here this weekend. Fine ride for the Fantic duo. They timed it to perfection. Roberto Garcia in 2nd position, Borja Gomez in 3rd. They were absolutely gloves off on that final lap. We might hopefully get a replay of the final corner. There's Troy Corser, from one Australian legend to another. Troy Corser there in the Vision Track outfit in Michael Laverty's squad for this weekend, but nonetheless, a double world superbike champion Corser right there with Senna Aegis. Maybe from one generation to another, an Australian great of the past, possibly to an Australian great of the future. This is Roberto Garcia, 2nd for him. I think they're going to wait for the number 3 board to come out for 2nd and 3rd for the team. Fantic Racing looking very, very good so far at MotorLand Aragón. I don't think Gomez is too aware of this actually at the moment, is he? And there we go, the pictures there, all the photographers get what they want. Fine scenes down in Parc Fermé. The opening race then done and dusted in Junior GP. At the penultimate round of the season, the sun is setting on the 2023 campaign, but by no means is the sun setting on Aragon. It's beating through. Gomez there, a fine 3rd position. Gomez has been a very solid rider in multiple disciplines throughout his career. Gomez, the Spaniard, we've seen him in World Supersport before, we've seen him here in Moto2. I can tell you though, that is his first podium in this Moto2 class. The 2021 Super Sport 600 Spanish champion with 3 wins that season. He was runner-up in the 1,000 class a year later, but now a winner, now a podium finisher, excuse me, for the first time in the Moto2 European World Championship. What's Senna Aegis saying here? Let's listen in. Well, I think we're going to see a replay of the start, getting it spinning up on the front row. That's the 72 of Yerry Ruiz. Didn't really gain him anything, and in fact it cost him ultimately in the end with a double long lap penalty. And with that long lap penalty, 1 lap was served before this happened. He pushed on just a bit too hard, and that really was it. And yeah, angry with yourself, as you would be. The bike there doesn't look too badly damaged, but that was the moment in the race where Yerry Ruiz challenge to Aegis, and any challenge to Aegis kind of faded by the wayside. Aegis just so good at managing the pace. No one saw which way he went. The only time he put a wheel out of line was in the celebration zone down at turn 1. So Senna Aegis, it looks like he's going to be Moto2 World Champion and European Champion this year. He's down there with Tristan, who's talking to him. Senna Aegis, another winner.
Senna, another absolute masterclass, and now 1 hand on the title.
Yeah, that's right. big thank you to my team this weekend. We've worked amazing to have a bike to do the long run in the race like that with the lap time so consistent. So yeah, I was just making my rhythm and treating it like a long run that we were doing yesterday, and it's happy that I could transfer that into today. So a bit unsure of the weather conditions this morning, and no, like you said, one end on the title. So of course the plans to wrap it up in the next one.
Ruiz was keeping you honest in those opening few laps. Did you know he was there?
Yeah, I was a bit, not asleep on the first laps, but like a little bit nervous. I don't know why, and then I kind of let loose and just started putting my rhythm. But I seen him behind, and I see that he had a long lap, and then so after that I put my pace. So it'll be interesting. Also, we were missing Sura on the grid too, so this afternoon should be interesting.
Perfect. Well, best of luck for race 2, mate.
Thanks.
A fine ride by Senna Aegis. This is what happened then. Down into the final corner. Gomez at 12, 31 of Garcia, the 10 of Aradre. Surely not round the outside. Well, he tried. The chatter on the front of Aradre's number 10. Wow, that was absolutely bouncing through. It was like a kangaroo down into turn 16. And then coming out, Garcia just pulled the pin. Full chat to the line. He almost crashed it coming to the checkered stripe. Unbelievable scenes then at the end of that. I'm glad we saw that because that just completes that final lap battle for second. Highlights from race 1, Moto2 European Championship action, spinning it up on the starting grid, the 72 of Gerard Ruiz, and he later copped a penalty for that. Senna Aegis got the whole shot down towards turn 1, and he'd stay there for the entirety of the race. Coming through early on, the 29 of Harrison Voigt from the 7th row of the grid. In the early stages, Gerard Ruiz looked like he might be able to live with the pace of Aegis, and he was putting time into the battle behind that consisted of the 31 of Roberto Garcia, who was swapping positions with class debutant Alberto Ferrandez on the Finetwork Mir Racing Team machine. A big cloud of dust would follow. It was the second place, Gerard Ruiz. He'd already served one long lap penalty, didn't get the opportunity to serve the second. Down to turn 1, Garcia and Ferrandez continue trading paint as the team watched on pensively, of course. Aradre came to the fore in the second half of the opening race of the day, firstly into third, before making a fine move at turn 4 on Garcia to hit the front of the battle for second as Aegis cleared off up the road. The gap going up half a second sector at one point. The fast rights at the start of the lap caught out another rider. This was Channon into the Thai rider going down at turn 3, thankfully up and okay. Whilst going on to the final lap, Borja Gomez was sprinting the number 12 Fantech Racing Calex right in everybody's face. He got past his teammate Garcia at turn 1, then Aradre at turn 12, and they battled it to the line. Aegis took another victory in 2023. He's now in command with one hand on the title. But despite Gomez's best efforts, it was Garcia who came through for second ahead of his teammate. Nobody, though, can touch Aegis. Celebrations down in Parc Ferme with one hand now on the title. The gap is 36. A podium secures it. Troy Corser, double World Superbike champion, down there with him. And after all that breathless stuff, Tristan Finocchiaro has joined me back in the comms booth. Tristan, a great race to start the day. Not the usual chaos of ETC in Junior GP, but the podium ceremony here, Moto2, everyone on there deservedly so.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We had everything. We saw a dominant performance, which was incredible to see. Incredible to see how much consistently faster he was than the rest of the field, and how he was able to just keep those lap times almost the same all race long. And then what a battle we had for that second place at the end.
Fantastic stuff indeed. A quick recap on your podium. Senna Aegis, that's an 8th win for him as the Mayor of Alcañiz, Miguel Angel Esteban, presents the trophy.
We're quite fond of Alcañiz.
We are quite fond of Alcañiz. It gets a bad rap, no idea why. Lovely historic town in the centre of Spain, completely untouristified. It's a real authentic throwback. Make sure you come next year when it's back on the MotoGP World Championship calendar. Second place for Roberto Garcia. He has been very, very good right the way through, and rightly so, takes a second podium and a career best of P2 as well. He's only got a third before. Now that was back in Portimao. Senna Aegis the winner, like I say, that's his 8th win, and in third place, Borja Gomez with a first podium in the class. We should be getting the Australian national anthem now. I think it's here. A fantastic rendition of Advanced Australia Fair. Didn't quite like the remix at the start of that, I must admit, but nonetheless, obviously a couple of sound problems there. Apologies for that. Celebrations in full flow. You're not supposed to do it on the leathers on the opening race of the day. Have you watched any World Superbike action from the 90s and the early 2000s? 2 races in a day. You can't be doing that, Tristan.
Yeah, well, the amount of leathers, I'm sure you go into Senna Age's truck and there'll be rows and rows of leathers these days.
He's looking good, and it's celebrations all around. It is the end of the season coming up in the next few weeks. For now, the penultimate round of the 2023 Moto2 European Championship is underway. 1 race left for this class today. Senna Agius on pole, 1 win under his belt. Will he double up come the end of it? Results then for the first race, race 9 of 11 in 2023. Agius from Garcia, Gomez, Aradre and Ferrandez. Australia on top from a pack of Spaniards. Xavi Cardalou, second in the title. He's got a mountain to climb if he's to stay in contention. Antonelli, Mongiardo and Mattia Volpi right from the back of the grid. Volpi, that is a fine ride to 9th. Completing the top 10, Alex Toledo, Jacobo Hozziuk, the Romanian. Good stuff from him in 11th. Ratto, Tapia, Gerard Riou and Britain's Sam Wilford, the big bad Wilf, up there in 15th place in your final point scoring position. Raychek, Sura, Channon into car powers, and then we got a few DNFs from Harrison Voigt, Gerard Ruiz, Charles Aubrey and Peter Bishakirski right from the start. Now we should be checking out the championship standings. Here they are. Agius, 35 points clear, so a podium does secure it later on today if he is to be crowned champion. Mattia Ratto, 3rd, and a distant 3rd, 29 points back of Cardalou. Sura, Garcia, Ruiz, Aradre, Toledo, and of course Carlos Tatai in 9th. Our best wishes go to Carlos Tatai. His recovery continues, and you can check out all the latest. Don't miss anything of that on his social media channels. Marco Tapia, Niccolo Antonelli, Sam Wilford, they're all covered by just 7 points. Volpi, Mongiardo, Riou, Voigt and Bishakirski. Voigt has had a much more successful season than a 29-point say. Juan Rodriguez, Carl Pathwar, Gomez, Alberto Ferrandez straight in with first points in his first race. A fine top 5. Hozziuk, Vugrinek, the Croatian, Toth and Raychek completing out this page of the results. We've got another one to come, I believe. Channon Inter, yes, the tie rider, Charles Aubrey and Eduardo Montero. That is your point scoring pages. Senna Agius, fine form throughout 2023 thus far. It has continued at MotorLand Aragón. He now can be Moto2 champion in Junior GP in 2023 with a podium later on today. He's not succumbed to any pressure so far this year. It does shows no signs of it coming later on. Senna Agius is in the driving seat to be the next star of the future before his imminent move up to the Moto2 World Championship for next year. Penultimate round of the 2023 Finetwork FIM JuniorGP World Championship comes from the heartland of Spain, the Spanish desert, MotorLand Aragón, just outside of the historic town of Alcañiz. The European Talent Cup have 2 races to look forward to. They are the second class on track today. It is Aragón, the longest track on these small machines, just over 5 kilometers in length. But believe me, everywhere is an overtaking opportunity. 10 left turns, 7 right turns, an enormous back straight. Slipstreaming is key. 13 laps to sort it out. Who's going to be on top? Live pictures then coming from MotorLand Aragón, just outside Alcañiz in Spain. We're here for the penultimate round of action in 2023. The season has flown on by, but the title race is as close as ever in the European Talent Cup. 1 point separate. Championship leader Max Quiles, of course the 2021 title holder, from Brian Uriarte as their head-to-head rivalry continues. But the AC Racing team have representation too in defending champion Guido Pini, and he's only 9 points off the top. Them three are ETC's very own Titanic trio. Kiko Giles and Tristan Finocchiaro taking you through the action today. Tristan, a fine opening to our day with Moto 2. We won't make any spoilers until later on when we see the highlights in the second half of today's programme. ETC, the title not so certain.
ETC, always a championship that throws up something special. There was incredible action last time out, which saw your reigning champion bite back at your 2023 title contenders. He's still very much in the running for the championship this season as well. And here's a little look at what happened last time out in Barcelona then. It was the Monlau boys that were starting from the front. Moriarty got a very good start down into turn one. Pini and Rico Salmello were keeping themselves very much in the mix as well. There were some big crashes halfway through. Max Quiles was looking strong, but then Uriarte ran on and took a trip through the gravel trap, and then this freight train out the front just carried on all race long. Quite a few riders went down and out halfway through. Casey O'Gorman was fighting his way up through the pack as well on the Super Hugo machine. And as the laps ticked away, they just kept swapping and changing positions. O'Gorman hit the front at one point in the race. Dust was being kicked up. Dodo Boggio made a big move at the inside, but it wasn't meant to be as he took out Quiles and Salmella. Then the battle raged on out the front, but it was Guido Pini that took the victory ahead of Casey O'Gorman. And Rouge Moodley it was who rounded out the podium.
And now we are still in Spain, 2.5 months on, of course, but we are in a very different part. We're not in the metropolis of Barcelona. We are in the place that oozes motorcycle racing history, Finetwork Aragón. It is warm, 22 degrees air temperature. I don't think so. I think it's a little bit warmer than that because that was the exact same as it was at the start of Junior GP. And if I'm wrong, the temperature in the commentary box is definitely very warm. Some aircon wouldn't go amiss. But we're ready for Aragon. We're going to have a look at a qualifying report, I believe, very soon for ETC. That's not going to tell you the full story, Tristan. We'll come to it after the ETC qualifying report, but we have got penalties galore and some names that we haven't had to commentate on for a very long time. So we are very much looking forward to this land of unpredictability and opportunity today. Max Quiles, though, familiar face out front.
Yeah, Quiles starting high up on the grid, and he's got a long lap penalty to serve as well. We'll come in a little bit more into what the penalties are going to be a little bit later on. Quite a few riders did pick up penalties yesterday, and here's a look at how it happened. Or not, he's just forming the grid. I thought we had the qualifying review there.
It might be coming on now, maybe. All right, well, we should be getting that very, very soon. Max Quiles on pole, as you rightly say, Tristan. He has got a long lap penalty to serve. That is the most politest penalty, I think, we've had. This is what happened in qualifying.
Yeah, I'm very happy. I did the time lonely because I wanted to get rhythm for race. And yeah, I was pretty fast. I think I have very good rhythm for race, and we'll see in race how it goes. It was an interesting fight. Rico was really fast as well, but I was convinced that I could do a better lap, and yeah, finally I could do it, but it wasn't easy. Rico was really fast as well. I will try to win the 2 races, and yeah, we'll see if the title is for me, okay, and if not, in Valencia. So yeah, I'm not very nervous about that because right now there's still 3 races to go, so there's a lot of points.
Well, there we go. That was Max Quiles' story to pole position. Doesn't quite tell you it fully, though. At the end of pit lane, we do have marshals doing intervals to space the riders out, and he didn't respect the marshals. That's what the official wording said, so we won't say what could have been said, but for Max Quiles, he will have a long lap penalty to serve. He had a long lap penalty served back in Valencia, took his first race win of the year. He is the 2021 European Talent Cup champion. 4 wins and 9 podiums in his career. 2023 P25 to victory. This kid's the real deal, Tristan. We knew that already, but he's out to make amends this time round. But this is his main title rival.
Yeah, Uriarte got a point to prove after crashing out back at Barcelona. Was taken out, unfortunately, for Uriarte, but then did manage to pick up P16. No points scored, unfortunately, for Uriarte. Like we say, he's got a point to prove, and a rider who we've constantly seen gets his elbows out, fights his way out the front, and is capable of taking victories. And from the middle of the front row, he will be one to look out for.
27 of Rico Salmela. Salmela has been in good form right the way through this year. He's still chasing that first win. The front row today, Tristan. Maybe he's got an opportunity, Salmela. The 14-year-old from Finland. 2 podiums so far, so 15 years old, clearly on that graphic. 2 podiums so far, but maybe he's going to be right there for a victory this weekend.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it past him at all. Number 27, all the way through practice, was looking strong. Same again back at Barcelona. Him and Quiles were looking like the 2 riders to beat. Of course, Uriarte put himself very much in the mix as well.
This is the 26 of Pau Alsina. He's been in top 10 he had the top 10 on his debut in ETC 2 years ago. He's been very consistent, still yet to crack the top 6, but he goes from 4th position today. He's looking fine.
Yeah, good position for the number 26, so keep an eye on him down into turn 1. Of course, as always, it's going to be elbows out in the European Talent Cup, and all of these riders will have to get their elbows out if they want to be fighting for those top 3 spots.
Jesus Rios in the number 54 in 5th position, the 15-year-old from Marbella in Spain, 2nd season ETC. Best result of a 5th, that was at Valencia earlier in the year, his first point-scoring ride of the season. Now he is in good position to profit from what was a solid qualifying effort.
Yeah, and another rider looked strong all the way through practice as well, was keeping an eye on his sectors, his lap times, looked pretty consistent as well. A lot of these riders have done, which is actually very, very surprising considering how young they are and how early they are on in their career. Guido Pini, though, last year's champion, reigning champion, took victory last time out and timed it to perfection. Incredible racecraft. He's going to be looking to carve through the grid. Yeah,
1 win so far this season. That was last time out at Barcelona. 4 podiums in the last 4, 5 in the last 6. He has still not had a pole position in ETC, but he has had 30 starts in the class, and there's only points on offer come the races. We'll be looking at row 3 very, very soon, and it should be Adriano Donoso who heads it up, the Team Honda Leglise 15-year-old from Badajoz in Spain. 2 top finishes in 2023 so far. Donoso obviously one to watch, the number 12. The grid forms as it continues to, there we go, as it continues to set. This is the Spaniard I was on about, the 15-year-old Adriano Donoso. 21st in both Aragon races last year, though, but 7th on the grid, courtesy of a lot of penalties. We're going to come to that very soon, but finds himself in a very, very good position for the first race of the day.
Yeah, his best ever grid position for Donoso, so yeah, he'll be looking to rack up some points, as many as he can, looking for a best finish as well. His best finish has been 6th place in this class, so he'll be looking to try and go a few better if he can, maybe break into the top 5.
Cuna de Campeones up next. This is the number 11 of David Gonzalez. He had a very successful debut in the class last year at Valencia and Portimao with 2 9th place finishes and a podium to start the season this year in race 2 at Estoril. Nothing in the last 2 rounds though, and it is his first time racing at Aragon, so the fact he's on the 3rd row of the grid straight off the books, Tristan, is very impressive indeed.
Yeah, and very much in capable hands as well with that Cuna de Campeones squad. You know, an outfit and a system that has brought on a lot of young riders and helped out a lot of very young riders and really brought them on and matured them and helped nurture them in their careers. So in capable hands, so expect to see him do big things in this race and in the future.
Somewhere through the pixelation is number 13 of Hakim Danish. He completes the 3rd row, the Malaysian from Kuala Terengganu, the 16-year-old 2022 Asia Talent Cup champion, 2 ETC podiums to his name, but it has been a disappointing ETC season so far. P3 on the podium, his only top 10 of the year. Can't believe I'm saying that about Hakim Danish. He's been a firm fixture right at the front of the ETC grid. Next up, the 14 of Edu Gutierrez, the 15-year-old Spanish, of course, looking good. Debut season in ETC, best qualifying of P12 before, but he's P10 on the grid now.
Yeah, and just 15 years old, he's going to be looking to carve his way through, eyeing up a personal best result. His best result this season has been, like we say, 13th. So plenty of riders in this category and on this grid will be looking to carve their way through. And well, we can look at the grid now, but it'll all be changed by the end of the lap one.
Absolutely. The one rider to beat is going to be Maximo Quiles. He is in the driving seat in the title race and on the grid. We are ready then, set to go for MotorLand Aragón ETC Race 1 of the day, Race 9 of their season. Quiles, Urati and Salmela, the front row. Alcina, Rios, Pini, the second row. Don't forget defending champion Pini, right in title contention. Donoso, Gonzalez and Danish, that's where we got to earlier on. That is your third row. Heading up row 4, Edu Gutierrez, Mateo Roman and Vasilis Pantialiakis. The Greek rider, as you might have just suspected the first time we had to say that name. Zani Berjosa and Rocco Sesler, the NTC rider coming through. And this is probably where we should start talking about penalties, because everybody, more or less, outside of the top 10 has penalties. Lots of riders slowing almost all sectors, not respecting the 114% rule in all sectors, and therefore lots of riders having their back of the grid penalty. But with the problem is with the back of the grid penalty, some people obviously not starting at the back of the grid. Tristan, it's going to be a fight through from the back, but we've got some interesting names at the front, which is good.
It's got to be a record. 31 riders on this grid are serving a penalty within this race. Some of them are back of the grid, some of them are back of the grid as well as a long lap, some of them are just serving a long lap. The main sort of issue throughout qualifying was riders found to be riding slowly. Some of them outside of the 114%, those riders will be starting from the back of the grid. Some of them outside 130% of race pace, they'll be starting from the back of the grid and they'll have to serve a long lap penalty. A few riders who were going to be starting in the top 10, Valentin Peroni, Lorenz Tony Luciano and Marco Morelli, they were due to start 4th, 8th and 10th. They'll all be starting from the back of the grid, but we can't run you through all of them because there's 31 of them.
And we only got the grid, I'll tell you what, we only got the grid this morning. Such was the amount of penalties that we've had to go through here today. Obviously, race direction clamping down on any slow riding in the sectors across the ETC paddock. Just before we get underway, obviously, Aragón, an emotional one for a lot of people within ETC. And we fondly remember Hugo Millan, who sadly passed away here 2 years ago. His team are ever present in the European Talent Cup and the wider Junior GP paddock. And they continue to race in his honour, and they're doing a great job. Of more of them coming up a little later on, and of course, beyond this round. To the championship, Max Quiles leads Bian Uriarte by a single point. Guido Pini is in third position, 9 points back. He isn't in ninth position, of course, after the first round. Them three are the three heavyweights of this class. Expect gloves to come off. We aren't expecting a breakaway, Tristan, right now in this category. It should be your typical ETC Slipstream City.
Yeah, especially with that long back straight, that first sector, there's going to be a lot of moves being made, there's going to be a lot of feathers being ruffled, but then when it comes to that back straight, it all bunches together, and there's no chance of really breaking away, and if anyone does, it'll be an incredible ride.
As they come to the grid for the first start of the day in this ETC class, all eyes focused at the front of the field as well as at the back. Action everywhere you look. It's often the case in the European Talent Cup. Kiko Giles, Tristan Finocchiaro taking you through all races today. And this is the second race on the billing. Moto 2's race 1 is in the history books. This one is about to get underway. Grid forming. Tristan, you know the question that's coming. Prediction?
Are you honestly asking me that before an ETC race? Well, I'm going to go Quiles.
Oh.
Even with his long lap, because last time he had a long lap, he took victory as well.
Yeah, it's true, but I think you get short odds on that. I'm certainly not giving you a sporting one. I'll go with reality, just be different. Oh, dear me. Number 3 has been wheeled off. We've got yellow flags, and this is going to be a delay. This will be a delay. That's the race. That's the Greek rider. That's Vasilis Pantelakis, I think. And now we're definitely going to have a delayed start here for sure because they're held on the grid. So Pantelakis is got. Oh, dear me. Just drag it back to it. Is it? Yeah, aborted start, hands in the air. Aborted start then, so we're going to have probably another lap here. Or are we? Are we going to have another warm-up lap? No one seems to know what's going on, including us.
Sure, yeah.
Yellow flag still being waved. Officialdom on the grid. And it looks like we are going to have an aborted start. Well, there's Vasilis Pantelakis, who's now back out, and the team members are moving to the grid, are they? Well,
Yes,
no one seems to have a clear idea of what exactly is going on here. Because normally we get the quick restart procedure, or we have a pause. Now they're coming onto the grid. So, yeah, race delayed. It's just now come up in the timing monitor. It took a little while there to get everyone on the grid, Tristan, but it just seemed like there was a little bit of confusion of whether or not they start the race or not. Clearly not right now.
Yeah, it's a difficult one, especially with these low-powered engines. Don't quite have as many problems as the old two-strokes did, but with these low-powered engines, these little GP machines, sit on the grid for a little bit too long, especially in the heat, those engines start to get very, very hot very quickly. They need to turn them off and obviously preserve those engines as much as they can. And then you saw right from the beginning a lot of the teams bringing the starter motors on because some of the bikes had already cut out or had already been switched off by the riders because they were getting a little bit too hot. And unfortunately, it is a thing that can happen. And yeah, they'll have to sort of reset now. The adrenaline goes back down. Tensions were rising.
They were. Engine temperatures were probably rising as well there. 13 laps was your original distance. I imagine now we're going to be down to a 12 lap because they're going to do probably one sighting lap. Well, no, it'll be one warm-up lap, I think, because they're not gone into pit lane.
Yeah, sure. Warm-up lap, yeah.
If you're just joining us, it was a problem on the grid for Vasilis Pantelakis, 15-year-old Greek rider. From Athens, he's starting from a career best P12, courtesy to a myriad of penalties. There he is on screen, and number 3 on the art box machine. Yeah, that ticker is slightly obvious with the race start delayed. Pantelakis, 2 podiums in CIV, pre-Moto 3 in 2020 and 2021. And only ever qualified before 2023 for one European Talent Cup race, not at Aragon. Best of P18 on the grid. Last time out was rewarded with his first ETC points. That was in Barcelona. So Pantelakis obviously growing in this class, and he's been around now for a little while, often in the last chance race, often not quite making the cut for the top 6. We should actually say the last chance race didn't happen today because of fog earlier in the morning. We did mention at the top of the programme that we'd had a few delays with the Junior GP paddock this weekend due to fog here in Aragon. It is October after all. Didn't affect Moto 2 at all, but it did affect ETC. There was no last chance race. And therefore, that last chance to get yourself on the grid for the main races, there's a lot of riders that will be very, very angry about that, but don't put yourself down there in the first place would be my advice to that. Easier said here than done, of course.
Yeah, no, 100%. Let's see what Pantelakis, obviously some sort of issues. Definitely the bike's off there because he's trying to get it restarted. So
Definitely
either an issue, either stalled it, easy done on the start line with all the engines revving and all the tension and everything. But could very well be an issue there as well for the number 3. So light little bikes, just able to pick them up and wheel them back into pit lane. And that art box team doing everything they can to get Pantelakis back out on circuit. He is sat at the end of pit lane, so it looks like whatever it was, it probably was just a stall for the number 3. Because, like we say, he is at the end of pit lane. It does look like he will be joining the race. And he will join on the end of this group as the warm-up lap gets underway. When it does, tyre warmers all back on then. Not sure if they need him. It's baking hot out there now.
Yeah, it is warm. I can tell you that just from being in this comms box. About that whatever it was on the grid. Looked like a stall for Panteliakis. Tristan, it's nerves as well for him. He's not had the opportunity to start so close to the front. Being an ex-rider yourself, you're nervous on the grid anyway before lights go out. A few extra ones there maybe contributing to that.
This will mean so much to him, especially, you know, as a Greek rider, we don't see a lot of them at this sort of level. Obviously, this is very, very much sort of early days in a lot of these riders' careers, but this is still an incredibly, incredibly high level of racing. A lot of riders all within a very, very close time as well. So, yeah, would have been feeling a lot of pressure on that grid, and obviously it means a hell of a lot to him. It's only his second time, like you said, Kiko, that he's actually qualified to be on the ETC grid. So yeah, tension just got a little bit too much for him. A lot of engine noise on the start grid as well. Easy to do, and in your very early days of racing as well, these things happen.
And also, I mean, I remember back at the British Grand Prix with Scott Ogden's, the mechanics are clearing. We have got a 12-lap race distance now. Scott Ogden was saying, when he put it on the front row at home at Silverstone, that when you're around so many motorcycles, that actually you can't necessarily hear your own motorcycle.
Get drowned
Does
out.
that come into it?
Yeah, you get drowned out, and it can very well be the issue. And we have actually seen it in the past where you can't hear your own engine because there's so much going. You assume that you think your engine's on. And actually, you get a lot of vibration on the grid as well because of all everything that's going on around you. You let the clutch out, and then you realise that your engine's off.
Well, you'll be making sure that the same mistake isn't made twice. Because pit lane is closed, but he was at the end of pit lane before it closed, so Panteliakis should be able to start the race on the grid. It'll just be from the back of the grid, which is such a shame. It's a massive blow for him, the Greek rider, the 15-year-old Greek. And we love an array of nationalities. We really don't see many Greeks. We're starting to see the Far Eastern Asians come through, those nationalities such as the Indonesians and Malaysians, they're coming through. But the Southern Europeans, not so much, not from that part of Southern Europe. So great shame for Panteliakis, but he will be able to join the race. He should be joining the warm-up lap from pit lane, and he will join from the back of the grid, I believe. So Panteliakis, it isn't a full-on conclusion just yet. So if you just joined us, this is the warm-up lap for the ETC race. Here's Panteliakis leaving the pit lane now.
You know what, he'll be so fired up as well after that. He'll be so annoyed with himself for stalling it, because it's an easy mistake to make, but it's always an embarrassing mistake. You don't want to stall it. And he'll be so fired up for this. Expect to see him carving through the grid.
I'll tell you what, a motorcycle race stalling on the grid probably isn't as embarrassing as a Junior GP commentator crashing a moped on the surface.
Well, you've left your mark at turn 3.
That was rather
big dent in the fence there.
I clouted the fence with some gusto yesterday. If you, some of you who know me will have found that amazingly amusing. It wasn't any. Don't get all excited though. The health and safety office. There was nothing bad about that. It was my own misfortune and bad luck, we can put it down to, but nonetheless the scooter was okay. We're on the warm-up lap, so we're going to get into this. Well, we can't wait really. Quiles and Uriarte, we haven't actually gone back through the grid, but it will be Quiles, Uriarte, Salvello on your front row. Alcina, Rios, Pini is your second row. Your 3 heavyweights in the title. I remind you, Quiles leads Uriarte by a single point. He's 9 points ahead of defending champion Pini, but he was a race winner for the first time in 2023, last time out. There's the number 1, the black and yellow machine, flashing through shot. Outside of that, Adriano Donoso on the Team Honda Laglisa, he is in 7th. David Gonzalez on the Cuna de Campeón is in 8th. And Hakim Danish, with just 1 top 10 so far this year, albeit it was a podium in 3rd place, completes that 3rd row. I can tell you we are going to see some new names here. Emmanuel Brinton, if you're on Brickwatch, is representing the United Kingdom. He is on the Team Australia Galicia 00 machine. He's in 24th position right at the back. And also for the Americans joining us, America, of course, massively important in motorcycle racing. Lots of young talent coming through, one of them of which on the grid, 28th position, Christian Daniel on the MRE talent machine. Their other machine, his teammate Jesus Rios in 5th place. So plenty to watch out for that team. Any change on your prediction, Tristan?
I'm sticking with Quiles.
I'll go Uriarte then, just to keep it interesting. Let us know at home, get in touch across social medias. We're all there, Junior GP on X, Instagram and Facebook. YouTube, if you're watching the races live, let us know in the comments. But red lights, come on. for European Talent Cup Race 1. Lights out, ignition, go. Keeler starts across, Uriarte tries to come through. Pini from 6th is on the inside already, but it is Keeles who gets the job done down in towards turn 1. It is a tight turn 1, but somehow they've all got through, albeit they did go off the track a little bit. Up towards turn 3, the Carlos Checa corner. Keeles leads ahead of Uriarte. Salmela has been dropped back to 4th place. Pau Alcina has come through. He's looking for his first top 6. He's looking at his first podium if he stays there. What am I saying? Of course he isn't. It is turn 5 on the opening lap. First real overtaking hotspot, and through has come Salmela to take back the 3rd place from which he started from.
Yeah, Salmela has come out of the gates, guns blazing here, and so is Guido Pini. He was looking really, really racy off of the line. Keep an eye out as well for Jesus Rios. Pini looks up the inside of the corkscrew, and if you can make that move stick, that's an impressive one. But as we've seen time and time again, every single corner in European Talent Cup is a passing opportunity.
It really is, and there's a massive one coming up through here. This is the exit of the Marc Marquez corner, out of turn 10, through the kink on the brow of the hill at turn 11. It isn't a kink, it's straight on these bikes. Down in towards turn 12, then Alcina gets it all crossed up. Pini darts to the inside to try and get there on Salmela, can't do it. Someone's running wide. That looks like David Gonzalez on the 11 of the Cuda de Campeones machine. Pini's looking very much on it here. Bike was all crossed up coming out of turn 13. Now, important to come through out of 15 for the run down the straight, and you're going to see how long it is, and you're going to see how important the slipstream is. Dragged along all the way to turn 16. Salmela is the one in 2nd position, the number 27, eating into the 28, and he's going to go for the lead. Is he on the brakes into the final turn? No, not this time. Stays in 2nd.
Slipstream City, as always, down that back straight, but funnily enough, it was actually as you were this time around, flat out through that final corner and onto this front straight. Then Keeles still leading the way. Salmela looking really, really strong though. It looks like he wants to make a move here down into turn 1. Not quite this time around though. Obviously, don't forget, Keeles still got that long lap to serve.
Keeles, as well as a couple of others. Dodo Boggio has got 2 long laps. He's in 15th position at the moment. The number 47 has got work to do. The others are the 6, the 81 and the 25. Gonzalo Perez is one of them. Kaye, the number 6, is the other one. And the number 81 is Luciano, the Belgian rider. So plenty of riders with long lap penalties to serve in this race. The interesting point will be when they do it. Keeles at the moment, as Jesus Rios comes through on the inside. Rios, that's up for 4th place, pushing Uriarte out. Uriarte has not had the opening 2 laps he would have dreamt of, but he'll be calm because Keeles has got that long lap penalty. I tell you what, Keeles, he hasn't taken it this time. I would have thought he'd do that now, get it out of the way, because there is a gap to slot into. Oh dear, that's Luciano, the Belgian. Lorenz Tony Luciano has gone down, and he won't serve that long lap penalty. That'll probably rumble on. Turn 3, that's fast, Tristan.
Yeah, you learnt that yesterday. And yeah, the newly named Kiko Giles corner. Yeah, really, really fast corner. If you're going down there, bike's straight into the gravel trap, sliding a long way, and unlikely that you'll be rejoining the race, and he won't be here. But Pini really, really impressed here on these opening couple of laps, looking really, really strong. We said Keeles didn't take it that time around. You think he wants to get it done and out of the way. Same time, if he can stretch the group out a little bit, there's not a massive hope of it, but the further along in the race he goes, the more chance it's stretched out a little bit. So it's a difficult one to try and judge, difficult one to call, but I can see what he's trying to do.
Yeah, we're leading down towards turn 16. You'd think, if I was a rider, which I'm not, that's why I'm sat in an air-conditioned comms booth, air-conditioned now, of course, I would have taken that penalty as soon as possible. Just get it out of the way. You know, you don't want to have, we've already had 1 lap reduced off the race distance. Forget a red flag or anything, it's a further reduced race distance. You don't want to leave yourself short to try and come back through the field. Meanwhile, there's more about that later. Wow, the 54 Jesus Rios has just come through. Jesus Rios, more like Dios Mio there on the inside, at 4th to 2nd. Someone went wide there in the back of shot. Coming back through to 2nd, Salmela getting his elbows out, and he does so quite well. Runs out wide, but he's on the inside for turn 4. Yes, he is. Rios, though, went 4th, went up to 2nd, he's back to 3rd. But Pini, well, he's not having it all his own way. That scrap has just allowed Max Keeles to break clear by about half a second, that is. So it's not all done yet, but Keeles will be looking to try, and maybe this is what he's doing now. He's going to do the long lap penalty this lap. Now he knows he's got a good lap gap
Well, he won't be aware of it as of yet, but he's put his foot out, so yeah, going through that long lap loop. That played into his hands a little bit. Those guys scrapping it out gave him just under half a second advantage. Where is he going to rejoin here now? Really difficult to rejoin and slot yourself back in. Just cuts the nose there of the number 12.
The Nosso.
But has managed to rejoin in a decent position there. We'll see. So he'll be in a roughly 7th or 8th position there for Quiles. Sixth
place. He's ahead of 7th, so he's down into 6th place. So, and it could have been a lot worse, and at least he only got served one of the long lap penalties. There's Rios again up the inside. That's
he
great.
Fancies it today.
I tell you what, Rios has woken up on the right side of bed. So the number 54 started on the 2nd row of the grid from Marbella in Spain. He's absolutely fueled for Sunday, and he is up into 2nd position now. Pini is in 3rd place. Pini at the moment is your top title contender. Quiles is down in 6th, and Uriarte, well, it was 4th, now he's up into 2nd. So Uriarte's your top title contender. Carving back under Rios has absolutely got that thing turning so well onto the straight. Doesn't leave much left either for them to have a go back down the straight. He carries the speed, keeps it tight, so Rios looking very, very good here, the 54.
And Quiles back in the mix already.
5th place ahead of Alsina, so Alsina moves back into 6th. That would still be a career best where he is right now. Long way to go, still 9 laps left on the clock.
Up the inside through turn 3, it's fast through there. Guido Pini left him a little bit of room, and you would do, but it's elbows out. Now
no
3 in 1 through turn 4.
Did he pull it down? He did as well. I tell you what, Max Quiles, there's a reason he's already got a title under his belt. Moves like that. He launched that from way back. He was 5th to 3rd at turn 4 at Aragon. Deary me, overtake of the year. Check it out later on socials, because that is going to be featuring for sure. Wonderful stuff for Martinez then. Up back into the podium positions. Out front, we should just give a special mention. Rico Salmella looking very, very cool, calm and collected. He's kept his powder dry so far. Looking down the barrel of a career first victory if he stays where he is as well. So very good stuff from the 27 finish rider. Team Australia Galicia, obviously a great team to be a part of. Oh, I thought Quiles was going to have a look at the inside of Rios there. He didn't quite manage it, but Rios also looking good and going with Salmella. This is a lead group of about 7 riders. Donoso is the last one there. I think that there's a little bit of a gap between 5th and 6th. That's Pini to Alcine. Oh, dear.
Oh, what a move through there. Brilliant. On the foot back, but is he going to lose time down this back straight? No, doesn't seem like he's going to. Right then, Quiles up into 2nd place. Uriarte's got in the slipstream of Rios. Pini as well trying to do 2 in 1. Quiles now trying to have a look at the lead as well. It's all changing here down into the final corner. Pini up to 3rd, Quiles into the lead. A lot of chatter on the front end through there as well for the number 28.
Pulls it down though. Quiles back to the front, a lap and a half after his long lap penalty at turn 9. Quiles is leading. Wow, he's got good pace by the looks of it. Salmella knows he's got to try and get back if he can on the brakes.
There's just Rios up the inside of the lot to the wall, and they're all making all sorts of shapes there.
Uriarte just about held that down and somehow holds 2nd position, but it's cost them all a massive amount of time. That's at least 0.3 of a second, surely, as they come through sector 1's timing point. We'll tell you when we get there. Quiles has got the bit between his teeth. He's fired up after that long lap penalty. Rios on Pini again. It's all changed. Wow! Rubbed him out onto the dirt there. Rios, no prisoners taken. No quarter asked by Pini either, I don't think, because he had no choice. He had to get out of it. Quiles and Uriarte, the top 2 in the title, then are head-to-head again. 1st and 2nd on the track. Salmella, 3rd. Your race leader a lap ago. 4th for Rios, who's got Pini fired up behind him. Pini's going to want to have that back if he can. Pini needs to get it back because he needs to get on terms with Quiles. And Uriarte, you can see there, Joel Esteban watching on the Junior GP star. He's still in title contention. We'll get to that a bit later on. That's the next race on the billing. But they're all part of the Aspar Junior team, and their man, Max Quiles, out front so far. Salmella on the brakes, looking good on the brakes and gets it done at turn 12. The chatter there, he almost had a conversation with the front end up right there. So through comes Salmella on Uriarte. Pini is through into 4th place. Now, Pini knows that he has got to come through and get latched onto the back of the top 3. There was that little gap. But I tell you what, Pini, this is going to be a very fast final sector coming up. I think he's got the magnets on Pini looking good.
triple bubble slipstream down that back straight, and that'll be helping him a hell of a lot, although they are weaving a hell of a lot down that back straight, trying to break that slipstream effect. Uriarte having a little look at the inside of Salmela. A lot of chatter at the front end, and they're looking really, really bumpy through that final corner. They're keeping it very, very tight on the inside. They can just keep it pinned on these little bikes and just run the shortest line possible. Down into turn 1 they go then. Uriarte having a look on the brakes.
Again.
Oh, and he makes it stick on Salmela. So those two teammates leaving everything out on circuit here. Pini is just putting himself back into contention, but if he's not careful, he's going to have the number 54 of Jesus Rios throwing it up the inside, as we've seen him do time and time again in this race, and Pini out on the green.
He's out, I think, to the old 4th position. Is Rios going to
just about,
yeah. He just held 4th there. Interesting, Uriarte got it stopped at turn 1 this time. He didn't run.
The amount of time that Pini made up on the brakes
ridiculous.
There, that was incredible.
So strong on the brakes. I'm just about to come on to that. In the 3rd sector last time around, 14 and 15, he just closed in on Salmela. I don't know if that's the way the AC Racing machine was working a little bit better than maybe the Estrella bikes are geared up for, but Pini on the brakes is absolutely dynamite. And watch him into turn 12. We're talking about the number 1, the reigning champion, 3rd in this year's standings, only 9 adrift of race leader and championship leader Max Quiles. The number 1 of Pini looking very, very good. He just seems to lose a little bit on acceleration there. He's fast into the corners, not very fast out of them. But look at it on the brakes. He's just got so much confidence in front end of that bike. Closes right back in. And Pini on a mission then to try and get into their podium positions. And if he can ruffle feathers in the form of Brian Uriarte, that'll be very much welcome. Salmela back into 2nd ahead of his teammate. That was done at turn 12, I think. They come onto the back straight one more time. Uriarte has a look over his shoulder, sees a number 1. Jaws music then as they come through. I don't
That's
know.
not happening.
No, I don't know why he bothered. That was completely pointless. Slipstream City, the 51 trying to signal to 4 abreast, surely. Pini in the slipstream. Goes through up into 3rd as Uriarte takes over at the front. Does Quiles turn it under him? I think he's trying. I think he's going to have to. He's going to push him wide. Yeah, Uriarte was out wide there. Oh, what a shot over the hill. Pini's leading, no he isn't. Through comes Max Quiles again. Salmela's there. Rios 5 abreast into turn 1. Rios, oh dear, I thought he was going from 5th to 2nd, but he isn't. Pini's up into 2nd, and somehow Quiles has come out of all that leading.
Call it as you like through that final corner, time and time again. These guys, every single lap, the order is different, and that's what we love about the European Talent Cup. Quiles holding firm out the front though, and time and time again. Oh, so strong on the brakes into there. It's that section of the corner. Once he's on the brakes, it's that point between the initial touch of the brake to the apex. He's so strong.
Look at it
Quiles having a look up the inside again, but can't get anywhere near him.
And look who's in 5th. Ruche Moodley's come through, the South African. Ruche Moodley from I don't even know where on the grid. He's on the 2nd page, I think. Ruche Moodley on the Finetwork Mir Racing team, the 21, and we pick him up now, coming out the corkscrew. He's in 5th. No, he's not. He's 6th. Back through. That will be coming through Salmela, because Uriarte's the 1 in 3rd. But what a race we have got on here in the European Talent Cup as they come through turn 11 over the top of the hill. Pick any number, it's like the lottery. Pini leads the 54 of Rios, 3rd place. Now is, by the looks of it, Uriarte. Salmela 4th. Quiles, who was leading across the line, back into 5th. Now he's back in.
Moodley pushes his way through.
He's in the Moodley for this, I tell you what. He's up into 5th, the 21 of South African. He had a massive crash in Valencia. He was out injured. We didn't get the chance, or I didn't get the chance to commentate on him then, and he was looking so good that weekend. He's looking very good here. We'd not seen anything of him all weekend, and he's come through like a scalded cat, like a hot knife through butter. Talking of hot knives through butter, the Estrella Galicia team, 1-2. Somehow they've both gone wide, and Rios carves it under him. What a move. 6 laps to go. You think it's a last lap. Pini's 3rd. It's all chopping and changing. We've got a crash at turn 7. Rider okay. That's number 4 of Rocco Sesler on a Liquid Moly Husqvarna team machine. Thankfully he's okay. Pini leads. Salmela 2nd. Uriarte 3rd. This is absolutely unhinged ETC.
In the course of 2 corners, Pini has gone from leading the race to 3rd to leading the race again, and now to 2nd as he's pushed up the inside there for the Monlau bike, number 27 of Salmela. Beautifully done there.
Moodley!
Moodley, like you say, he's in the mood for this. He's had his Weetabix this morning and is looking so strong. A little bit too much there.
He's pulled it down. 21. He might be hitting a jackpot if he stays like this. What a ride this is for the number 21. We're just being told that, oh, out the seat. Dear me, Guido Bini out the seat. We've just had a quick notification in our ear that there is a transponder problem for the 28 of Max Quiles. Quiles obviously now just dropping back a bit. I'm not sure whether that's a problem for him in terms of his on-track pace, but we'll definitely be keeping an eye on it in terms of the racing. But Quiles, as we can see, is right there in 5th. Don't worry, he's still in the race. Jesus Rios is under attack from Quiles now. They all keep it orderly. Moodley in the lead though. Rouchet Moodley. Well, this would just be something a bit special if he can hold this now until the checkered flag. Why did I bother saying that 4.5 laps ago? We know that's not going to be the case.
Yeah, like we say, 4.5 laps remaining of this European Talent Cup race, and it can go any way between these guys. Quiles has been bullied back through the order down to P8. But these guys, Moodley's carved his way through to the front, and Pini now, he is looking racy here this weekend, fresh from victory. Moodley fresh from a podium at Barcelona as well. Salmela looking for that first victory, the number 27, the first 15 years old from Finland, and looking very strong at the front of this race. 3, 2, 4. Oh, and Quiles, where's he come from? He was 8th a second ago, and now he's up into a podium position.
Well, he was!
So
he
close.
had to sit up on both sides. That was...
Hold your breath.
I think that was Salmela, and I think Pini on the inside. Definitely Pini on the inside. It looked like Salmela maybe. No, it wasn't. It was the 51 of Urati who came through then. So Quiles is having to work. Oh, dear me. Passing everywhere. That's the 54 of Rios coming back through. Rouchet Moodley taking a very, very good race here. He is absolutely in mighty form. Oh, friendly fire. The Monleau School team, the Team Australia Galicia outfit. That's Uriarte versus Salmela. Little look across from Uriarte saying, what are you doing? Salmela doesn't care. He wants his first win in the class. Moodley is just missing a couple of apexes, but it's almost like it doesn't matter, Tristan. He's able to carry such corner speed right where it matters. He doesn't lose anything on corner exits. Remarkable.
Yeah, really, really aggressive, like I say, holding a lot of corner speed. And that does mean he is missing a few apexes. And on that last lap, if you are leaving the door wide open, you will find a European Talent Cup bike right up the inside of you.
As Pini does now at turn 12. Oh, dear me.
He's pulling away from these guys now.
Rouchet Moodley, where's this come from? Rouchet Moodley, I can tell you now, did not start in the front. He was on row 7 in 20th position. Now, that's not a record. Max Quiles has the record for P25 in Valencia. But that would be one of the very few times that someone has come from outside the top 10 on the the top 10 on the grid. It's only happened 7 times in ETC history that someone from the top 10, outside the top 10 on the grid, has come through to take victory. He's back into second because through into the lead has come Salmela. But Moodley, we're talking about the purple number 21, is having the ride of his life, the ride of his season for certain. Fantastic to see.
Yeah, Dodo Boggio's climbed his way through as well, up into 9th. There's a big battle just behind this one, and he's leading that one further back. So massive battle here for the lead, and a big battle for 9th place as well. They've caught on the back of Moodley. The slipstream effect down the back straight has helped a lot with that. Salmela's looking menacing on the number 27. Keep an eye out for Quiles. He seems to be timing this one to perfection. Still 3 laps to go then, up the inside of Salmela for the number 28. Salmela bites straight back again though. Pini's being bullied a little bit further back in this one. Uriarte's now back into the mix. Jesus Rios has been quiet for a few laps now. Are we going to see something big from him in these final few laps?
2 rounds ago, Moodley had his first fastest lap in a race. Last time out, he got a first podium. The trend continues, Tristan. I won't spoil it, I won't curse it, but he's looking good at the front. Oh, a lot of chatter from the second place machine there. Rico Salmela, seen a lot of chatter around here. It is maybe a little bit bumpy. Aragon is well used, and for these little ETC machines, they do feel everything just a little bit more. They're coming up now towards turn 12. Through turn 11, it's not really a turn, it's over the brow of the hill. Quiles is settled in third. Pini's dealing with Rios again. This battle that they have had from lights out, more or less. That's for 5th. fourth for Uriarte at the moment. He needs to get ahead of Quiles. Really, if he gets ahead of Quiles as they stand, he'll be the new championship leader. Rios punches it back through. Oh, and coming through is Quiles as well. So Quiles gets on Salmela, that's for second. All out wide, that's the 26th of Alcina, who's in another 7th position. He's had 4 of them in his career so far. He's still yet to crack the top 6. Early days yet in this race still, even if we've got 2 laps and 2 corners to go. I tell you what, there is nothing. Oh, hang on, I won't speak too soon. I was going to say there's actually nothing wrong with Moodley being out front in the lead. It doesn't seem like he suffers as much as the others.
He's not phased at all.
With the slipstream at all. He seems to be able to hold his own, maybe lose one place, but normally we see 2 or 3 bundle on through.
Yeah, it's the front, like you say. He's not phased. He's happy to get his elbows out. Quite literally getting his elbows out there. Hits the front, really strong on the brakes into there, pulls it to the apex, gets a decent drive on the exit. Quiles was just able to pull it that ever so slightly better on the apex in the mid part of the corner, straight on the gas, and all over his rear wheel as they come through this section. It's the penultimate lap here at Aragon, and it's gloves off. It is gloves off, and Moodley looking very good so far. Pini just getting rubbed out again. Him and Rios are going to have a big dust-off in the paddock and continue like this. Uriarte's going to take advantage of all of them. Paralcina, the 26, he's just been given the warning flag. I'm not sure what that means. Uriarte, I tell you what, if I was Uriarte, I'd focus on just getting the elbows stuck in. Why on earth, in the middle of this, there is 8 riders. There are 8 riders in this group. I would not waste your time telling everyone to latch onto the back of you. You're not the leader in this group. Uriarte's got to get his head down, focus on what's in front of him, stop worrying about what's behind him. Hard to do in an ETC race. But Rouchet Moodley out front, the South African from Port Elizabeth, 16 years of age, leading very strongly against the 2021 champion. And the Finnish rider, Rico Salmela, in 3rd place. He also chasing a first victory. Quiles, plenty of wins for him before the 28, ahead of the 27, but they're both chasing the 21. Pini's back into 4th now, ahead of Uriarte, who seems to be going backwards. Rios is next up. We've got a crasher. That's the number 7 of Fernandez. Bernat Fernandez, I believe, has gone down. Not sure where. Looks like turn 9, Tristan. Yeah, and if it is turn 9, easy to do turn 8 as well. Oh! Easy gone down. These guys out the front. Pini round the outside of the final corner. That's not going to work. Surely not. Dear, it didn't. Not surprised either. In fact, yeah, he's lost more positions. It worked for everyone else. All out the green. Don't do that. Last lap time then. He's been there a couple of times as well. Last lap time. We go on to the final 5.1 kilometres of the MotorLand Aragón circuit. Who's it going to be on the brakes? Quiles comes through ahead of Rios. Back to 3rd goes Uriarte. No, he doesn't. Back to 4th goes Uriarte. Goes through into 3rd is Salmela. Moody's been bundled out of the way. Back to 5th. Watch out for Moodley, though. In my time, that's a perfection. It's not a bad place to be on last lap. Pini out. Again. Pini. Oh, dear me. There was almost contact there with Uriarte, and there was almost contact again from Salmela. All this scrapping, and Max Quiles could be under the golden opportunity here. So Quiles, he's pulled the pin right at the right time. Mark of a champion, of course. We've seen him do it time and time again. It's time to perfection. At the moment, he's got it done. Uriarte has come through into 2nd place, the 2 title heavyweights, as Moodley finds his way through into 3rd. That was tight. Jesus Rios, and I tell you what, if I was Rios, I wouldn't be happy about that. Yeah, but he's given it just as good as he's been getting in this race. Jesus Rios, he's definitely been getting his elbows out all race long. Pini just falling apart here in these last couple of laps, been bullied back through the pack a bit. All this scrapping has been letting Quiles lead out the front. Just a few passing opportunities left, but they're going to be 4-5 abreast down into that final corner. Oh, dear me, Salmela. That was so close to taking the back of Moodley. I think we've got a race a second. I don't want to spoil it, but Quiles, is he out the slipstream, Tristan? I mean, it's doable, but it's a tall order. He's going to need a really good drive through here. He opened it up really, really nicely. He's got the drive, and Moodley's out. Rouchet Moodley. Did he get pushed, or was he did he get pushed, or did he jump, should be the question. Moodley is out of it. Quiles looks like he's got it. It's going to be about for 3rd, I think. Uriarte's not close enough for the win. Salmela's 3rd. Alcina's coming through, looking at down the barrel of a first podium. Pini's cutting it tight. Jesus Rios is out on a wide line. Oh my dear me, no, surely not. Coming through. Alcina got it all wrong. Quiles is coming through to victory. An incredible European Talent Cup race. The stars of the future have put on a sensational battle now. Uriarte 2nd after all of that.
third, Jesus Rios. Fourth for Salmela. Fourth for Pini across the line. Just changed. Salmela fifth. Alcina. At last, that first top six comes. Donoso and David Gonzalez across the line. What a breathless race. Tristan, where do we start with that one?
Take a breath, because that final corner, that final lap could have gone any way, but it's just proof, isn't it, that the cream always rises to the top. Quiles has been so strong this year in European Talent Cup, and he was on pole position, served that long lap penalty, didn't really make a difference to him. In fact, he got back to the lead of the race quite quickly and then dropped back down to 8th, back to the leader of the race again. So like we say, cream always rises to the top. Another victory for Quiles.
Fantastic stuff from Quiles. Take a lie down, take a breath. I'm going to take a lie down to take a day off. I think there, as you can see, touching moment. We said it at the top in the original warm-up lap that obviously Aragon is an emotional time for everyone in ETC because we lost Hugo Milan here 2 years ago in an accident at that actual part of the track where the flag was picked up by Max Quiles. There's the first Martinez of the day. Max Quiles has got the Super Hugo flag picked up at turn 5. A touching moment, points to the sky. That one is for Hugo. Of course, Max Quiles was in that race. But what a battle! What a battle to get ETC underway. And yeah, Pau Alcina and Jesus Rios, I tell you what, they were shy on the last lap. Alcina robbed maybe at the end of perhaps a 4th or a 5th. Rios comes through for 3rd. Jesus Rios. What about that? The number 54. If you watch Moto 2, the 54 was having a good race there as well. That's the first podium for Jesus Rios, I should say, as well. The 54, previous best of 4th. That was at Barcelona a year ago, not even last time out. So a first podium for Rios. As for Max Quiles, it's another victory in a long line of victories, really, for him. The ETC champion of 2021. 3rd overall this year's Red Bull Rookies. That's already come to an end. 2 wins there. It's his 4th win of this season. It's his 8th in total. So Quiles looking very good, but he didn't have it all his own way at all. What about that? What a fantastic race in ETC. So we just get our breath back here up in commentary. Stunning stuff. Brian Uriarte, 2nd. So damage limitation for sure. That gap now in the championship, in the bigger picture, is down to 6. It's up to 6 now because there's only a 5-point swing. Uriarte, it's his 15th podium in the class. That's got to be getting up for some of the most a rider's achieved in the European Talent Cup class. Of course, he's been here since 2021. That's his 6th podium of the year. There's more podiums than any other. But Quiles returns to Parc Fermé. Celebrations, but not perhaps as jubilant as we're used to seeing. A lot more emotional. Joel Esteban there, he's out in action next with the hat on, the cap. He's out next, but that one meant a lot, I think, to Max Quiles. Phenomenal race, an absolute classic in ETC. Straight off the bat here, 2 classic races to come, I'm sure, with Junior GP and ETC's 2nd race. As we look down in Parc Fermé, that's the Estrella Galicia 00 team there. 2nd place for Brian Uriarte, the Spaniard from Santander. Fantastic result for him. Like I say, more podiums in this season than any other. We've still got 2 races to go. I should say, if Uriarte, for whatever reason, does not finish, he may be at risk of coming out of title contention. Of course, the championship leader is Max Quiles, and if results do go his way, he can be champion later this afternoon. Let's wait and see, though. It's unlikely, but unpredictability can never be ruled out. Jesus Rios with a career first podium there in 3rd. Good stuff from him. It's a Spanish 1-2-3 once more in ETC. This is earlier on in the race, with Max Quiles taking the long lap penalty. Did that pretty simply, rejoined in 6th position, and a lap and a half later was back leading. Fantastic stuff from Quiles, and then timed his move for victory to perfection. This was onto the last lap. He was just elbows out everywhere. You look 5 abreast into turn 1. Normal ETC stuff. The checkered flag. Could that be the shot of the year in terms of the championship? Quiles, your race winner, and extends his championship lead. Let's hear from him. He's with Tristan.
Max Quiles, an incredible victory despite a long lap penalty. Talk us through it.
Yeah, it was a crazy race. I had a long lap, so I tried to do it as late as possible to open a bit the group. Yeah, then I saw that it was difficult, so in the last lap I stopped and I said, okay, now I'm going to push hard, and I opened some gap, I think, and yeah, I won, so I'm very happy.
¿Y en español?
Sí, bueno, la carrera ha sido muy difícil, tenía una long lap, así que he intentado hacerlo lo más tarde posible. Y bueno, luego he visto que ha sido complicado escaparse, entonces me he esperado la última vuelta. En la última vuelta he tirado a saco y he podido escaparme.
Well,
Gracias.
Highlights then from race 1 in the European Talent Cup. Quiles going from pole. Another pole position in his books. He got ahead of Brian Uriarte down in towards that opening turn, but Rico Taumella, Guido Pini, Pau Alsina, they were all in contention. That was Luciano out of the race, Tony Luciano, the Belgian. That was a crash at turn 9. Quiles took his long lap penalty. That was served on lap 3. And a lap and a half later, he was well back in contention, making his move for the lead ahead of finish rider Rico Salmela. The gloves were absolutely off though. This was a calm before the storm. Pini out wide, held it against Rios. Rios, one of the stars of that race, getting his elbows out. What a shot as they came over the top of the hill. In the closing stages, Quiles was there. Rouchet Moodley, 20th on the grid, up into the lead of the race. Number 21, absolutely in mighty form. We still don't know what quite happened later on, as you'll see. Title battle was fierce. Quiles versus Uriarte, one of the main stories, with Pini never really looking like he was able to get into a race-winning position. Across the line in the closing stages, elbows out for sure for Rouchet Moodley, the South African. He was absolutely on a mission to put himself in contention the way he was, but Pini was getting duffed up a bit. He was strong on the brakes. He was so much deeper than everyone else, but with bikes under him, he just couldn't make it work all the time. This was an incident for Benyat Fernandez. Oh, dearie me. Goodness me, Fernandez clouting the barrier. We did see him walk away from that, it should be said, but dear. Turn 8, not a lot of run-off there in any best of times. Last lap then, Rouchet Moodley retired at the top of the straight at turn 15. We don't know why. Quiles, unequivocal in race 1 for European Talent Cup. He was absolutely flying. Picked up the Super Hugo flag. That victory was for Hugo Millan. Tristan Finocchiaro back with me from pit lane. Another win for Quiles. It's his 8th of his career, and that championship lead just extending by only 5 points, but it's a crucial 5 points.
Yeah. All points matter here in European Talent Cup, and it could be those 5 points that decide the championship at the end of it with how close it is. Quality rider on the number 28 machine. We've seen him do well over in Red Bull Rookies as well, and he's doing the business here.
Meanwhile, all the podiums, trophies are being handed out. These guys, of course, have got another race to come later on. Jesus Rios, career first podium for him then in 3rd position. Fantastic stuff from him. He'll be looking to replicate it, even perhaps improve it later on. A 15th podium of his career. Very contrasting stats there for Brian Uriarte. Whilst Quiles, well, what can we say? The 2021 ETC champion, looking to double up, the first to do it in this class. And that's also his 15th podium, but crucially, an 8th win in the class. Quiles from Murcia in Spain, the national anthem next.
Pues ahí está ese fuerte aplauso para este podio de la primera carrera del European Talent Cup. Por favor, pilotos, esas gaseosas arriba.
And that is that then, an unremixed version of a national anthem. Nice after the Australian one earlier in Moto 2. Said I wouldn't do spoilers, a bit late for that now, I suppose, isn't it? Max Keeler's the winner. Where's he going? Ah, look. Child's play all this. Come on, lads, sort it out. Uriarte, second. Third for Rios, he stayed out of that. They're all pretty good friends. Obviously, these guys coming through the same path, Tristan, and the ultimate goal for them all is MotoGP. They're on the road already.
Yeah, stars of the future, like we say, on that road to MotoGP, and this is where it all begins in the European Talent Cup. Next stop for these guys, Junior GP, Red Bull rookies, onto Moto3, Moto2, MotoGP. Very clear-cut path.
Something that we've been working towards for many years in the Junior GP paddock. It has been giving talent in abundance. The final results, Maximo Quiles, a Spanish 1-2-3 out of Uriarte, and Jesus Rios, a career first podium for him. Pini manages to salvage fourth.
Top 9, all
I'll tell you what,
at the same time.
That's got to be the closest finish ever. Ah dear. Obviously it didn't finish like that, but it was a Spanish 1-2-3. The order was correct, just the timing perhaps not. Not the first time this year. Maybe this time. There we go. Ah, no, it isn't. Dear me. Right, 9 races done. We'll talk about the championship wider picture. 9 races done out of 11. 2 remaining. One's coming today. The next one is in 3 or 4 weeks' time, more or less, in Valencia. So that could be the decider. It's often the decider in European Talent Cup. Quiles leads the championship by 6 points ahead of Uriarte, but it's all to play for still. Race 2 coming up a little bit later on. Next up, Junior GP, and we could have a crowning moment there too. Don't go anywhere. The third race of 6 on today's billing is on its way. The 2023 Finetwork FIM JuniorGP World Championship is coming into its twilight. 2 rounds remain. This is the penultimate one. Round 6, MotorLand Aragón, and it is game on. We could have a crowning moment this season at this track. Angel Piqueras in the driving seat. And if results go his way, with a top 8 finish, he is the 2023 title winner. 5.1 kilometres in length, MotorLand Aragón has it all tight and twisty, vast and fast. This is going to be a classic over 14 laps. Live scenes then from MotorLand Aragón just outside of the historic Spanish town of Alcañiz in Spain. We are ready to gear up For the third race of 6 on today's billing. Kiko Giles here alongside me, Tristan Finocchiaro. We have seen 2 classic races so far in this Sunday, the 8th of October, and we are gonna for sure see another one here today, Tristan. The Junior GP class, always a thriller. Perhaps the championship standing is not reflecting how close it really is on track.
Yeah, like we say, Piquera has been so strong at the front this season, but it is always close racing in this category. Always throws up something special. These guys are the stars of the future. They're on their road to MotoGP. They've got a point to prove. A lot of them want to be consolidating rides over on the world stage. Quite a few of them already have. We've seen a lot of them do wildcards over there, and quite a few of them have done it. And here's what happened last time out of Barcelona. And then 2 races were on the billing at Catalunya, and it was all action when the lights went out. David Almanza was making some big moves. Jacob Ralston was in there. There was this big crash, unfortunately, as the Husqvarna machine tagged the back of Eddie O'Shea. And then it was all action out the front. The Estrella Galicia team watched on as the number 72 went down and out of the race. Piqueras kept himself solidly out the front and defended that lead, but it was Zurutuza that took the first win. Race 2 was underway. It was Piqueras who got the whole shot down into turn 1. Almanza was looking racy all race long. Then this crash happened down at turn 1. Almanza was making some big moves, but some of them were perhaps a little bit too big as a few of the riders went down out of the race. And then history was made as it was Adetamo that took the victory after some disqualifications at the end of the race. Brilliant action last time out then, and it's hopefully serving as a precursor as to what we're going to see here today, Kiko.
We had an absolute belter last time in Barcelona, the Circuit of Barcelona, Catalunya. It's always a racetrack that has given great racing. Whatever form of motorcycle racing, it's always one to go and watch at, because you're never going to be short of quality action. We are going to get underway with the grid procedures very soon. Junior GP. If you're just joining for this class, apologies, we're coming on a bit late because we had a delay in the European Talent Cup start procedure due to Vasilis Panteliakis having a problem on the grid, but eventually all got away all okay. But we are a little bit delayed. Hopefully we'll make the time up as the day goes on. The third race of today, this is going to be the only time you see the Junior GP lads in action, because we only have one race here. It's a double header in Valencia. Angel Piqueras is your pole man, and we are going to see what happened yesterday in qualifying.
Desde esta mañana me he sentido muy bien con la moto, la verdad, y bueno, el AQ2 he salido bien, he salido inspirado y bueno, me ha salido la vuelta, que también he estado con la referencia Facundo, entonces nada, muy bien. Y bueno, para mañana yo me siento muy cómodo y bueno, salimos en la pole a ver si podemos abrir huecos. Lo veo difícil aquí en este circuito, pero bueno, yo creo que lo voy a intentar por lo menos y a ver qué tal. No, este circuito me gusta, pero siempre me ha costado aquí rápido, ¿no? Pero bueno, este año estoy yendo bien y nada, muy contento. Pero bueno, mi idea yo creo que es hacer el grupo más pequeño posible, porque bueno, al final sí somos 5 mejor que 10, ¿no? Entonces salir como todas las carreras, a tirar desde el principio y ya está.
Angel Piqueras then, the rider with the target on his back, the rider who is the rider to beat, and he goes from pole position. He has been on pole already this year, he's had race wins this year, he can be champion today, Tristan. A top 8 finish, regardless of what his main title rival Joel Esteban does, secures him the title. Will he do it?
I mean, you wouldn't put it past him. He's on pole position. He's looked superfluous this season. If he takes the championship in this race, I mean, like you said, he only has to finish higher than 8th position. Easy job for the number 18.
8th or higher for him. The gap is 68 at the moment. 8th position obviously gives him 8 points. If Joel Esteban was to win, that's 25. The difference is 17. That would be 51 and unassailable with a maximum of 50 remaining. This is David Almanza. No points in first 4 races of the year, but he's hit form recently. 3 podiums in 5, but was the talking point last time out in Barcelona with that move at turn 4.
Yeah, like a bull in a china shop, the number 22. Just big move down at turn 4. Wasn't really needed. Took out O'Shea and a couple of other of the riders. O'Shea wasn't too happy about it, and honestly, I don't blame him.
Alvaro Carpe, the number 83, is here. What's he going to show us here? What are we looking at? Okay, this is the sticker for Hugo Millan, of course. Carpe was in that race as well. This is the track where Carpe actually took his first podium in Junior GP paddock in the ETC. Carpe, front row, has he had a front row this year? No, he hasn't. It's the best qualifying this weekend of 4th, but he is on the front row because of a penalty of Cormac Buchanan. Quickly onto row 2, Adrian Cruces starts 4th, podium already this year.
Yeah, Cruces, really strong rider on the number 11. We saw him really strong last year. He has stood on the podium this year, 2/5 back at Barcelona, so he's going to want to be stepping back onto that podium spot, so he's definitely going to be one to keep an eye out. The Finetwork boys always strong in this category, and yeah, when lights go out, keep an eye on him.
When he's finished, he's always finished in the top 10, so consistency when he saw the checkered flag. We are going to be looking at very soon either Joel Esteban or, no, it's not, it's his teammate Nico Carraro on the gas, the 21-year-old from Padova in Italy. 1 win in Junior GP, that was back at the start of this season. He has been, since that win, fair to say, not quite at the heights of victory, has he, Tristan?
No, he's there or thereabouts, but never quite getting that end result that he needs. Does have a ride signed next year as well for the World Championship. He signed up with the Angelus MTA team, so we know where he's going next season. Also doing really well over in the CIV as well, but yeah, just needs to just get that final extra bit here in the Junior GP.
Tashkon Boazri with some glasses on. I wonder if he's going to keep them on for the race. Are they prescription or are they sunglasses? Can't quite tell. Are there somewhere in the middle? He's always smiling, biggest smiler on the grid. Tashkon 6th on the grid for him. He's 7th in his qualifying performance, so best of the year for him. A season best for the Honda Racing Thailand machine. And he's always been an improver in races. I think back in Barcelona, he came from somewhere like 27th on the grid to finish in the top 10. Fine ride from him.
Yeah, not shy of getting his elbows out at all and for the riding for the junior talent team. Won the opening round of the season as well, then didn't stand on the podium until Portimao, but is looking eager to try and get back onto that top step. The number 7 in 7th, he signed up for a World Championship ride next year as well with the Gas team. First year in Junior GP this year, now straight onto the world scene. Yeah,
Joel Esteban not hanging around in this paddock. He wants to take his chances when they present themselves. He can still mathematically be champion. It is a massive uphill task. It's not in his hands, really. Even if he wins, as we said earlier, if Piqueras is anywhere inside that top 8, Piqueras is your champion. There are a couple of other permutations, but we're not going to dwell on them for too long. Another rider moving up to the Moto3 World Championship is this rider, Switzerland's Noah Detweiler. And that 8th place for him on the grid is his best of his career. A fine performance yesterday from him. Fine stuff indeed. Won top 10 this year back in Valencia.
Yeah, found something back at Barcelona and now is really coming into his own this season. Another rider as well who's signed for the world stage next season. He's going to be with the CIP Green Power team. Had a little bit of help in the past as well from Gino Rea and the Ready for Racing squad, so he's been able to really hone his skills and use what he's learned to great effect.
9th place for Facundo Yambias, the Uruguayan rider. Found form in Barcelona, 3 top 10s this year, 2 of which came last time out 2.5 months ago. His best qualifying of the year, 7th at Jerez, but he's back on the 3rd row again in 9th this time around.
Yeah, we've seen glimpses of promise from the Argentinian. He's always there or thereabouts, but not quite able to just get that final little step that he needs. But we'll see what he can do here.
This is Xabi Zuratouza, the rider from Legazpi in the Basque Country up in northern Spain. He became the 100th winner in Junior GP back in the Portuguese round at Portimao. He's had another win since last time out in Barcelona. It's been win, no score, win, no score. The trend says win, perhaps, again. We'll see how it goes. Looking at the front row, Piqueras and Almanza ahead of Carpe. Both of those, all 3 of them riders eager to try and get on that top step, get somewhere on the podium. Big talking point here, Tristan. Casey O'Gorman. We'll talk more about him on the warm-up lap, but class, well, not class debut, but returns to class. But what a team to do it with, the Team Australia Galicia guys, and he's looking good. 11th from his first qualifying session.
Yeah, picks his rides well. Huge talent. Has been here, there, and everywhere. We'll get a bit more into that later. Was out in Super Sport over in the British Superbike paddock last weekend. But yeah, it's been here, there, and everywhere this season. Huge talent. Really, really good to see. Eddie O'Shea as well. Huge talent from the British Isles as well. Was third in the British Talent Cup a few years ago, and now honing his skills over here on the European circuits.
Eddie O'Shea, of course, at the podium at Jerez last year, is yet to quite replicate that kind of form since, but always one to keep an eye on. O'Shea on the British Talent Team machine, looking to try and make Aragon count. Good crowd here, a lot of fans here from all over. It's time to go racing. Angel Piqueras, champion-elect from Pau. Apparently Aragon has moved to Ibiza for this weekend. We've got some great tunes coming through the background here. Ah, dear me. Piqueras, it's an all-Spanish front row. It's actually an all-Spanish top four. Piqueras, Almanza, Carpe, Cruces heads up row 2, Carraro, and Boazri, the tie in 6th. Esteban, championship contender, perhaps no more after this one. He's 7th ahead of Detweiler and Jambias, Zuratuza, Ireland's Casey O'Gorman, and Britain's Eddie O'Shea on that 4th row. Ramersdorfer, Jacob Rulston in 14th. We're chatting to his parents last night. Jacob Rulston, a clutch failure for him on his qualifying, left him down and out, and so unfortunate to be down there. In fact, due to penalties, he's bumped up a little bit. So Rulston 14th, by no means a disaster for him. All the way down the field, riders to look out for. In particular, Arbi Aditama, last time out, race winner, 2nd across the line. Race winner, though, in the end after a penalty for Almanza due to irresponsible riding. And Cormac Buchanan, the New Zealander, was meant to start from the front row almost a year to the day since his first front row, and that was also here at Aragon. But due to slow riding, he's got a back of a good start. So expect the number 14 AGR KTM to come flying through. Nico Giles and Tristan Finocchiaro take you through the action here in the Junior GP programme, round 6 of 7, race 9 of 11 for these guys coming up right now. We've got lots of stories to get through. Let's start with Casey O'Gorman. Major class return to him, but lots of instability about his 2023 season. Lots of different teams with the Super Hugo Milan team. He was with the Vision Track team before that all turned a bit sour. And then he's been racing OMG Yamaha in Super Stock in the UK, Super Sport. He's even doing endurance races with Stefan Mertens. So lots of instability for Casey this year. He's dealt with it well, but how does it affect a rider? Surely if you're in an ecosystem and you've got the end goal to get to MotoGP, you just want to settle down and you want to have one team and one focus.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it helps having that one team, one focus, but it's proving he's an adaptable rider, and that's an incredibly crucial skill to have as well going forward. He's able to just jump on whatever bike he's on and being fast. That's partially down to he is an incredible natural talent, really, really natural on the bike. But if you did give him a full season on one solid package where he's able to just hone his craft on that package and use his natural ability and develop it even further, he'll be a force to be reckoned with.
Red Bull rookies, of course, 2 podiums this year, 2 podiums last year, finished 8th in both. Casey O'Gorman, we just hope that a chance comes his way and that perhaps a full season and a calm season without too many changes comes his way. He's a massive talent, the Irishman, and we wish him all the best here. Of course, this was the track where he took his first race win in ETC last year. Championship standings, we just saw them come up. It is a 68-point advantage for Angel Piqueras. I reiterate that if he finishes inside the top 8, regardless of where Joel Esteban is, it will be enough for the title. There are a couple of others in that championship race as well, but we'll come to that as the race goes on. I'm fairly sure, though, that, well, a top 8 for certain for Piqueras gives him the title. The latest star on the road to MotoGP. Tristan, predictions. This is not an obvious one, really. Piqueras on pole, but not telling the full story.
going to go for Esteban for 7th on the grid, you know. I think he's going to get his elbows out here. Only a couple of races left for him in this category.
I will go for Almanza. I'm feeling a David Almanza victory. We know he's just not scared of getting his elbows out either.
He doesn't take half the grid out.
Yeah, hopefully. Carpe as well, competitive from 3rd. And always watch out for Facundo Yambias in 9th. We're going to get ready for the start then. Junior GP. Championship moment could be for Angel Piqueras. The red lights are out. We are racing as Aragon. Piqueras gets a great start. Almanza's going with him. Whole shot at turn 1.
Joel Esteban up to 3rd.
Brilliant stuff from Esteban. He's up to 3rd. Whole shot at turn 1. Piqueras. We've got riders running wide in the background, but everyone keeps it all ship shape and tiddly-tidy. Through turn 3 now. The Carlos Checker corner. Almanza's at the front, so Almanza's already through. Oh, Carpe almost rammed the back of Nico Carraro, who's come through as well. And Tachko Boazri is on the outside of one of the Estrella Galicia machines. Which one is it? It's Yambias, the number 94 Uruguayan rider, coming through. But it's Almanza who leads Piqueras. No, he doesn't. Piqueras pushed him out wide as well. So Piqueras, your race leader, or is he? As we come down towards the corkscrew, Almanza punches him straight back and into the lead for Almanza.
Almanza's not shy of a move out the front. Casey O'Gorman's made up a few moves as well. He's gone from 11th on the grid up to P9, so moves being made here on this opening lap, and they're all tidy away. It gets so hectic on these first laps, especially on these Moto3 machines.
I think Esteban's coming into this as well. Esteban, wow, 4 abreast. What a shot over the hill. Almanza around the outside. Piqueras tried to get through, couldn't do so. 4th place is Carraro, so Carraro's getting his elbows out straight away. Careful, don't take out the teammate. Carpe's dropped from 3rd to 5th. And who's that in 6th? It is Adrian Cruces on the other Finetwork Mir racing team. What? The inside!
Oh, Esteban through there.
It was Carraro. It was Carraro, Tristan, doing his teammate a favour and pushing Angel Piqueras almost out onto the main road. Piqueras then has got work to do.
There was a slight gap there. The door was left open ajar, and he did not need a second invitation.
Emphasis, bold and italics on slight, I think.
Yeah,
there wasn't a lot, but there was enough, as we have seen. So Almanza then is your race leader as they come across the line. Esteban ahead of Carraro. Formation flying, 2nd and 3rd for the Aspar Junior team machine. Piqueras.
Look at O'Shea.
But yeah, O'Shea. Oh, Esteban, where's he gone? Car park route for Esteban. He's gone well back. Dear me, he's always. That's Case just come out in front of Case O'Gorman, I think. So O'Gorman, he's going to have the second rider in this title race right in his mirrors here. Almanza, Carraro, Piqueras 3rd, Carpe 4th, ahead of Cruces. That is in 5th. Yes, it is. 6th is Boazri now, I believe. Yes, it is, ahead of O'Gorman in 7th. O'Gorman in 7th. Well, that is just magical from the 4th row. So O'Gorman putting himself in contention. Fantastic from the Irishman. He's up there in 7th, ahead of Eddie O'Shea in 8th. That's a good start from O'Shea from the 4th row as well. So the Irishman and the Brit are coming through the Junior GP field on lap 2.
Yeah, O'Gorman very much a Sunday man. He gets his elbows out once those lights go out, and he's done that once those lights have gone out here in Aragon, and he's carved his way through the field. So we'll keep an eye on him as the race goes on.
Just worth mentioning, we didn't say it in build-up, but Almanza, because of his Carraro, because of his misdemeanor last time out in Barcelona, Almanza does have to serve a double long lap penalty, so no wonder he wanted to get to the front early on. Almanza's got pace. He has got pace. We've seen that right the way through the weekend. His lap times are good. His race pace is very consistent indeed, and he will be looking to try and string this back out, similar to what Max Keeles did. But of course, he's got to do 2 of those long lap penalties. The long lap penalty area, if you just join us on the outside of turn 9 after the corkscrew, you'll be joined at the Marc Marquez corner. This is down to the final turns then, 16 and 17. Carraro pulls out, not had much fortune since his win at Estoril. Carraro comes through into the lead. Almanza's going to get shoved out wide and rear Piqueras. This is the curb cap. Oh dear me, 3 abreast through the apex it was there. So they come out to the straight. Carraro leads. Almanza squeezes Piqueras. Carpe's on the inside on the fluorescent yellow, blue and white machine. Carpe comes through. Almanza 3rd. Cruces, his teammate, trying to go round the outside of your championship leader, Piqueras, who's got to be careful. You don't want to throw it down the road right now, but he doesn't. He's in 5th, and that is 6th for Boazri, the tie rider, solid on the opening couple of laps.
Carraro hits the front then. He's looked so racy, hasn't he? But he's being bullied through there. 1 around the outside, 1 up the inside.
Oh dear.
And now it's Almanza who hits the front again, and Almanza's so determined to be leading this race. Obviously, he's got those 2 long laps, and he wants to make sure he's leading it as he goes through. And it's tight through there as Piqueras shoves it up the inside of Carraro.
Well,
that's revenge for a little bit earlier on.
With interest
Turn
as well.
15.
That one, yeah, turn 15 for that one. So Piqueras just not scared to. He obviously wants to take this title from the front. Every rider wants to do that. But just maybe not so aggressive on the opening lap as you see along the bottom of our screens. Almanza double long lap penalty.
Still hasn't taken him.
Still hasn't taken him. He hasn't even taken the first one, it's more to point out. So he'll have to do 2 very, very soon. Look at this! It's going to be Finetwork 1 and 2. Yes, it is. Cruces comes through. Carpe pushed down wide. Turn 12 and overtaken hotspot as always. Almanza.
Here comes
Cruces.
O'Gorman now.
Piqueras up the inside for 3rd. O'Gorman's in 6th place at the moment. Carraro's trying to get back to Carpe. Carraro's got this really lovely line, really, from 14 into 15. He just runs it through the first bit, parks it on the second bit.
Yeah, really, really strong through there, which is incredible to see. These guys so defensive down into that final corner. Cruces with running a really, really tight line heading into it. Joins back onto the racing line and almost collected Piqueras there. Carraro looking really, really racy there, all over the rear wheel, and O'Gorman as well.
O'Gorman's right there. This is brilliant. The 67 up in 6th place there. 4 abreast behind the lead battle.
Lunetta's in there as well. Where's he come from?
Dear me, you're going to have to look right down the order for Lunetta. So Lunetta's come through then. Carraro second. Oh, Almanza's just had a little twitch on the front end of that KTM then coming on the direction change in second. That side by side is Cruces and O'Gorman. So O'Gorman is absolutely, well, he's flying, and he's round the outside at turn 4. He got that done on the exit at turn 3, but he still had to drop it over his nose. And through comes, that is Lunetta coming through now, pushing Cruces out. So we have got chopping and changing everywhere you look in Junior GP. It's been like this all year. Back through comes Piqueras on Carpe. So Piqueras, he seems to be able to get to 3rd, and it's a brick wall, normally in the shape of a number 10 Aspar Junior team machine.
Yeah, 100%. He is making himself as wide as possible on that gas machine. But then now, there is that first long lap penalty taken for Almanza. He's got 1 more that he's going to have to do, provided that he keeps it within the lines there. I thought he wasn't for a second. Can carry through so much speed through that. His joins just ahead of Joel Esteban.
12th, that's Esteban. I don't know where on earth that's happened. He must have, we saw him make a mistake, but he didn't drop that far down. Oh, dear.
O'Gorman up into a podium position now.
O'Gorman's up into 3rd. I was holding my breath for Lunetta and Carpe. Lunetta was right up the inside of the number 83. Couldn't quite get it done. O'Gorman back to 4th then as through comes Carpe. Carraro looking every which way as Piqueras is your race leader now. Piqueras, after that long lap penalty for Almanza, Almanza's got 1 more to go. Piqueras, your race leader. They will not like to see this too often because Piqueras has serious pace. Not maybe enough to absolutely break clear all on his own, but enough to stretch the group and keep a limited number with him.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we've seen time and time again how strong he is out the front. He's got the front brake guard just pushed up there, so it just shows how close the racing is here. Obviously, bashing fairings, bashing bars, the riders around him. Could have been Carraro's bike there, could have been from any of these guys, really. Carpe up the inside at turn 1. He tried to resist it, Casey O'Gorman, but Carpe was on his way through.
Carpe came through, absolutely through into 3rd ahead of O'Gorman. O'Gorman, very impressive stuff, this. The Irishman, this 16-year-old, he's only turned 16 2 months ago. He's absolutely on fire as through comes Lunetta. That pushes O'Gorman back, actually, back into 5th. Eddie O'Shea next up in 6th place. So Brit Watch and Irish Watch going very well indeed. O'Gorman, well, he's had experience on these machines, not maybe on the Honda. He had the Red Bull Rookies in the podium in this class, or in this form of race.
Could be really good for O'Shea if he can latch onto the back of him. So much easier to follow. O'Gorman now up the inside of Carraro. That's a nice move through there. Lost a little bit of time on the exit, but he'll get it back with a slipstream effect. Carpe looking menacing as well. Is he going to be making a move on Lanetta anytime soon? Good to see a relative variation in nationalities at the front of this one. We've got Spanish, Italian, Spanish, Irish, another Italian. It's good to see Italians doing well in this championship as well. They've sort of been a little bit lacklustre of late, and we don't want to see the World Championship being an all-Spanish affair. No. Eddie O'Shea in there, a Brit in there as well. We've got Ralston in there, an Australian, so it's good to see.
It is very good to see. And Ralston, is, again, we say, coming from the depths of nowhere, really, back on row 5. The middle of row 5 is where he started. So to put himself in podium contention is exactly what he would have wanted to do. Gorman just feints to the inside there, couldn't quite get the job done. He's got Nico Carraro behind him. We've seen a lot of times, Tristan, this year. Carraro, good pace at the start of the race, maybe lacking a little bit at the end. Hopefully for him this time not. He's one of the more experienced riders in this class though, so he needs to start putting in results where they matter.
Yeah, time will tell, but very much in this style of racing, keeping yourself in that front bunch, keeping yourself towards the front of the group as well if you can, goes a long way in the closing stages. Esteban's making some moves as well a little bit further back, so we'll keep an eye on his progress. Really tight through there between Carraro and Casey O'Gorman. But yeah, like you say, struggling a little bit on those last few laps. We'll see, time will tell, we'll see what happens with him this time around, but he's in a good position for it. Fourth, he's challenging for third now as well.
Carraro
going to take the lead then?
Carpe's looking. Carpe, he almost hit Lanetta's leg there as he was in the braking area. So Carpe through into second. Cruces out wide on the curve.
Ralston's on him now.
Ralston's right there. These guys battling. He's just bringing everyone back into play. That a couple of laps ago we had a small breakaway of 5, and now we haven't. As chopping and changing further back. That's Bouazri, I believe, getting his elbows out. So it's Lanetta around the outside. Carpe's going to try.
Close as you like.
Oh, dear me. Carpe had to. Oh, and again. Carpe and Lanetta.
Carraro wants a piece of the action.
Yeah, through into third for Carraro. Lanetta and Carpe. That's not the first time we are going to see these two clash a little bit more in this race. It's going to be gloves off. Carpe, of course, in title contention should it all go wrong for the number 18, Piqueras, thank you, out front. If it all goes wrong for him, he is 71 back, but that would mean he needs to win this race to stay in contention, and Piqueras to be 13th or lower. So it's not likely.
Doesn't look like that's happening, does it? I mean, anything can happen in motorcycle racing.
Exactly. We don't know, but Carpe is in there in contention. Likewise, the same would apply for Ralston and Lanetta. The top 5 in the championship can all win it. Really looking one way at the moment. I remind you, 7 laps to go, half race distance. Piqueras, your race leader, put the flag out now, is champion for 2023. Ahead of Carpe, ahead of Carraro, Lanetta, Casey O'Gorman. A fine return to Moto3 machinery for him. He is in 5th place, trying to get up into 4th place, past the 58 of Lanetta. Nearly.
Those two need to get a move on because Ralston is on his way. He's hungry. He's going to be carving through this pack.
Ralston. He had a broken clutch yesterday. He's got no problem clutching his way through the field today as they all fan out behind. Joel Esteban has recovered. He's up there in 7th now as Ralston tries to get under O'Gorman. Not quite sure he's able to do so. No, he isn't. So, as we come through, it all sorted itself out. Did he get through? I don't think he did. Ralston, no, he's in 6th place still. It is the... Oh, O'Gorman out wide. Is that going to cost him? No, not that time.
We saw how bumpy the curbs are on the exit there of turn 3 when we had a little ride around the track on the scooters, and we saw how bumpy it is. If you get out there with a little bit too much lean angle, bike makes a few shapes, headstock starts moving around, and yeah, no, really easy done. Lost a little bit of time there because of that one. Carraro's not happy. It's not Carraro, sorry. Carpe's not happy with something there. Not sure what that was about.
Probably the fact he's been duffed up again by Lanetta. These two are going to have a fallout in this way. Away we go. This is Jacob Ralston, the red and white machine. The number 12 Aspar Junior team is on his way to the Moto3 World Championship for next season. Ralston has proven himself enough to get that ride. He hasn't had a win though in this class. So Ralston, he's looking to get that done from 14th on the grid, and he's up the inside of O'Gorman. That's for 5th. So with 6 laps to go, Ralston is absolutely in contention here. Fine ride from him.
That move was a statement of intent and a half, wasn't it?
Let the brakes off and just let the bike through the apex, block past.
No chance for O'Gorman to bite back as he loses another position there.
I think that upset O'Gorman a little bit, Tristan, you know. I think it just caught him by surprise, and then he was offline, and Eddie O'Shea's
just ruffled his feathers a little bit. Yeah, easy done, but really good move there from Ralston, and he's on an absolute charge. Lost a little bit of time there. O'Shea made that brilliant move on O'Gorman through the flip-flop chicane. Joel Esteban's putting himself back into contention as well, so keep an eye out for the number 7.
This is a lead group down to 12th place, Tristan. I don't want to say that maybe you were wrong when you said David Almanza's race is over, but he is still somehow in this league.
If anyone's going to get his elbows out, it's going to be David Almanza.
I think he was 12th when he...
He's already making moves there as well.
Oh, that looked like he was 2-in-1. And it was, and that is the 85 of Xabi Zuratura. Xabi Zuratuza, not easy for me to say, thank you. Out there. He's back to 12th now, and that is just gone behind Boazri, I think. Boazri's just dropped a few positions. Watch out for the... around the outside. Eddie O'Shea's outbraked himself there. But we've got Aspar Junior Team, 4th, 5th and 6th. Carraro, Esteban and Ralston in that order. What am I talking about? Because Stu has come. Esteban knows what he needs to do to at least do his half of the championship permutations. And that is win or second. He cannot be third, otherwise it's over anyway. Keras, your leader, doing what he needs to do. And he's doing what he's done all year, Tristan. He's been one of the standout performers.
Untouchable, really solid on the brakes, puts himself exactly where he needs to be, lets the riders behind him scrap it out and squabble amongst themselves whilst he just ticks the laps off away at the front, hits his markers. Whilst we say that though, Luca Lunetta, right on cue, shoves it up the inside of the championship leader. Both these boys will be scrapping it out next year on the world stage as well. So will Esteban there in 4th. Carpe wants to be putting himself right in the mix as well. Didn't score a point last year, Carpe, but this year on that Husqvarna machine really come into his own. Completely different rider. Yeah,
Lunetta, that move there was very neat and tidy. He's got a thing though, he comes right back on the race line, nabs all of the braking space of the other rider, but nabbing the lead back is Angel Piqueras.
Works for him, didn't it?
It does. It was very Noriyuki Haga-esque. I remember Haga used to slither his way back into...
And here comes Esteban now.
Yeah, Esteban.
Up into 3rd place. Oh, he's been pushed back down to 4th, just as I say that.
Yeah, good stuff from Esteban. Esteban just... He's got to do what he's got to do. You know, he's in this title race, but by mathematics only. As we come into turn 1. Oh, hello!
Is he going to take the lead? No, not quite. No, down to 3rd.
Yeah. Oh, collision! And that all started, I think, with Lunetta on the inside of Ralston, and he pushed Ralston into Carpe, and then they all had a moment. So, and that moment has just cost him a couple of tenths. And Carpe, these, I tell you what.
An apology?
Can we have a GoPro on the helmet of Carpe and Lunetta, please? It'd be nice to see how big the fists are going to be in pit lane after this, because these two, I don't know if they get off track or not, but they're not getting on track at the moment. Through comes Wilson, that pushes Carpe out. Carpe, he's having to do a lot of work to stay in this here at the moment, but the Aspar, the Aspar Junior Team riders have come right into this as the race has progressed. Jacob Ralston, I mean, we got the grid through actually. We were having pizza last night, that his parents are in the same restaurant as us. We got the grid through last night after all the penalties had been applied, and we said, oh, he's starting in 14th, and we said it wasn't that bad, and once racing gets underway, slipstream effect, he'll be there. He's got good pace, and he has got good pace. So has Joel Esteban. His teammates got good pace, and that moves him up into the lead. Angel Piqueras back to 2nd momentarily. Yes, 3.5 laps to go. It doesn't matter, it doesn't change anything in this title race. Piqueras would still be champion when the checkered flag comes out, if he is to stay there. See, Carraro in his traditional move, yes, gets it done. So Carraro, it's an Aspar Junior Team, 1-2. Ralston looking to make it a 1-2-3 with a bit of slipstream down this back straight, but it's a 2-man slipstream for Piqueras as they go down to turn 16. Piqueras will pull out to the inside, yes he does. He's got Carraro, will he go through for the lead on Esteban? He tries.
Almost 2 for 1 there for Piqueras.
Can't do it, and he's turning it under. No, not this time. So, I said that, he did give it a go at the last, so Esteban, your race leader, takes the tail off. Careful, watch your hand. Piqueras comes through, back into the lead. Oh my goodness me.
Esteban back up the inside and so on. No, round the outside goes Carraro. Yeah. Esteban just 1 win to his name back at Portimao. He wants 25 points here. Well, all of them do really, but which way is it going to go between these lot? look at Lanetta as well. He looks so racy.
Yeah.
Eddie O'Shea, really solid ride as well so far this race.
Lanetta's putting the loon into Lanetta, I think, at the minute. He's all over the place. Ralston up into third. That would be something magnificent. If Ralston could pull this off, a podium would be fantastic. He could be on for a first win in the class. And
You know what? Almanza's coming as well now.
Oh, Esteban!
He's not happy with that.
I think that was Lanetta again. Lanetta again. The 58 of Lanetta. I mean, normally he's quite... Oh, don't fight back straight away, Joel. Please.
That could have been.
Take a breath. Don't take a lie down. Particularly not next to the guy you're about to take out. Lanetta is getting his elbows out. He's normally quite a tidy rider. This race, that's going out the win.
I mean,
sure, it's him on the bike.
Just this round and the next round left for him in this category. He wants to take victory. He doesn't have one yet on that number 58 machine. So he wants to be getting his elbows out here. Piqueras, though, it's just, he does what he needs to do every race. Leads the way out the front, ticks the laps away. He's always there or thereabouts. If he's not first, he's second or third.
He's always in a good position, Piqueras. So let's see, because gloves are going to come off even more. I think we're going to go bare knuckle in a minute. The gloves are already off. So they come down the back straight again. We've got 2 and the sector remaining. 2 laps in the sector remaining. David Almanza is right. He's in 7th place, I think I make that. Yes, David Almanza is in 7th. 2nd place for Carraro. 3rd place for Ralston. But they're chasing the championship leader, the champion-elect, the would-be champion if you put the flag out now. Angel Figueras. Carraro leads down in towards the braking area.
Oh, Lanetta, where's he coming from?
Oh, Lanetta. Esteban's brave on the outside.
Esteban's got some revenge going on there.
I think Lanetta's going to have it anyway. He's going to ride over him, under him, through him, whatever way possible. Turn 3 to Carlos Checker corner. Absolutely barks his way back through on the inside. Lanetta is riding absolutely like a man possessed out there.
And Almanza now.
And Piqueras has come through, and again, that was big elbows out there. Yeah, that was Cruces, Almanza, Esteban, and what? No, dear me, on the brakes. I don't know if that was Ralston being a bit slack on the brakes, or if it was Lanetta taking the absolute lunge of lunges. It could have been a bit of both. Lanetta somehow pulled it down to an apex. 3rd place for him, Ralston back to 4th. I just wanted to say Carpe is the most unfortunate rider in this race. He keeps getting punted out. That time, I think it was Eddie O'Shea at turn 5 who ran it through. It may have been Bouazri, actually. No, it was Bouazri, the number 5, who ran him out at turn 5. Carpe was in contention for victory. Where's Lanetta going? Nowhere at this point. 3rd still for him.
O'Gorman's been bullied down to P12, so a lot to learn, scrapping with the big boys. A lot of strategy goes into this, as well as just elbows out, but they know what they're doing here. It's an incredibly high level. Lanetta, though, I'm really looking at him for this race victory, you know. Or Ralston, you know, I wouldn't put it past Ralston to put it on the top step.
I think Lanetta's going to take this race victory at all costs, and then it might be taken
it's win it
back
with
off
mode for the 58, isn't it?
I don't know why. I mean, you know, he wants to do his bit for the championship, but I mean, Piqueras is leading. Maybe he just wants to win, and there's nothing wrong with that. Lanetta we're talking about in 3rd, the number 58. What a race this is. He's been 3 times 2nd before.
Predictions ahead of the last lap, Kiko?
Oh. Yellow flags. Last lap then. We're on the last 5.1 kilometres of MotorLand Aragón JuniorGP.
Where's Cruces come from?
Cruces is 4th. Lanetta's pushing and bullying his way into 2nd. Piqueras is his next victim. That's up into the lead if he gets there, Lanetta. And he's eating up the meters. That KTM through the corners is absolutely dynamite. Piqueras is... Yeah, I think he gave him a bit of space there. Oh, up the inside, Cruces. That's for a podium. That's going to push. Oh!
that was Almanza in the background. Again, drama for the 22.
And I think he clips. It looked like one of the talent team machines. I'm not quite sure which one. Lanetta's still 2nd. 3rd for Cruces. He's pushed Carraro back to 4th. Ralston still there 5th. Thailand's Tachakorn Bouazri is in 6th. He's had a win before at Estoril, looking to make it 2. Then Esteban 7th, Carpe, O'Shea, Zuratuza, O'Gorman, I think that's Yambias, maybe in 12th. Almanza's back in 13th. At the front, here we go, run down to turn 12.
Now this is going to be, look at Lanetta right on the curbs on the inside, lines it up perfectly, down on the brakes there, but Piqueras so strong, just held him on the outside. exactly what he needed to do. We've seen Linetta try and make a move on the flip-flop in the past. Is he going to make a move on the brakes down here? Cruthes is having a look. If you're not passing, you're being passed here. On the last lap, that's a big crash in the background.
Pile up, that was Rulston. Rulston was taken, he was 5th there. Rulston's gone. Carraro then is the Aspar Junior team representation on the last lap. It's the teammates, it's Esteban and Rulston back at the front. Oh dear, Rulston getting a round of applause for that. I'm not sure Esteban's too happy. Carraro goes 2nd. It's Linetta.
Oh, big crash!
A disaster for the Aspar boys on the last lap. All 3 of them have gone in 4 corners. Disaster. But at the front, Angel Piqueras, like all season, has been dominant. He takes victory and he takes the championship. Angel Piqueras, a fine ride from Luca Linetta, who again takes 2nd. Adrian Cruzes 3rd. Xabi Zuratuza 4th from Carpe and Eddie O'Shea. But the rider, the next star, has been formed, has been born. Angel Piqueras, your 2023 FIM Finetwork Junior GP World Champion.
That's a name to remember. And he'll be looking to bring that form onto the world stage next year. Hopefully he'll hit the ground running. He's got that Junior World Championship in the bag. And I'll keep an eye on the number 18 for the rest of the season. Signed up with Leopard next season. So now he's got nothing to lose as well. So even more for the rest of the riders to be scared of going into the final round.
Leopard, of course, dominant this year with Jaume Masia looking like the champion-elect in that class. The gold helmet is being readied. Piqueras, he's had 3 wins in his Junior GP career. This is number 4. He's already Red Bull Rookies champion. He is now Junior GP champion for 2023. He's doubled up in terms of the titles. Massive celebrations will be down there. And of course, he is the race winner more than anything, and that was one heck of a win. Fantastic from Piqueras. Got a crash at turn 7. I'm not sure where that is. We don't have the we have the numbers. We don't have
7,
the corner. So that was for Esteban. We'll just talk.
Almanza 22.
22 is Almanza. We don't know where though, and I didn't remember seeing Almanza in that turn.
Involved in that pilot?
I don't remember seeing him involved in that turn 14 pilot. Given his form from Barcelona, would I be surprised if he was? Poor old Rulston.
He won't be using that tyre again.
Yeah, Dunlop are well happy with that, I think. Again, they're out of it, out of Motor 3, aren't they, for next year? So maybe there's a few going spare. This is all the best moments of Angel Piqueras' title-clinching season. Angel Piqueras, another star in Junior GP. The number 18 has had now, or as of this race, 4 wins, 8 podiums, 3 pole positions. He has been a class above the opposition. We're just looking on the timing screens. You can confirm that the crash at turn 14 did involve Almanza, Esteban, and it was Rulston, I think, in the end, who also was there. So we hope everyone's okay. We saw, I think it was Rulston down on the ground. Esteban was applauding him. So we put 2 and 2 together. We can assume that it was the fault of Rulston, but we're yet to see a replay, and I'm not sure we can see too much because we were already with that camera at the time. So. Meanwhile, the Aspar Junior team with Carraro crashing out right at the end as well means that none of their bikes actually finished the race. Apparently Carraro crossed the line in 17th in the end, so none of them scored points. Angel Piqueras is your Junior GP 2023 World Champion. He'll be down with Tristan very, very, very soon. And apart from that, what a year it's been. The stats do all the talking. The 16-year-old, soon to be 17 by the end of November from Valencia. He's moving on up to Junior GP, to Moto3 World Championship duty in 2023. In 2024, I'll get there in a moment when we've got all the stats of the years out together. He moves up into 2024 with the Moto3 World Championship with Leopard, who are looking good this year to take the title as well. Here we go then, the big moment, the first scenes as champions together. Piqueras and the Estrella Galicia team, brilliant. My Spanish is limited, but I think it translates as very good down there in Park Fairway. Second place for Luca Lanetta. How many more times is he going to finish second? He's had
Number 1.
He's had, I think, 3 of them now. At least 3 of them. That might even be his third. But regardless of that, Lanetta, he'll get the chance to try again in Valencia. That's where he took that first podium. Is his best finish. Adrian Cruces. Cruces for the Finetwork Mia Racing team. That is his second podium of the season. His last one came at Jerez, so Spain a happy hunting ground for the Spaniard. Cruces from Valencia as well, just like this man, your new champion, your race winner, Angel Piqueras. So Piqueras, undoubtedly a rider to watch for the future. For the rest of this season, he'll be looking to get the job done in Valencia as well. A double header down there. This was the race start. As we see, Piqueras just so confident, oozes confidence. Team keeping him informed all the way, and that's the moment of realisation. That's the moment where number 18 was realising that he'd achieved all that hard work that he'd already had in Junior GP this year, and it matches up with the Red Bull Rookies title too. It is something rather remarkable. Celebrations in there, mirrored just like they were in the Red Bull Rookies paddock. And it's been a fine season for Piqueras. He is going to be one to watch in the future. There is no doubt by the time he gets to the Moto3 World Championship next year. He is down there with Tristan Finocchiaro, our race winner, your champion.
Angel Piqueras, race winner here in Aragon and 2023 Finetwork FIM Junior GP champion. How does it feel?
I don't know, it feels amazing. First of all, I have to thank all my team and everyone who are supporting me day by day, because I don't know, they were working a lot during the season, so I don't know. I don't have why. I feel amazing, and now I think we have to enjoy it with the team and all the people who are there and supporting. So I don't know, I'm very happy. Bueno, estoy muy contento, ¿no? Porque bueno, le tengo que agradecer esto, gracias a toda la gente que me está apoyando, ¿no? Pero bueno, muy contento y bueno, ahora disfrutarlo con el equipo que se lo merece.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Race highlights from Junior GP Aragon 2023. Piqueras from pole, getting the whole shot, but that is not the story. David Almanza was right in contention, along with Joel Esteban in the early stages. Nico Carraro there too. Alvaro Carpe, Eddie O'Shea, Casey O'Gorman right in the mix. There's always a battle, lap after lap down the front straight. Gloves were off. Almanza taking no prisoners in the early stages, but he had a double long lap penalty to serve. Piqueras never really dropping outside of the top 5 positions. He was always right in the mix. And then coming to the fore, Luca Lanetta. Fantastic ride from him. Lanetta coming through from way down on the grid, 15th on the grid in the end. So that was a fine ride. He was briefly in the lead. Piqueras keeping it all tidy, apart from when he was on track limits. Good stuff from the number 18. Casey O'Gorman, the 67, his teammate that round for this round, was also right in contention and eager to get on the podium. Lanetta and Carpe were knocking spots off each other for the entirety of the race. In fact, times there was even a few hand gestures, I think. In the closing stages, Esteban recovered and came through. Jacob Rulston was right in the mix as well from a clutch problem in qualifying and down in 14th on the grid. He was looking like it could be a first win for the Australian, although it wouldn't be. Eddie O'Shea looking very, very cool, calm and collected as well in the lead group, as Carpe and Rulston had a moment coming onto the final part of this race. On the run down the back straight, it wasn't so much who led onto it, it was who was leading off of it. Esteban bugged down into turn one, firstly by Piqueras, then by teammate Carraro. Rulston was right there too. Almanza trying to recover, Cruces likewise. And it was just head-to-head scraps right the way through. Cruces particularly on the last lap, getting his elbows out and running everybody, including Carraro, out wide. That was Almanza and a massive moment in the background. And then into the final bus stop. Big accident there. Another one here. All three Aspar Junior team riders out. Oh, it was Rulston applauding Esteban by the looks of that. So Rulston not to blame then. I think it was Esteban, he was behind. Doesn't matter anyway. The title has been done, won and dusted. There will be a championship trophy coming the way of Angel Piqueras. It always looked likely coming into this round it would be sewn up. It has been sewn up. He now has an unassailable championship lead. Christopher Docchiaro back with me now for podium ceremonies. And Tristan, what a podium we've got. Talk us through it. There's been some big names there.
I mean, there was no knowing who was going to take it on that final lap, but the championship has been crowned. Adrian Cruces takes third place, came from absolutely nowhere to be a part of the racing action on that final lap. Carved his way through, and a brilliant podium for the number 11. Lanetta back on the podium as well on the number 58, but your 2023 champion, Angel Piqueras, he did it in style, he did it with a victory. He's going to want to take more victories next time out. It's Valencia for the final round. But the trophies get handed out then. Good to see Lanetta back on the podium as well. Good to see the Italian presence strong here in Junior GP. It's been very much a Spanish affair this season. Cruces has been one of those, really making some big moves and really putting himself in contention. Lanetta then on the podium was looking so strong in that one, making some huge moves. Piqueras though, your race winner, not only your race winner, but your champion. A name to remember for the future. Moving on to pastures new next year with the Leopard racing team. And there you go, he gets a free year of network with the Finetwork company. So, decent prize there for your number 18. On top of the prize money he'll be getting, here's the national anthem.
Ahí está ese fuerte aplauso, por favor. Antes de la foto de familia, por favor, pilotos, os invito a que cojáis la gaseosa para daros ese baño, sobre todo
time for celebrations. Everybody donning the champion T-shirt.
Ángel Piqueras.
Piqueras already hounding team members on the podium. A well-deserved championship goes the way of the Valencian, and he'll be racing at home, of course, next time out in November for the final round in Junior GP, the final round for him in Junior GP. He's already champion. He'll want to try and sign off on a high. Second for Lanetta, third for Cruces. Fantastic stuff from Cruces, who returns to the podium for the first time this year,
vamos a
as I said,
porque
since
Ángel
Jerez.
Piqueras ya se ha proclamado campeón del mundo en la categoría FIM JuniorGP.
So, that is that then. Junior GP action in that class done and dusted for today. Angel Piqueras, your race winner, by just over a tenth of a second ahead of elbows out Luca Lanetta and Adrian Cruz says third. Shabby Zuratuza, the number 85, comes through for fourth ahead of Carpe, O'Shea, Yamias Bouazri and Casey O'Gorman returning to the class with the top 10 in ninth. Jakob Rosenthaler, the Austrian, in 10th. Detweiler, Morossi, Arbi Aditama, Ramastorfer and Sharil, the point scorers. Uchiumi and Nico Carraro, after that crash, rejoins for 17th. Angus Grenfell, the Australian, in 18th, ahead of Gabon Plonk. Cormac Buchanan, the New Zealander, expected a little bit more from him. Only recovers to 20th in the end. Alex Gordon, Torin Collins, Alessio Matai, Jeffrey Emmanuel, the Indian rider, and Ryan Larkin, completing the order at the checkered flag. Jacob Ralston, Joel Esteban, David Almanza, the riders who didn't finish on the last lap. Championship, it is a wrap. It could be a sandwich. Piqueras leads ahead of Lanetta, 79 points, 50 up for grabs. It's all done. Carpe, Zuratuza, Esteban drops to 5th, Ralston, Cruces, Almanza and Carraro in the top 9. Bouazri for Thailand ahead of Britain's Eddie O'Shea, Cormac Buchanan in 12th, Jakob Rosenthaler, Bartolini, Morossi, Yambias and Arbi Aditama rounding out the standings. If you can hear any background noise, the dinner has just arrived. Thank you to Jordi Matteu for that one. Marcos Ruda 18th, Noah Detweiler and Daniel Sharil 20th. Marcus Uriarte, Uchumi, O'Gorman on the scoreboard now with that point scoring finish. Ezawa, who isn't here this weekend, and Leo Ramastorfer as well. Alex Gordon, Tietzi and Torin Collins for Canada. 28 point scorers in 2023. It's all done. Racing for Junior GP's class at Aragon comes to an end, but we've still got 3 more races to come. Angel Piqueras is the 2023 FIM Finetwork Junior GP World Champion, and he moves on to Moto3 in 2024. If, like his predecessors, can he become the next star to really ruffle feathers on the world stage? Don't bet against him. But more than that, don't go anywhere. Racing continues. Moto2's European Championship are out soon for their second encounter. MotorLand Aragón, just outside the historic town of Alcañiz in Spain. It's the penultimate round for 2023 and the Finetwork FIM Junior GP World Championship. 5 kilometres in length, it's the Moto2 class that's out next for their second race. Lukas Tulovic won here last year. Senna Aegis has already won in 2023. If he wins again, in fact, if he gets a podium, he has got the championship in the bag. This promises to be a classic. Senna Aegis, it could be his championship winning race at the end of 15 laps. The sun has come out. The fog is nowhere to be seen. MotorLand Aragón in all of its glory. October weather, it's nearly 30 degrees here. It's incredible to think how warm it is. Nico Giles and Tristan Finocchiaro sitting in an air-conditioned commentary unit, bringing you all the live coverage throughout the day. We're now in the second half of today's billing. Race 4 of 6 on the cards. Moto 2's final outing, and race 1, Tristan, was an absolute belter. We're going to see the highlights in a moment, but Senna Aegis just cleared off.
Belter is the word. Barnstormer is another one that comes to mind as well. He didn't have it all his own way in the opening few laps. Jari Ruiz was all over his rear wheel, but unfortunately a jump start for him meant he had to do a double long lap, and then, double long lap, and then unfortunately did crash out as well. So hopefully this time he can go with him, and we'll have a battle for the lead here, and it'll be good to see what Aegis can do if he does have another rider snipping at his heels here. But we had a great battle for second place as well. That went right down to the wire, right to the final corner, exactly what we want to see. Alberto Sora's on the grid this time, wasn't on the grid for race 1. Not sure what happened there, but he's out, he's ready for the race today.
Yeah, the 67 lines up. These are your highlights. Tristan, talk us through what happened. Senna Aegis going from pole position.
Yeah, Aegis from pole got a decent start down into turn 1. Jari Ruiz got a jump start, just spun it up off the line, and then unfortunately stopped, went again, and that's a jump start. Didn't gain an advantage from it, but those are the rules. Harrison Voigt was carving his way through the field as the laps were ticking away on the number 29 machine. Jari Ruiz, though, despite that jump start, was all over the rear wheel of Senna Aegis as the first few laps ticked away. Battle raged on a little bit further back between Ferrandis and Roberto Garcia as they swapped and changed positions for what was then the battle for third place. Garcia very, very strong on the second half of the final corner. Then this crash for Ruiz after taking his first long lap penalty, and that was curtains for him. This became the battle for second, and it raged on all race long. Garcia, Ferrandis, Unai Radre was in there as well. The Fantic team watched on as those guys swapped and changed positions. Radre was making some big moves down into turn 1. And then the number 12 of Borja Gomez was keeping himself very much in the contention on the back as well, with the number 10 who took victory last time out in Barcelona, really showing what he's made of in a scrap for that second position. There was a crash, unfortunately, halfway through the race, and that was curtains for the rider who went down and out. But Radre out the front was running such a defensive race, very, very strong on the brakes, but Garcia and Borja Gomez were both absolutely on it on those Fantic machines. Aegis took victory, one hand on the title for the number 81. Will he take it in race 2? We will find out, but that battle for second place did go the way of Garcia ahead of his teammate Gomez, with Radre just off of the podium. But another victory for the Australian as he came into Parc Fermé to celebrate. It's just one step closer to taking the title after a very unfortunate Barcelona round last time out where he could have taken the title, but a big crash for him, big injury, but he's back on the top step and he's back in contention for this title. Is he going to take it in this race? Would not put it past him.
Senna Aegis has a 35-point lead then, coming into this final encounter for Moto 2 of the day. Track temperature has come right up. It's into 36 degrees right now, expected to rise throughout the race. It was 39 degrees in the second qualifying session yesterday, where Senna Aegis was one of the only riders that could really find a good chunk of time. 35 points is his margin. It's over Xavi Cardalus, who had a race once. Forget how many times have we said that in 2023 and years gone by. Cardalus just not able to convert fourth place on the grid, and he dropped to sixth place in the end. So that means then, Tristan, that Aegis just needs a podium here. The 35-point lead. If he's third and if Cardalus was to win, the gap would come down to 26, and there's only one race remaining. Valencia, he can't be caught.
Since joining the championship last year, Senna has finished inside the top 3 in every single race that he has finished. So if he does finish outside the top 3 and doesn't wrap up the championship, that'll actually be his worst result ever in the category. Of course, he's had a couple of DNFs, sat out Barcelona with injury after a big crash in free practice, but is looking incredibly, incredibly strong round here. I mean, he was able to, in race 1, was able to pull out lap times that no one was able to get anywhere near, apart from this man, Jari Ruiz. He was sticking it to him in the opening laps. Can he stay with him for the full race distance, though? We'll find out.
Ruiz obviously was issued a double long lap penalty in race 1 for his jump start. Crashed out having served just 1 long lap penalty. I think in the grand scheme of things it wouldn't have made too much difference anyway. I think Aegis still had it in the bag, but Ruiz, for example, had have we got Kyrgyzstan flag there? I don't believe it, surely not.
I would never have recognised that, you know, your knowledge on flags.
I think that's a Kyrgyz flag and with a Tajik flag. I mean,
you could say anything and I would not have known.
Well, this isn't the Irish flag, that's the Italian flag. We'll get back to that in a bit. As we were saying, Ruiz maybe still has to serve his long lap penalty. We'll keep you informed when we get the notification on time. And this is Alberto Sura. Didn't start race 1, don't know why.
We started from the back of the grid, I think. Did he possibly miss pit lane exit or something?
Or tyre pressure infringements, perhaps. Either way, he only fought through to 18th, which is a little bit disappointing. This is Ramon Forcada. Now, Forcada obviously synonymous with Jorge Lorenzo and his career there, and developing and nurturing and helping young talent. And then he's got a certain Albert Ferrandez to help as well. This is Xavi Cardaluz, second in the championship. He has had 4 podiums on the bounce coming into this round, but dropped to 6th right when it mattered. So Cardaluz needs to win and hope that Aegis is off the podium. Aegis being off the podium in itself doesn't look likely, and if race 1's anything to go by, no one seems to be able to catch him, least of all Cardaluz.
Yeah, Cardaluz struggled a little bit in that first race, kept himself more or less in the contention. A couple of mistakes for him meant he dropped back a couple of times, wasn't able to consistently stick it to him, and had nowhere near the pace for Aegis. Borja Gomez, though, podium in race 1, looked really strong. He was absolutely on rails, battling it out with his teammate in race 1. Picked up his first podium in the category after joining the Fantic Racing team this weekend, and is just looking absolutely superfluous on that bike. Can he go any better in this one? Could possibly get up to 2nd position. That gap to Senna Aegis, though, is a massive, massive order for them. All of them were roughly, on average, a second a lap slower than Senna.
And at the end, Senna was keeping on, pushing on, and was going half a second a sector quicker in times. This is Marco Tapia. Now, Tapia, the number 8, looking for that first podium. It's not looking like it's going here. Worst result of the year in race 1 here at Aragon. He goes from 6th on the grid for race 2, looking to get back inside that top 6 come the checkered flag.
Yeah, Tapia, a rider we've seen very, very strong in this category, just 16 years old from Mallorca and showing his worth. 15th last year in 2022, best result was P4 so far this season, so really looking to stick it to it. Nico Antonelli, a name you'll know from the world stage, not setting the world on fire over here in Moto2 for the Junior GP. Has picked up a podium this year, been a bit off the boil, a lot of DNFs, same old story for Nico really.
It's been, I think, frustrating for Nico on the MMR. Having said that, good race pace in race 1, so keep an eye on him.
It was a step in the right direction, wasn't it?
It really was. He was closed in on that lead group. I think it just came a little bit too late for him as we get a wide shot of the grid. Senna Aegis is going from pole. Troy Corsa and Leon Camio, 2 of the big names here watching him on. Will he be champion at the end of this? "15 laps ahead of us, 15 laps perhaps between Senna Aegis on pole, Senna Aegis 2023 Moto2 European champion. He is ahead of Yeray Ruiz, who will look to try and get a podium after crashing out of race 1. Alberto Sura is on the grid. He completes the front row. Lots of names right the way down the order. Watch out for Harrison Voigt. He is back in his original starting position now after a penalty in qualifying. He's up on the 5th row. Sam Wilford likewise moving up as well. Keep an eye on Jakub Hoziuk, the Romanian rider. He is having a good weekend and a step ahead of perhaps where he has been. Shannon Inter crashed in race 1 at turn 3, the tyre rider number 98, and he is going from 23rd on the grid. 24 riders ready to do battle. Kiko Giles and Tristan Finocchiaro ready to bring you the action right from the start. The warm-up lap is underway. This is match point, Tristan. Senna Aegis a podium. The title is bagged with a round to spare, and He's already got his flight booked up to 2024's Moto2 grid anyway.
Yeah, he's got his deal signed. He's going to be stepping up with that team that he's already with, but he'll be stepping up to the world stage. Has already tried his hand at the world stage this year, hasn't scored a point this year, did pick up 9th place last year in the Moto2 World Championship. That's been his best result there. I'm pretty sure it was his only point scoring result as well. It's such a tall order to jump up to. It's such a big jump up to the Moto2 World Championship. Loads of riders have made it work though. Fermin Aldeguer, Alonso Lopez, lots of names have made it work over in the Moto2 World Championship. And one thing to note, his lap time here, his pole position lap time at 52.6 would have put him just outside the top 10 on the Moto2 grid for 2022. Alberto Sora practicing a long lap penalty then, so perhaps nothing that we've been notified about, but perhaps he'll be having to serve one in this race. We'll be able to bring you that information later on. But yeah, Sora back of the grid in race 1. Looks as if he's going to be taking a long lap penalty in this one. He's practicing it. Perhaps just one of those warm-up lap things where you're trying to relieve the tension, do the warm-up lap as slow as you can, be the last one on the grid, make everyone wait, let the tensions rise for everyone else. And again, he's rejoined and he looks to be on it, so probably not.
And the temperatures of the tyres of everyone else going down a little bit as well, while they're doing nothing on the grid. As we said, match point here, so a podium for Senna Aegis again. We reiterate is a championship winning position. And
I don't see him not taking it this race.
Unless
something massive happens.
Can't see him not finishing on top, to be honest. Senna Aegis is my firm bet. I'll come to you in a moment, just and I'll get the favourite in first. That's your standings. Cardelus, 35 points adrift of Aegis. Ratto, 29 back of Cardelus. Sura, 4 back of Ratto. So it is closer, further down you go. 15 laps coming up ahead of us. Race 1 was a belting battle for second, so keep an eye out on the likes of Roberto Garcia, coming from 11th on the grid, Borja Gomez in 5th, and right in the middle of them in 8th place, Alberto Ferrandez on the Finetwork team, who Ramon Forcada is nurturing now for sure. Ferrandez, a star of future. It's his first race earlier in the Moto2 class, managed to take a 5th place, so it's impressive that he can do that after one race. Maybe he's going to be one to watch for the rest of this race, now with that little bit of race distance under his belt. We are under starters' orders then for the final race of Moto2 action today, the 4th race of 6 on today's billing. Senna Aegis could be world champion in the Moto2 European class. At the end of it, lights out, we are into race 2. Oh, bit of smoke from the front wheel there as Jero Ruiz touched back down. He's got the old shot. Jero Ruiz then crashed out of race 1, grabs the whole shot of race 2, just about holds on ahead of the 81 of Senna, who started from pole. Senna Aegis, what? You don't need to be doing this, Senna Aegis.
And Sura as well. I thought he was going to go up the inside of the both of them there.
Sura, Alberto Sura, he is going to go up the inside of both of them, just maybe not at the same corner. Sura into second, so Ruiz got the initial hold
wide.
shot. Senna Aegis wide, but that's okay, he hooks it back round. So Aegis from Sura, from Ruiz, from Gomez.
Here comes Sura for the lead. Up the inside, pushes him well. Oh, there was a door open there, and that's a crash down.
That's Garcia. Roberto Garcia, I think, went down.
Oh, that's Antonelli.
Oh.
Nico Antonelli in the gravel trap once again, just as we thought things were looking up for the Italian. He goes and does what he's done time and time again.
I'll tell you what, he's holding his collarbone, I think that is. He went down very hard. He went down whilst he was upright, straight line, breaking in there for turn 7. Let's hope Antonelli's okay, but again, just too often that is a shot we have seen way too many times. Out front.
Alberto Sura for victory.
We didn't say that, did we? Alberto Sura then, leading the way on the Bosco Oscuro. We know that bike works pretty well out there.
Big rear end moment there. He had it well off the ground there on the brakes, all the way, rushed to the front, hard on the brakes. He's come out of the gates, honestly, guns blazing, wants to take this victory. Senna doesn't need to take victory. He can sit right there if he wants to, and he'll be champion.
Maybe we're in for the race of the season then. Aegis second, third, 4. It is Ruiz who had a bobble on there. 4, Borja Gomez, Bishop Kirski up into 5th. Marco Tapia 6th. Cardelus, well, he's a nearest title rival. Doesn't matter when you're down in 7th. 8th for Roberto Garcia, who I mistakenly identified. He's still okay there in 8th. Oh, that's close for the 3rd place. And through comes Gomez. Or does he? Ruiz runs it wide. inside for turn 2. Has it? Oh, corner speed, and more corner speed.
What?
Through around the outside, Gomez. He just kept it absolutely pinned. Threw it up into 3rd place. He knew he had to clear Ruiz because he can see the 2 ahead of him escaping.
Ruiz bites back though.
Ruiz has the same idea and just runs him off his line. Ruiz back through. Good news coming to us in the comms box that there is no jump start, so Ruiz all okay this time. These 2 knocking spots off each all moment on braking there up into turn 7. Ruiz goes wide and back through comes Gomez. So Borja Gomez, after that podium, that first podium in race 1 of his Moto2 European Championship career, is going to be looking to try and make it 2 in a day.
These guys out the front as close as you like, and those 2 scrapping it out, Ruiz and the Fantic machine, those 2 scrapping it out with Gomez. They've lost a lot of time with that exchange, and now Aegis looked as if he was making a move for the lead. We'll see if he made that one stick when the camera pans. No, he didn't. Right, so Sora, very strong on the brakes. We see how aggressive he is on the brakes. I was just watching them both through the final corner, though. Again, rear end very lively into there for Sora. Perhaps that's just his style. But I was watching them both going through the final corner. Aegis is just able to turn it that ever so slightly tighter, but that's where he's making the difference.
Oh, we got dust in the back. Sorry, Tristan, we got dust in the background. Not sure who it was. I think it might have been one of the riders at about 9th, 10th place, maybe Ratto, not sure. We'll come to that in a moment. Anyway, we've got crashed down there on their feet. We saw it at the back, a shot. That's at turn 14.
See how much easier Senna can get it turned on the exit of the air. Number 55, Alex Toledo, it was that went down, so unfortunate for him on the Easy Race Team machine.
And I tell you what, Aegis is turning it tight and not losing time. We said that earlier in race 1. We were out watching him on track yesterday, and particularly at the Marc Marquez corner, turn 10, he's able to hold a very, very tight line, ride it like a Moto3 bike.
Also 2 very different bikes as well. The Bosco-Scuro, you need to be carrying that corner speed. It's that sort of Aprilia GP style chassis. Is that Toledo? Yeah, that's Toledo, unfortunately.
That Bosco-Scuro doesn't go very well.
Walk of shame. Yeah.
The main thing is up and okay. He'll be back in action, of course, next time out in Valencia. So, yeah, lonely walk back home. Early bath then for Toledo. Then he's Spanish, so it'll probably be a shower, won't it? And no baths over here. Out front.
Aegis fastest lap, but Sura has matched him both on 53.7s. We didn't see anyone else, apart from Ruiz, actually, in all fairness, at the beginning, in the 53s with Senna last time. We saw that Senna can pull out low 53s if he wants to.
Well, what did we say yesterday? When the track temperature just crept up, that initial advantage that Senna had, like he had this morning in the cooler conditions, just isn't quite as extreme. So let's see what happens then with Aegis there in second. Just keeping a watching brief so far. We've got yellow flags at turn 8. Not quite sure who that's for. We'll pick that up in a moment. But at the moment, the Bosco-Scuro, the speed up, if you like, the 67 of Alberto Sura. Well, maybe we do have a bit of a race on. There's still a long way to go in this. We're nowhere near half race distance yet.
To see what the lap times are on this lap, because he's actually pulled a bit of time out on Senna. Just as I say that, Senna brings all the time back on the brakes. Perhaps a little bit of the Concertina effect here.
Bishikirski's gone. Sorry, Tristan. Bishikirski's gone at turn 8.
Nightmare weekend for Bishikirski.
Yeah, nightmare. He had a problem coming out of turn 7 in race 1. I bet he wish he had a problem coming out of it that last time around. He was not crashing at turn 8.
Top 4, all of them 53.6s. So the top 4 locked together on lap times here. This is not something we're used to seeing. And then even 53s right the way down to 7th place. So we didn't see this at all in race 1. They're able to match Senna's pace at the moment.
Aegis is pushing Sura along here, though. I think he's getting the hurry up. Aegis wants to come through. We're watching 4th place Yero Ruiz. Let's get eyes on that battle for the lead. Aegis is there. Let the brakes off maybe at turn 7. Let's see.
Looked as if he was eyeing it up, wasn't it? We'll see what happens. I think he's behind him. So Sura, really difficult to get past Sura on the brakes. We saw it also at Barcelona. Really, really strong rider on the brakes.
Into turn 1 here as well. He's just able to make up a little bit of time on Aegis. And Aegis then obviously he's not got a full bike length in front. He's not got...
What's Radre doing down there?
Yeah, Radre having a very odd race. Down in 8th place. Now, Radre was battling for the rostrum in race 1. Just joining us now.
Here we go. I think if we see it, it's going to be there. A few times he's had a look down there.
It's kind of got to be, because the long corner at the end of the lap suits the Bosco-Scuro, so it's almost going to be a slipstream, which is, dear me, bouncing into the corner, turn 14. This is 15, this is the run, but the wide sweeping line just helps that Bosco leap out the corners. Third place, Borja Gomez, doing a really good job. Teammate Roberto Garcia, he's now moved up into 5th place, but he's a little bit detached from Yoho Ruiz. He's going to have to get his head down if he's to try and latch back on. This is Alberto Ferrandez, the 54, we're picking up there. Behind him, the 18 of Xavi Cardaluz, who is seeing his championship chances diminish by each passing corner. Cardaluz, who managed to put 1 lap together for P4. Aegis led across the line, we've missed that, so Senna Aegis led across the line and he leads into turn 1. You can see at the front of the field. This is back through the pack. Number 77, that's Matteo Volpi in 12th place, but I can tell you that Senna Aegis did lead over the line ahead of Alberto Sura. As they come through, here we go, up towards turn 4 now.
Sura's not letting it go easy, is he?
Is he going to let the brakes off? He's good on the brakes, not this time around. Maybe Aegis now. He's had a few laps to see, have I got the pace to pull away? Because tyre wear is obviously a factor in this class.
Difficult one for Sura, very difficult one, because he wants to bite straight back at Aegis, but at the same time, you don't want to rush things too much. Is he having a look down at the corkscrew?
Oh, don't ya? Oh, dear me, Aegis missed that apex. It was good as well, because it just forced in that Sura wasn't going to be able to get through on him because he hadn't got the space to run through the apex. So, building through Marc Marquez corner now. This is going to come through turn 11, which is a slight kink to the left. Up over the top of the hill, can't see your braking marker. Sura!
Oh, here he goes!
Up the inside and gets it. Oh, he's got the thing.
Oh,
absolutely.
I thought he had it then.
He had it absolutely crossed up there. The front wheel was pointing in the wrong direction. He's going to have another go. Turn 14. Sura is happily ruffling Australian feathers. Aegis, if he thought he was going to have it easy like in race 1, another thing coming.
Exactly what he needs to do.
Sura fired up from his race 1 dramas, starting at the back of the grid. He qualified P3 for a reason. He got pace, perhaps, to go with Aegis. Aegis out the bubble, not this time.
Yeah, like we said, exactly what he needs to be doing, ruffling the feathers of Senna Aegis, showing him always a little bit wide through the final corner though. Aegis has a look up the inside. He pulls it back to the second apex though, Sura, running a lot more flowing, wide swooping lines, Romano Fenati-esque sort of lines, which you need to on the Bosco machine. That's how you ride it. But it just means that if Senna wants to park it up the inside, he can, and this is letting Borja Gomez catch onto the back of these guys as well.
Nobody in the low 53s last time around. In fact, 0.3 of a second quicker. Yeah, Gomez was 0.3 of a second quicker than Aegis last time around. So these two can carry on battling. We can have a good race here in Moto2 to end their 6th round of this championship season. Sura, so far, looking good, but you get the feeling he's a little bit on the ragged edge, a little bit on the limit. But very strong where he knows he can be strong, which is on the braking, which 9 times out of 10 is where all the moves are made.
Yeah, Ruiz there, a little bit too much on the brakes, a little bit wide, missed the apex there, perhaps rushing things a little bit too much. Thought he'd have the sort of start to the race that he had in race 1, and perhaps it's just getting to him a little bit, but still 10 laps to go in this race. Well, 9.5 laps to go in this race. Aegis again has a little look on the brakes down there. Very, very strong, and they're able to turn it tight. Like we were saying earlier, the race gets in the tuck a lot quicker, able to hold a tighter line.
But not able to get ahead of this highlighter pen ahead of him, which is the 67 of Sura.
Every time he does that, I think he's going to run on. And he makes the apex somehow.
Toprak start. Maybe Toprak's on that bike. Let us know. Get in touch.
I'd love to see Toprak on a Bosco Scuro. That'd be good fun.
I think we'd all like to see him in MotoGP, wouldn't we? Sura leads. That gap back to Gomez has not really changed too much this time around. The pace is up now. These two have stopped faffing around with each other. Sura and Aegis, well, with 10 laps to go, we are one. Whoa, he got it spinning up. Do you know, he got that spinning up and it just helped him turn it a bit tighter, and he lost almost nothing down the straight. He's still right where he was.
He's all sideways everywhere. Aegis is a little bit more in line at pretty much every corner. Like we said thousands of times, able to turn it tighter. So when it comes to the end of the last few laps, I think Senna will have a little bit more in terms of tyre life.
Alberto Sura then it is who leads the number 67 ahead of the 81, who at this moment in time would be crowned champion. There's no other way to put it. A podium does it for Aegis, and he's there in second. The gap to Gomez is now back up to a second. So we'll keep an eye on that. It's 1.7 back to Ruiz. So Ruiz, race 1, cooler conditions, looking like he had the potential. Race 2, as the track temperature is nearly at 40 degrees now, as we're in the middle of this race. Maybe not. It's punishing on tyres around here as well, particularly the left-hand side of the tyre. This long left that goes from turn 9 round turn 10, the Marc Marquez corner, up over 11, then 12.5 braking area, then 16 and 17 as well. Long punishing left-hander. Oh, Aegis in a bit deep there. I thought he was a little bit too late on the brakes compared to where we've been, so that's cost Aegis any chance around this section of track. And again, bobbling into turn 14, Alberto Surra, as uncomfortable as it looks from where we are, it looks comfortable for him. He seems not fazed by it at all.
He does it every lap. He knows what he's doing with it. He's got his braking point bang on every single lap. Gets the rear wheel a little bit lively, gets it into the air, but manages to get it turned, hits the apex perfectly, and he's doing a stellar job on that Boscoscura machine. I could watch Alberto Surra ride that bike all race long.
Not. Wow,
Drifted it up the inside of him. Beautiful stuff from the Australian.
Turn 17, what about that then? Surra's going to have it straight back. No, he is. Oh! Moment for...
Is he going to run on? Yes, he does.
Is he going to run on? Dear, he's going to run off. Senna Aegis, wow. First error all year, really, besides his accident in Barcelona. So, Senna Aegis wants to win this title by winning the race. I've never seen anyone turn it tight, that late on at turn 17. He managed to do so, but Aegis is, well, stony-faced Leon Camier there in the white T-shirt. Camier, of course, his assistant. Team HRC World Superbike team principal, and definitely would have had his heart in the mouth then. So, Aegis pushing. And he's pushing because he's being pushed.
He's wide there as well.
And he's wide again. So, feathers ruffled. We said that was the only way that anyone would have a chance of beating Senna Aegis is by ruffling those feathers. Alberto Surra, on the other hand, we didn't predict as a rider who would do so, and he is doing.
I kind of thought before the race, Alberto Surra might win this one,
Here we go. So Surra makes the apex again at turn 12. That gap, by the way, is now at 8.5 tenths between him and Aegis, so we're not going to see a pass for another couple of laps. We could be having a bit of a showdown on here.
Jorge Gomez can't stay on the back of him at all. Let's see how it happens then. Hard on the brakes, all the way it transfers to the front. Rear wheel comes up, just drifts out slightly, and then when it lands, little bit of the headstock shake, and he's straight on at turn 1. Could have been a lot worse. He had that presence of mind to be able to sort of pick it back up and not commit into the corner, because if he committed into the corner, then he would have been straight down on his backside into the gravel trap. But brilliant presence of mind from the Australian. Let's see what the lap times are this time round then. Surra will see his pit board now. We'll know that now he has a gap to Aegis behind him. 53.7 for Surra, 54.6 for Aegis. Of course, that's with that moment at turn 1. So the next lap will be where time will tell. Let's see if Aegis can get back into his rhythm now. A little bit of Jorge Lorenzo syndrome. Once you ruffle his feathers, once you get underneath him, once you upset his rhythm, anything can happen.
Very right as well. 7 laps to go, and at the start of this lap, the gap was at 8 tenths. It has already come down. Aegis with the magnets on, just out of shot. In 5th place, Alberto Ferrandez has come through ahead of Roberto Garcia. So those two had a nice battle in race 1. They're having another one in race 2, albeit not for the podium positions, or at least not yet for the podium positions. Further back, Aradre is ahead of Cardelus. Cardelus is going one way, and that's in reverse. The Andorran is not going to be his year this year. Ratto 9th, Volpi 10th. He's ahead of fellow countryman Mongiardo and Tapio, who started on the 2nd row, down in 12th. So the Yamaha Philippines styler bike machine not doing too well at the moment. Harrison Voigt 13th, Romanian Hozjuk, Jacobo Hozjuk on the MMR in 14th. Gerard Riou, your final point scorer, the number 87, in 15th place. But as we come through the bus stop chicane down into turn 14,
Aegis has halved the gap now.
4 tenths of a second, and he's back where he was. So a bit of cat and mouse maybe. There's no question that Aegis has got the pace to pull away if he does hit the front. Unfortunately for him, Surra knows that, and he knows he's got to disturb him.
Yeah, 100%. We'll see what the lap times are this time around. Might be the first low 153 for Aegis. Now he's had a little bit of breathing space, a little bit of clear track ahead of him to just hit his markers, get the power down. Makes up so much time on Sura in that final corner, and that could really come into play on the final lap. Got a good drive down into turn 1. Is he going to pounce straight away? Not this time around. Sura too strong on the brakes, and Sura off the boil a little bit on that last lap. His slowest lap of the race so far, a 54.1. Meanwhile, Aegis on his fastest lap of the race. So, while Sura's putting it in reverse a little bit, Aegis is on the move here, and he's looking like he wants to be getting past the number 67. Are we going to see it here at the next corner on the brakes? He doesn't need to rush it through. Still 6 laps to go.
Yeah, a bit wide as well.
And he knows he's got the pace on Sura.
Yeah.
But Sura will bite back if he wants to. Hasn't taken a win in this category yet. He's taken a few podiums. Wants his first win. He's hungry for it.
I think what we're seeing here, though, is we saw it in race 1. Aegis can just do the lap times, lap after lap after lap. Sura, we don't know, but no one has seen to have the pace so long into the race to live with Aegis. We're surprised it's going this long with 6 laps to go. Oh, Sura looked like he was out wide there.
Yeah, he's struggling to hold the apexes now.
Definitely pulled it back a bit late there, but worked to the Boscoscuro, the longer machine. Aegis on the brakes, not this time, not this time.
Always takes that tighter line down into there, always makes me think
oh,
he's going to
surely, what a beautiful move.
Missed a gear or something on the exit there, just did not have the drive out of it
Got
at
it there,
all.
though.
We know how good he is on the brakes in there, but Senna squeezes him.
Aegis round the outside, he wipes his nose and put the hanky in the bin.
It's been thrown.
Aegis, wow. If he wants to win this race, there's no clearer sign than just now.
Around the outside isn't the way to go.
Alberto Sura saying anything you could do, I can do better, almost rubbing shoulders down into turn 16. Aegis parks his bike. Oh, Sura's going to turn it tight. Surely not on Aegis. Aegis had that tight line sorted all the way through this.
He just can't do it. He can't stick with him.
No, so this might be it then. As we come into the final 5 laps, has the pin been pulled by Aegis? At the moment, title bagged anyway. We knew that. Aegis leads again. And I just wonder if that was the moment. Sura, in all fairness. Moment of turn 3. Sura's pushing now on the limit. He was on the limit anyway to be where he was. But I think to go with Senna Aegis, it's going to be a step too far. Having said that,
he was good through there.
He's got to keep Senna honest, because if a mistake comes from Senna, he made one earlier at turn 1. Sura wants to be in that position to capitalise.
Yeah, he's just struggling to make apexes now. I think he's losing a bit of tyre life, front and rear, struggling to get it turned, struggling to get it on the power. You can see both tyres there losing traction, although he's doing everything he can on it, and if any chassis can take it, it'll be that Boscoscuro flexible chassis there on that speed-up machine, but you can see he just doesn't quite have enough in the bag for Senna. We said earlier on in the race, he's able to turn it tighter, he's able to conserve his tyres that little bit better, and if it comes to tyre life, it's going to be Senna who has a little bit more in the bag when it comes to the closing stages. 4.5 laps remaining as Leon Camier watches on, and I think that's it now. Unless there's a mistake from Aegis, if he can just hit his markers, Sura won't be able to stick with him.
Yeah, Sura, I mean, the gap is now nearly a second anyway. I think we can say that this race, at least for victory, has been run and probably won by Senna Aegis. There is a battle though for 4th place. Alberto Ferrandez has come through now as we pick them up on Diego Ruiz. Ruiz is going backwards. Alberto Garcia will be the next one to pick his way through, but Ruiz not looking as comfortable as he did in race 1. Oh, actually, he's looking more comfortable than he did at this stage in race 1, because he was already in the pits in the gravel dashed suit. So for Ruiz, he's going to have a look back at Ferrandez. Is he down into turn 1? Of course he is. 72 slides on through. Does he pull it down? Ferrandez is going to have optimum track position. Oh, but as we cut away, the track does go to the right, so maybe it was Ruiz who held on. We'll see in a minute. This is Cardelus in 8th position.
Oh, who's that off there?
All on his own.
That was some yellow flashes. That wasn't. Oh,
no,
Ruiz,
it was Ruiz. Yeah, Ruiz obviously pushing on a bit too much. That he came on very late there, so he must have lost the front or lost the rear or something. Maybe he was pushed. We'll see, hopefully, later on.
Surprised.
For sure, the elbows are out with him and Alberto Ferrandez. But Ferrandez then 4th. That's a difference up 3.5 seconds with 3.5 laps to go.
9/10 quicker Aegis was than Sura on that last lap.
Aegis has been, I don't want to say sandbagging, but maybe just, you know, no need to go out and dominate. Maybe the sponsors said we need some more TV time and get your elbows out early on. No doubting, though, that Alberto Sura, with that package, going very, very strongly. The next Boscoscuro is down in 9th place. That's Mongiardo. So, flying the Boscoscuro flag, Sura looking good. 3rd place for Bora Gomez at this rate. The 2 podiums in the space of a few hours. The first 2 podiums in the space of a few hours for Gomez. Very, very strong performance indeed. Ferrandez is 4th. Garcia 5th. 6th now for Aradre. Ruiz rejoined in front of Cardelus. Cardelus 12.6 seconds back of Senna Aegis, the Australian, just going so strongly here. Very, very good stuff from the number 81. 3 laps to go, another lap 6 on by. That time around a 53.7, a 54.3. Tristan for Sura. Sura just maybe he's also settled down.
Possibly, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't blame him. He was making a lot of shapes there, and you know the bike was making all sorts underneath him. And with Senna being so in line ahead of him, and he'll just have been seeing Senna just take a 10th every corner, just that little bit more. It gets demoralising, and there's got to be a point where you say, all right, he's too far up the road now. I can't stay on his pace. Keep it on 2 wheels. Bring home 20 points. Another podium for Sura. He tried his best, but no one can match Aegis. It's taking nothing away from Alberto Sura. It's just Aegis in an absolute class of his own.
The story of the season. Aegis has been by far the standout rider. Sura's tried his best to go with him, and a couple of times this year, podiums, and that's been very, very good. In fact, the last 2 races, podiums in Portimao and Barcelona. So there's been no shortage of potential and success for Sura. The problem is he's in it this year against the package of Senna Aegis, who is only a year younger than him, but on a Kalex that is a slightly more favoured machine. And that team, the Liqui Moly Intact Husqvarna outfit, are just going so well at the moment. And there's just not a lot anyone can do about it. I mean, even in Barcelona, when Aegis wasn't there, the wins were shared. It wasn't double glory for Cardelus at all. Back in this battle for 4th then. To the on-track action we go. Ferrandez ahead of Garcia. Aradre, slightly disappointing race 2 from him. We expected a bit more, but he is coming back into it now.
Not sure what's happened there.
Don't know for Aradre. He's in 6th place. Last time around, yeah, he's quicker than the 2 ahead of him, because I think they're knocking spots off each other. 2 to go then, penultimate lap. Garcia, run on Ferrandez. Ferrandez puts the bike right where it needs to be. So Fernandez 5th in race 1, looking for 4th in race 2. That'd be his best in the class. Obviously, this is only his 2nd race, but very good stuff for Ferrandez. He's absolutely taken to the Moto2 bike. He's very, very tall anyway. He's taken it like a duck to water.
He looks like a Moto2 rider.
He does.
He
and
looks like a 600cc rider. Gets all over the front end of it, hangs off, elbows on the ground, knees on the ground. Look at the way when he transfers his weight over from one side to the other. His shoulders on the other side of the bike before the bike's tipping in, doing everything he needs to be doing, and looks really, really good on it.
Yeah, it does look good. And, you know, I think as well for the team, this will be very encouraging going ahead of the final round of the year. I mean, it's the last round for them to grab the podium with him for this class. And Valencia, maybe a little bit more technical than Aragon in terms of it's a little bit more stop-start and a little bit more nadgery, for wanting a better word, but looking good so far at Aragon, which is one of the harder tracks as well to come straight in and learn one of these Moto2 bikes. So we're talking about the 54 Ferrandez. He's in 4th place as it is. Roberto Garcia going to try and do something about that. The flash through the top of shot, but heading for his final lap. It has been a masterclass once again, not quite as dominant as the first race, thankfully for us here in comms, but a 3-second lead through the final 2 corners. Senna Aegis is Moto2 bound in the World Championship for 2024. He is championship bound on his last lap then. The final 5 kilometres between him and the title trophy. Aegis with 3.2 seconds over Alberto Sura. Sura, try as he might, He gave it a good go at the start of this race, and until the final third was right there, Aegis just pulling the pin, Tristan, and doing what he's done so well so many times so far in 2023.
Untouchable. He's absolutely untouchable out the front. He's able to just reel off the pace at the end to a pace that's really comfortable for him. We saw in practice, he was able to just put 53, 53, 53, 53, all mid to low 53s. He's cruising. He's going around low 54s. Nice Sunday ride for him. He'll come into the pits, European Championship 1, easy job.
It's been rather majestic for Aegis this year. Right from the start, he's been the rider touted as the title favourite. He only narrowly lost out last year to Lukas Tulovic, a couple of mistakes, but as we said at the top of the show, every race he's finished, it's been first or second, more or less since the halfway point of last year. It has been remarkable from Senna Aegis. He has not before lit up the screens in terms of his Moto3 rides, you know, but he's a very tall rider. He's much more suited to the bigger bikes, and we see it so many times that Australians, they just get on better with a bit more power. Down the back straight for the final time. It has been a majestic year. As I said, we've had 8 wins from him. This will be his 9th of his career, and it will be the 6th of his season. I am having a look. No, it'll be the 7th of his season. It doesn't matter anyway. They're all stats. The only one that does matter is that Senna Aegis through the final corner is the Moto2 European champion in 2023. He's got it over the line. He was challenged hard by Alberto Sura in the early stages of this race. He's fended that off, and it's another double for 2023. Sura second, Gomez a second career podium in third. Ferrandez Garcia and Aradre completing the top 6. Scenes of delight down in the Liquid Moly Intact Husqvarna team. Senna Aegis is going up to Moto2 World Championship next year as the reigning European champion of this year.
What do the rest of the field have to do to stop him? This man is congratulated by Liam Camier. Nice stoppie, as he is European champion. That tyre's not going to be used again as they head towards the final round at Valencia, and almost lost it then.
Just did what I did yesterday. Bit too eager. Yeah, really. I was on the other side of the service. So Leon Camier there. It's the first title for Australia in the class. Of course, Remy Gardner has been in this class, and he wasn't able to quite make it work. Joel Kelso was a winner, but that was in Junior GP in the Moto3 class. In the Moto2, it's not been so straightforward, but now they're in the history books. Australia have a new star coming through, and at just 18 years of age, Senna Aegis dons the golden crash helmet. It looks good, the team like it, and that is the fruit of much hard work throughout this year, last year, on track and off it. All the work, the dedication, being Australia, the sacrifices that have to come from moving from the other side of the world to place yourself in Europe and change your entire lifestyle. And you get the feeling that Senna Aegis might just be enjoying
How does he see where he's going with all that writing?
No idea. He might just be enjoying the first of many successes to come. Senna Aegis, your champion in 23. Beautiful stand-up wheelie then from Valencia, and a beautiful stand-up wheelie at Aragon with the number 1. Aegis, the champion, full in gold as well. That's a great sight. Let's see if he runs the number 1 at the end of the year. Some riders do it, some prefer not to, but they do it anyway. He's going to do the whole lap as a stand-up wheelie. That is his trademark celebration, to be fair. He wheelied almost, oh, dearie me. Careful, don't bin it now. Dearie me, coming through turn 11, then a bit of a wobble. He wheelied the entire length of the back straight earlier when he celebrated his victory with nearly 14 seconds. We'll see what he does this time around. Aegis coming through 14 now into 15, the final sector. Is he wheeling? Yeah, looks like it. Let's see, can he do the full length of the straight? What's he gonna do? The Australian flag flying high. Ooh, he touched down as well. With a bit of a wobble, but no problem for the number 1 as it is now. He's gone from the 81 to the number 1. Plenty of celebrations all the way around. Such a big Ralston maybe with the Australian flag over there. Quite possibly. Like I say, there's not been an Australian champion in this class. 2010 it was Carmelo Morales, then we go forward to Jordi Torres. Again in 2012 for Torres. Roman Ramos. We've had Jesco Raffin, the Swiss rider. Edgar Pons, Odendahl, Eric Granado, Jesco Raffin again. Edgar Pons again. Yari Montella, Fermin Aldeguer. Last year it was Lucas Tulovic, but now it's Senna Aegis. The team there enjoying being champions. Of course, they, the Liqui Moly outfit, they took the title last year. There's Troy Corser. Troy Corser, obviously 1996 and 2005 World Superbike champion. First for Ducati, the second for Suzuki. And now there's another Australian champion. This time in the European Moto2 Championship. Alberto Sura debriefing straight away in Parc Ferme. His first win awaits, but continues to elude. Second for him, another podium, his third one in 3 rounds. There's no doubting Sura and the Bosco-Oscuro team's ability, but just slightly adrift of Aegis at the top. Third place honours as well, don't forget. Coming up very soon for Borja Gomez. There he is, in the Fantic Racing Cardoso outfit. A second podium of the day. Next time, for perhaps a little bit more. Step by step, I think, is what he's saying there. So we're getting ready to get in with the interviews. The team celebrating with the pictures, Leon coming down in the background, but in the foreground, this is Senna Aegis. He is number 1 in 2023. He was the pre-season title favourite. Once again, living up to the billing right the way through. And he is going to be a proper star in Moto2 World Championship action next year. This was earlier on in the race. Turn 1, he got it all crossed up. Rear wheel off the ground. Little mistake. He soon regathered it up. And what about this for a wonderful move at turn 12 into 13. Sura did have a bite back at 14, but he just ran it around the outside and got the job done. And then he got the whole job done when he crossed the line. Scenes of celebration and jubilation for him. There will be a party long into the night, I'm sure, even if we are in Alcañiz. Respect all round from Alberto Sura, but it's Senna Aegis who doesn't just dominate this race or this morning's race. He dominated the entire season. Dear me. He was very close. Front end Foley, be the only person who's ever crashed at turn 11, I think. Anyway, he's down there, ready for his first words as Moto2 European champion. Senna Aegis is with Tristan.
Senna, 2023 European Moto2 champion. How does that sound?
Sounds brilliant, mate. It's been a very long road since taking the gamble from moving to Australia to Europe. We've been here a few years now, been through the absolute roller coaster, and today on that in-lap, I can say that it has 100% paid off. So a huge thank you to my family watching back home. They have always supported me and believed in me, and I've got an amazing team this year, and this is exactly what we deserve this year. So I'm leaving Aragon happy, and yeah, I'm just saying I'm really grateful for everyone.
Signed up to the Moto2 World Championship next year and going up in style.
That's it. I think moving up next year with this under my resume is fitting, and we have one more race in Valencia, and then, yeah, my focus changes.
Massive congratulations, mate.
Thanks, guys.
Senna Aegis then going from pole in what would be his championship deciding race with a round to spare. He didn't get the whole shot though. That honour went to Yero Rui. Then it was Alberto Surra who came into second, and Surra, wasting no time, he rammed his way through up into the front of turn 7 on the opening lap, whilst going down altogether Niccolo Antonelli, although not sure whether it was entirely his fault in the end. At the front, Ruiz, Garcia at the time, right there, two knocking spots of each other. Surra and Aegis doing the same. Surra desperate to try and stay ahead of Aegis and passing him straight back. He had to answer straight back, disrupt Aegis' rhythm. It's the only way that he was going to be able to stay in contention. Aegis with this wonderful move at turn 17 got the thing lit up through the corner. He went wide at turn 1 a lap later, and the gap went up to 9.5 tenths of a second. Surra may be thinking then he was out of reach. Unfortunately not. Aegis lined up this brilliant move. This is from turn 12 into 13 on the direction change. Valentino Rossi-esque there for Aegis. He went a bit wide, and then he just let the brakes off, and he was not moving. Surra, it was a good job he kept it on 2 wheels, otherwise they were both going to be in the turn 14 gravel. Fine ride by Aegis. He was in the lead at that point onwards, and nobody could get near him. He was cruising to that title. All that sacrifices that he talks of were all well worth it to move from the other side of the world to Europe to chase his dream of racing motorcycles for a living and being rather good at it, and also the burnout he celebrated with his team, converting the 81 to the number 1. Everybody there stopping into Parc Ferme, true Aussie style for your new champion. And now we are ready for the podium ceremony. This is the race podium as we get everybody on there, team representatives et al. Borja Gomez third, second place Alberto Surra, first for Senna Aegis. We'll get them all on there in a moment. Tristan Finocchiaro back alongside me now from pit lane, and Senna echoing what we were talking about, all the sacrifices, all of that effort, the big life decisions to move not just country, but continent and the other side of the world to chase a dream, and he said it was worth it, and it is worth it.
Yeah, it's a massive, massive commitment, but like you said, it's been worth it, and you know, that's one step further towards his dream. Will we see him in MotoGP one day? A lot of it will depend on how he gets on over at the Moto2 world stage, but been absolutely dominant this season and cannot do anything but move on. He has gotten everything he needs to out of this category. He's been incredible since he joined the championship back in last year, so well deserved for him.
It's the second podium for Borja Gomez of the day in third. It's a third career podium for Alberto Surra, but our new champion, Senna Aegis, is going to make it his 7th career victory, and he has been in fine fettle from lights out earlier in the year. A mighty, mighty performance from the Australian. Let's have a listen to the Australian national anthem.
Ahí está ese fuerte aplauso para el piloto Senna Aegis. Y ya, pilotos, por favor, podéis proceder a daros ese baño para celebrar.
For the first time as champion, and this is going to be a heck of a celebration. The party later tonight will probably be a big one too. Senna Aegis chases a team member all the way around the back of the podium, and a well-deserved chug on the bottle as well. The Prosecco DOC in full flow. Senna Aegis for the first time with that Australian Cape as champion. What are we going to see from him next year in 2024 in the Moto2 World Championship? We'll have to wait and see, but if it's anything like we've seen here, he's going to be competitive from the start. He's already had point-scoring finishes there, and he's not even had a full crack at it just yet.
Tell you what, there's going to be one hell of a party in Alcañiz tonight.
I'm ashamed we're going back to Barcelona, mate. No one's ever said that word before. So, our final look then at the race results from race 2, race 10 of 11 of the Moto2 European Championship in 2023, held at MotorLand Aragón. Senna Aegis with a 3.2 second lead to secure the title over Alberto Sura. Borja Gomez, a second podium of the day in third, ahead of Alberto Ferrandis, a career best fourth. Roberto Garcia, fifth. Unai Radre only sixth, ahead of Yuri Ruiz and Xavi Cardaluz, whose title hopes are now over. Outside of the top 10, Marco Tapia dropped from 6th on the grid. Harrison Voigt only 13th. Jacobo Hozjuk, the Romanian, in 14th place. Good ride from him. Gerard Riou, the final point scorer, like in race 1. Lots of DNF. Sam Wilford, Charles Aubrey, Peter Vysotsky, Alex Karpath and Nico Antonelli. We saw that on the opening lap. We should be now readying for the championship standings. 191 plays 139. There's only 25 left on the table. He's doubled the advantage that he had to have going to the final round. Senna Aegis, unassailable, untouchable at the top. Cardaluz, Sura, Rato, Garcia, Ruiz, Aradre Toledo and Carlos Tatai stuck with 61 points there in 9th as his recovery continued, albeit in good spirits. Marco Tapia 10th ahead of Nicolo Antonelli, Sam Wilford, Mattia Volpi, Francesco Mongiardo, Gerard Riou, Borja Gomez and Harrison Voigt on the second page. Plenty of big names to watch out for there in the final round of the season coming up. They all have a point to prove. Peter Vysotsky 18th, that's not the full story really from him though. Alberto Ferrandis is already 4 points behind him after just 2 rounds. Keep an eye on Alberto Ferrandis. He has definitely got potential aboard the Finetwork Mia Racing Team machine. All the way down, P28, the final point scorer, Eduardo Montero. Moto2 European Championship history has been made. Australia, a title winner for the first time in a class, courtesy to Senna Aegis. The hard work, dedication and sacrifices to move to Europe have paid off, and he goes to the World Championship as the European champion in Moto2. At just 18 years of age, a bright future lies ahead for Aegis. It's a name for the future as much as it is for the present. MotorLand Aragón, the penultimate circuit on the 2023 FIM Finetwork JuniorGP World Championship calendar. It's the 6th round of 7, and now it's the chaos of the European Talent Cup that lies ahead. It is a 5.1 kilometre long circuit. Guido Pini and Casey O'Gorman were winners in 2022. However, today it's not that easy. Max Quiles has already took honours. 17 corners to do battle at across some 13 laps. This one is unpredictable. You don't want to miss it. The sun is shining down on MotorLand Aragón in the middle of the Spanish desert, just outside of Alcañiz, the historic town in the Teruel region. This is the European Talent Cup. As we take a look through the paddock, everybody's eyes on this race. We could mathematically have a champion at the end of it, but we'll do the maths for you as the race goes on. It's highly unlikely, but this is the European Talent Cup, anything can happen. Kiko Charles and Tristan Finocchiaro taking you through the action today. And Tristan, we've seen a crowning moment elsewhere in the paddock. Will we see another one here? Will Max Quiles be able to convert that pole position and make it count?
We could very well do. I mean, it's so close at the top of this championship. Going into this weekend, it was only 1 point splitting the top 2 and then 9 points splitting the top 3. So we could do. I wouldn't say it's probable. I think it'll go down to the wire at the last round, but here's how it happened in race 1 then. Just 1 point split in the top 2 going into it, 9 split in the top 3, as we've said. But Uriarte, it was on the number 51, who led the way down into turn 1 before Max Quiles chopped his nose off. Really strong on the brakes for the number 28 and pretty much controlled the race from the front. He did have a long lap penalty to serve as well. The number 81 went down and out of the race. There was Quiles taking his long lap penalty. He rejoined in around 6th position, and then it was a tall order for him to carve his way through the field, but he did it. The battle raged on at the front as Jesus Rios was making some big moves. Quiles then came back to the front with Rico Salmela. He was making some big moves on the 27 as well, with Guido Pini trying all he could to keep himself in podium contention, went out onto the green a few times. And then the battle just carried on, raging on out the front. Quiles, Pini, Salmela, Rios, Uriarte, it could have gone anyway, but in the end it was the number 28 that took that victory. Heading on to the final lap, it really could have gone anyway. Roosh Moodley climbed his way through the field to join the chasing pack right at the front. And was making some big moves. The South African on the number 51, he led the way for a few laps right at the end. But then Quiles pounced right when he needed to, down at the final corner. The number 28 knew exactly what he needed to do. He took victory ahead of the chasing pack, but it was the battles raging on, lap after lap after lap. Uriarte was making moves late in the race, and Pini got muscled back to the back of the pack. And he was being bullied on the number 1 machine. There were some big moves and some big moments all through the races. One of the riders hit the barrier there, lucky to get away with that one. Jesus Rios was looking racy in the closing stages, so was Uriarte, so was Quiles, who would time and time again just hit the front, timed it to perfection, as he does on the number 28, as he has done so many times. He took victory in the end and is 1 step closer to taking the ETC Championship this year. He's been so strong all year long. Took the victory from Uriarte, with Rios rounding out the podium. Could be decided in this one. These are the stars of the future, names that we expect to see hitting the Grand Prix paddock. Just want to give a little shout out as well to Marco Holt in the British racing scene, who today has just won the MKGP 50 and MKGP 70 championship. They're one of the first riders to take both championships. He's also been riding in Spain in the Mir Racing Championships as well. And he'll be a rider who we'll be looking to see over in British Talent Cup and European Talent Cup in the future, so a name to look out for the future. But right here, right now, there's a title on the line.
There is a title on the line, or at least there's a title up for grabs. It's Maximo Quiles, not just your pole man, he's your series leader. He's got a 6-point advantage over Brian Uriarte. They are 1st and 2nd on the grid. If Quiles wins like he did in race 1, Uriarte will need to be, by my reckoning, 11th or lower, because then the countback already works in Quiles' favour. You get 5 points for finishing in 11th. You get 25 for the win. So then it would be a swing of 20, which means the gap would be 26. Quiles has got 4 wins compared to the 3 of Uriarte. So, unless Uriarte wins, then it could go to countback in Valencia. But by my reckoning, maybe it could be a 10th place for Quiles if Uriarte wins.
I'm glad you're doing the maths, mate, because
no one else is. They're already nodding off at home. I'm doing it live. Why am I doing it live? Because we don't have time to do it after race 1. But that's my reckoning. Top 10 finish for Quiles and Uriarte if Uriarte wins. But then you've got Guido Pini, who's in the mix as well, and Dodo Boggio and Rico Salmela, who've got mathematical chances, and that is about it. This is Salmela, who is 3rd on the grid. This grid will look a little bit different to the grid of race 1, Tristan, because of a myriad of penalties coming everyone's way yesterday.
Yeah, there was 31 riders had penalties after yesterday's qualifying sessions and the practice sessions as well, for a number of different reasons. The most of it was riders riding slowly on the racing line or out on circuit, slow sectors, out of the 114 and out of the 130%. Not in this one. Not all of those 31 riders were on the grid, because a lot of them didn't go through to the last chance race, which actually never happened in the end. But yeah, this grid, as you were after qualifying now.
This is a name, a star of the future, Valentin Perrone. Now, he only got points this year in this class and has really found form here this weekend in Aragon. He was one of the riders who also had a penalty but came through to score 1 point in race 1. He goes from 4th on the grid, the Argentine. Right on cue, the beautiful Argentinian flag, and friends and family no doubt cheering him on, Tristan.
Yeah, brilliant to see another flag, another nationality on the grid. Like we say, these are the stars of the future. So if Valentin is a rider who can really hone his skills and bring that to the World Championship stage, that would be so incredible for the sport. Pau Alsina, he was looking racy in race 1, didn't quite have the edge that a lot of the front runners had, but age 15, he's got plenty of time to be racking up the points. Best result this season has been 7th place. Will he push his way through in this race? We'll find out.
I think he actually crossed the line in 6th, so there must have been a penalty after race 1. So Alsina, I make that 5 7th place finishes, so he is anything to get in that top 6, please, is what he's going to be begging next.
Cursed by that number 7.
Yeah. The number 7, by the way, was the rider that crashed earlier in race 1 at turn 8, who hit the barrier. That was Beñat Fernandez. Thankfully, we actually did see him walk away in the live, so he's okay and should be in position to take place on the grid. This is Jesus Rios, or Jesus Elbows Out Rios. He was absolutely box office in the first race, and last race of the day, after that first podium of his career earlier, he'll be looking for a first win and doing anything he can to get it.
Yeah, we like a bit of that. He really had his elbows out in that race. He was firm but fair. I don't think any of his moves were over the line. They were on the line, but not over the line, and incredible to see that. That's what we want. We want young riders with drive, who are getting their elbows out and excited to be pushing their way through. One rider who was really pushing on last year, your reigning champion, Guido Pini. Granted, part of that was due to some misfortune for Joel Esteban, who's moved up, but he is a champion, and he's here. He has taken victory already this year. Was looking very racy in race 1, just got a little bit unlucky on the last couple of laps.
And just quickly on Pini, he needs to outscore Max Quiles or not lose more than 2, well, needs to not lose more than 1 point to him to stay in the title race. He's 23 back of Quiles. If he finishes ahead of Quiles, he'll be going into the showdown regardless. He'll be in contention, but Pini will keep you updated throughout the race. He's not as clear-cut as staying in the title race as perhaps Uriarte is. So it could be a head-to-head showdown in the final round of Valencia. Let's see what happens here. That was the Belgian rider Lorenz Tony Luciano on the Art Box bike. He goes from 8th place on the grid. We'll be coming up to see Adriano Donoso in a moment's time. He will go from 9th. Here he is, number 12. Race 1 in that lead group, still chasing that career first podium. And Donoso, really a rider to keep an eye on. Best result of the year came earlier on, joint with Valencia, 6th in both. He'll be looking for a first top 5 this weekend in this race.
Yeah, a name that we've seen sort of threatening on the timing screens throughout practice this weekend, was looking decent in qualifying, was there or thereabouts in the race, just needs that little bit of edge, needs to carve his way through a little bit, but a rider who's finding his form, I think, in this category, and I'm assuming they'll be sticking around for next year, so a name to keep an eye on for sure.
Quickly completing the top 10 is Marco Morelli of the Vision Track Racing team with Michael Laverty, but on pole, Max Quiles. It's his first match points. Can he do it? The European Talent Cup. Where to start with this one? The penultimate race of the season in the penultimate round of the season. And the first match point for Max Quiles. If Brian Uriarte wins, Quiles can be in the top 10 anywhere. And I think the title race goes to Valencia. I believe we'll do the live maths throughout, but it is a match point. The gap is only 6. So Brian Uriarte can be remaining in contention. However, Quiles needs to outscore him by about 19 points by my working out, because then it wouldn't go to count back. It's complicated, it's not very likely either, but we have to tell you it as it comes. Quiles on pole ahead of Uriarte, the top 2 in the title race, first and second, and third on the grid for Rico Salmela, who, the Finnish rider, continues to chase a first podium. Kiko Giles and Tristan Finocchiaro alongside me, taking you through the action. Lots of riders to keep an eye on, one of them of which is the number 21 of Ruche Moodley, who we saw come through in race 1 from 20th on the grid. He'll be one to watch again here. Who else, Tristan? Who else do we need to keep our eyes peeled on?
I'd say keep your eye on Peony in this one. He was looking very, very racy in race 1. Got bullied a little bit towards the back of the group in the final few laps. Got a little bit unlucky as well. So he'll be out for vengeance in this one on the number 1. And if he approaches it with the similar or the same approach that he did in race 1, I think he'll be up there. Max Quiles again, though, he's just one of those riders, you know, when they just have that slight edge. They're able to lead the way. They keep themselves right where he always keeps himself right where he needs to be. And when the checkered flag falls, he's in that first position. So Quiles definitely, I think, the favourite going into this one. Uriarte will be wanting to stop him though, and I think keep your eye out for Peony.
29 degrees air temperature, 36 degrees track temperature, and a little bit of wind. It is going to be a warm one out there, a lot warmer than the opening race of the day. And generally, when the track temperatures come up for these small bikes, the racing doesn't really get strung out that much. We had a massive lead group in the opening race. We're probably going to have a bigger one in this one unless someone can make the break. Max Quiles had to serve a long enough penalty in race 1, doesn't have to do it now. So to contradict myself and that theory, Quiles, if he's out front, might just be able to stretch the field if he's there all along. Got a couple of, well, got a Brit to watch out for in this race. Emmanuel Brinton, he is going from 17th on the grid. Here's your championship standings then. Do the working out at home yourself, it'll probably be a bit more understandable. But if Quiles wins, that's 25 points. Uriarte then must finish in the top 10 to keep his title hopes alive. I think an 11th place does not secure the title, does secure the title for Max Quiles and does not secure a showdown spot. Of course, it depends on many things. It is unlikely, but it could happen. And these guys...
It's European Talent Cup.
It's European Talent Cup. We saw earlier in earlier parts of the season that riders do crash, particularly the top 2. They've had their moments this year. Last time out, of course, 51. Quick prediction from your side, Tristan. Who have you got?
Peony. And that's not because he's Italian.
And he needs to as well. He needs to do it because Peony is one of the riders who can't lose points, really. Unless he loses 1 to Quiles, then he's got to be right there at the front. Hopefully we get it all underway earlier. We had a race 1 error for Vasilis Pantialiakis. No dramas this time around. We look to the lights then. The penultimate race of the day, the penultimate race of the ETC season. Go! And it is a great start for Max Quiles. He has got an absolute march on down towards turn 1. He's going to get the whole shot. That's in the books. Through into third goes Peony. Second is Uriarte. Big move from Peony. They're all just in for position through the opening 2 corners. Good stuff right from the start. Peony knows he's got to go with his 2 big title rivals if he's to stay in championship contention. He's out wide there though, pushing a bit too hard on the opening lap, but the front 3 are away and clear.
Yeah, top 3 in your championship are top 3 in this race, so it's all to play for here in the European Talent Cup. One of the Vision track bikes going there, that's Morelli, the number 97, out of track limits there. That's one to keep, always to keep an eye on the European Talent Cup or in any lightweight classes. Quiles though, he's come out of this straight off the line, guns blazing. He wants this one and he's already pulled away slightly from these guys. That big back straight will bunch them back together though.
Slipstream effect as they come through the corkscrew then, building through turn 9, then this turn 10, the Marc Marquez corner. There's his monument on the inside, now building up the hill through the kink at turn 11, which is somehow a turn over the brow, into the braking area, into the pinch point.
Look at Sal Mellor. Is he going to do 2 for 1? That's a good deal.
Beautiful, 2 for 1, and he keeps the change as well. He's through on the inside, keeps it neat and tidy. Guido Pini then back to 4th. Sal Mellor in 2nd, Uriarte 3rd. Don't worry about championship permutations just yet, because it doesn't really change anything apart from Pini would be out of the title race, but the Quiles, number 28 and number 51 of Uriarte would be going head-to-head in Valencia. Down the back straight to turn 16, the fastest part of this track, and look at this massive racing snake go down towards the final left-handers. Pini back through into 3rd, then he was 2nd. Will he pull it down? I think he will, and coming back through, was that Sal Mellor? Or was it Uriarte? As we come through, I think it was Sal Mellor. It looked a bit smaller. Yes, it was. So Sal Mellor through into 2nd place. Then he's going to be into 3rd place. Now he's going to be into 2nd place into turn 1. But Quiles has already got an advantage. Wow, that was.
These guys need to stop all this swapping and changing, because this is letting Quiles break away out the front.
And out back as well. Morelli was coming back through as well, and it just disrupted the 3rd group, say, in this race. So Jesus Rios is 5th. They had Paul Cena in 6th, but they don't look like they actually have the pace at the moment, at least, of Quiles. Quiles is looking very, very cool, calm and collected out front.
No jump starts then, that's confirmed, so that's not anything we need to keep an eye out for. Pini, though, looking racy. He'll do well, though, to just stick behind Sal Mellor. Sal Mellor's a solid little rider, very fast around this Aragon circuit, and I wouldn't be surprised if he can catch Quiles out the front. If these guys try not to trip each other up as much as they can, although you know what it's like in European Talent Cup, it's pass or be passed, and if Pini isn't making moves on Sal Mellor, soon he'll have Uriarte trying to shove it up the inside of him. If Uriarte's not trying to make a move on Pini, he'll have Jesus Rios definitely getting his elbows out on him, so it's a really, really difficult one to manage, but that back straight should bunch them together once again. Pini has a little look up the inside of Sal Mellor.
Tell you what, not many people outbrake Pini on the brakes. He was very, very strong in race 1. Sal Mellor looking good in race 2 thus far. Finish rider, the number 27, oh, he's good on the brakes into 14 as well. He ate up Max Quiles there.
They're on him now.
Yeah, Quiles has been caught here, so hopefully we will have a battle at the front. Slipstream City all the way down. It is a little bit strung out more than we thought. But watch Pini, he's going to pull out. He's got a bit of a 2-bike slipstream as well. Double bubble. He's only going to make one move, though, I think, unless Quiles makes a mistake into the last corner, which he doesn't. But Pini moves through into 2nd place. And Sal Mellor just hones back onto his rear wheel, but no move made. Jesus Rios has moved into 4th place ahead of Uriarte. We just saw the blue MRE talent machine flash up through the order. Sal Mellor looking on the inside of Pini to take back 2nd. But again, they've not learned, because the more they do this, Max Quiles is not being interfered with.
Yeah, they're back on the back of him again, but now they've caught him. Pini's looking for another way past Sal Mellor. I know Pini wants to be getting past Quiles, both of them do really. They need to make sure he doesn't break away. They're right on him now though, so it always stays as close racing in European Talent Cup, but no long lap penalty this time for Quiles. So if he can win the race with a long lap penalty, what can he do without it?
Well, I think we're seeing that. I mean, he's already stretched the opening few riders out in this race so far. We're a lot more strung out than we were this morning. So
yeah, pace is hot here.
Quiles is, without that interference of a long lap penalty, seems like his pace is so superior. He's just pushing the limit and pushing the others to try and go with him. They are, but it's not as clear-cut as it was before. It's definitely not as handbags at dawn as it was earlier. It's a little bit tidy as Pini gets a great run out the Marc Marquez corner. Up over turn 11 now. They're right with Quiles, but there's no move to be made. Sal Mellor was good on the brakes there last time, and he's good on the brakes again this time. Pini, he was a standout performer late on the brakes in race 1, not this time around.
Yeah, Sal Mellor really confident through that turn 12. He made a move on Pini there 1 lap ago and was very, very strong there. This time around, Pini couldn't find his way through on him. He's just able to, he's really good at, notice with Sal Mellor, at braking with a bit of lead angle. So obviously going into that one, you're leaning, you're on the left-hand side of the tyre, you're braking, trying to get it stopped as good as you can. Got a really good feel in between that initial breaking point to the apex, but so is Peony in all fairness, and that's definitely a skill that they learn in this European Talent Cup. Peony up to second, then he's all over the rear wheel of Quiles. Are we going to see a change for the lead for the first time in this race? He's in his slipstream down the front straight. Is he going to make a move down into turn 1?
We're going to see Peony got the number 1 on him for a reason, and this is why, because he's never done until it is impossible. Peony into the front, Quiles second, Salmela third. Those guys though have got 7/10 on Jesus Rios in 4th place, and I just wonder, Peony, it's in his interest to slow this pace down a bit now. It's not in his interest to string it out further. He'll need the others to come in if he's to recover some of the points he lost earlier on today. Peony riding well through turn 5. He leads the race. Quiles looks over the wrong shoulder, and Salmela takes advantage. Ha! That would have been a surprise. Eyes on springs when he looked back ahead of him. As through comes Salmela, then the finish rider in second.
The hard way.
Yeah. Don't take your eyes off the action, please. At the front. Oh, move. That is the Uriarte coming back through on Rios. And don't forget, Uriarte's well in this title race, and we'll see Peony. This is Peony's move. He'll see Peony leading this race and know he's got a chance out. Quiles is stretching clear.
Yeah, you see, Quiles hits the brakes straight up. Peony just hits the brakes a yard or so later, up the inside of him. Move done, nice and easily done there for the number 1. Nice clean move.
Still
Yeah, Uriarte's just been caught napping at the beginning of this race. Just seems a little bit asleep, not quite what we're used to seeing him, but now he's waking up, and that is a brilliant move from Uriarte. So he's back, he's settled into this race now, and that is a statement of intent.
It really is, and I tell you what, it's just what I was saying. Maybe Peony, it's not in his interest to stretch this field out. His last lap was a 2:01.4 and a 2:01.6 by Salmela, so we're going to see what it is. They're definitely all back as a group together now. Let's see what it is when they come across the line, but the pace looks like it's maybe not slowed by that much, but it's slowed enough to allow the others back in. Across the line we go. Quiles is aware of this. Yeah, is slowed by a second that lap around, so Peony got to the front.
Oh, and Jesus Rios is back.
Oh, dearie me! How many abreast would you like? Into turn 1. Rios is now in the thick of it. Uriarte's up into second, and Quiles is back to the lead. But Peony dropped that pace there by a second. He can go with Quiles, I feel, but it's not in his interest to. Rouchet Moodley.
Fastest lap of the race.
What a shock that is. As back through on the inside at turn 2 comes Rios. That's at the expense of the 28th. That's Max Quiles, your championship leader. Here's the fastest lap rider of the race. Number 21, Rouchet Moodley from Port Elizabeth in South Africa. So he's having a great ride here on the Finetwork Mia racing team. And look over your shoulder, that's for your 24th. Gabon Plonk is right up there. Plonk has come right through, surging through the field. As
Boggio as well, worth mentioning.
Yeah, and Luciano, the 81, who's out on a wide line there. He's being eaten up by 1 or 2, maybe 3 riders there. He made a mess of that, the Belgian. So out front is Uriarte from Rios, then it's Quiles, Peony, 5th for Moodley, 6th for, that is Boggio, then Luciano. Plonk, Salmela's down in 9th, so God knows what's happened there. 10th for Morelli, Alcina dropping to 11th too.
Right then, Uriarte out the front. Got Jesus Rios behind you, and if he looks at his pit board and sees number 54 is right behind him, he's going to have a heart attack.
What is it with the number 54s? Any 54 in history. Keenan Sofawoglu, Toprak Razgatlioglu, we've seen it. Alberto Ferrandez isn't shy either. Every 54. It's almost like they're born aggressive. Let's see.
It's either a number you pick or the number picks you.
Yeah, let's see. The 54 is on the inside and just takes his braking route. Again, we saw that in race 1 actually from Rios. He just swipes the nose really right into the braking area. He got payback there. Through comes Uriarte again. Peony back into 2nd place. Rios will be 3rd, maybe even 4th across the line. He was 5th across the line, so Rios got really duffed up there. Down the front straight. Look at this. I mean, how can you pick anyone from that? I thought the 2 teammates, Quiles and Dodo Boggio, would come together side by side through turn 2. Uriarte on the outside, but Peony is just, look at this. Oh, Uriarte rammed off the track. Moodley's come through. Quiles doesn't know where to look. Look to your inside because you've got Uriarte under you. That's your main title rival. Boggio's right there trying to getting on his teammate as well, but Pini, the number 1 leads, does he? No, the 21 is up in the lead now. So Moodley, Ruche Moodley, he was robbed in race 1. It looked like a mechanical problem on the last lap, 2 corners from home. If he can, he's done magic already today. He deserves a result. The South African, the 16-year-old, massive crash in Valencia earlier in the year. He was out injured, the bike was destroyed. He's back to his best, he's back to some good form, and he's mixing it with the big heavyweights in this class at the front of the field. Pini, Uriarte and Quiles are no slouches, neither are any of the others in this lead group, but they're the main men in the title race. And Moodley is showing what he could do.
Boggio's joining the party as well now on the number 47. He was really, really strong in race 1, but was just caught in the group that was a bit far back from him. He was battling for that 9th position and was leading the group for the majority of that one. And now he's well in the mix here. So Moodley, he was looking so strong in race 1. He was making some big moves, and he is not shy of getting his elbows out. Neither is Pini, though. Got his slipstream down the back straight.
You can't be an ETC. Max Quiles moves through from 5th to 3rd, gets it done. Pini goes through. Moodley's out wide. Quiles will pick him up there. That's a good move from Quiles. Oh dear me.
Boggio.
And Pini was out wide as well. Quiles comes through. It's almost like Pini didn't want to lead onto the straight. He wants to be attacking into turn 1 and hold him up for another lap. So, and is he going to do it? Yes, he is. Pini lets the brakes off and parks it on the apex. Turning it tight, and under him is Quiles, but Quiles can't make it work. The pace is so slow at the front when you've got Pini out front. I mean, the last lap across the line, it was so quick, it was a 2:02.9. So let's see what it is this time around.
Almost 2 seconds slower than what they were doing earlier on in the race. But look at this. I mean, how can you be setting fast laps when you are 3-4 abreast into almost every corner, running wide like that? Quiles on his outside, Moodley on his inside. Boggio trying to have a little look at the inside as well. Absolute chaos.
There was contact there with Pini and Quiles. Quiles looks across. This is going to end in tears. You've got the feeling it's just not going to end well. That's Luciano up the inside, the Belgian rider. That's up in for 3rd place. Then you've got Quiles, Boggio. They're teammates, by the way. You never guess them the way they're absolutely shoulder charging each other. And it's Boggio who's come out best of it at the moment. So everywhere you look at this moment in time, there is something to look at. And on the brakes up into, no, oh dear, I thought Luciano was going to let the brakes off there completely. So Tony Luciano, Lorenzo Tony Luciano, no, he's not an extra from the Sopranos, that is his name. 3rd place there on the number 81 Art Box machine. Looking very strong indeed, but it's hard to read with 7 laps to go. We're not even half race distance yet.
I wouldn't be predicting it just yet.
No. We can predict there'll be some more contact, I think, and that is about it. This is the European Talent Cup. If you're just joining us, this could be the title deciding race. It's highly unlikely to be as things stand. Ruche Moodley. Does he hold on? Yes, he does. No, he doesn't. Because through has come Quiles again, turns it tight. We've seen a lot of that today. Tight turns at turn 17. So it's Quiles who leads Moodley, who leads Pini across the line. The time's that time even slower, 2:03. Yes, 2:03.3, and they're going to be slower again as Pini goes back to the front, runs out wide, blocks everyone's line, puts Quiles back in the back again, and everything's closing up. Moodley can almost sense this, and the thing is that whoever hits the front is going to get repassed straight away by Guido Pini. No way!
Quiles, that is just magic from Max.
Taking the Michael there. Max Quiles from 4th to 1st at turn 4.
Pini determined as any, though. He gave it just as good as he was being given there, but Quiles bites straight back, but he keeps it round the outside of him. Pini is in the mood.
Can we have an onboard camera somewhere, please? What about this then? So Pini, he's found his race 1 braking. Oh, dear me, that was a contact there. That was almost disaster. And so Uriarte, who had to pick it up then. I think it may have been. Oh no, it wasn't. It was Salmela. Oh dear me, we couldn't have had that. Everyone out on the green there. That was Moodley and Rios as they come out of turn 10, the Marc Marquez corner. Quiles, no, on the brakes. I tell you, Pini, he might have been sandbagging earlier on. Didn't want to maybe reveal too much, but
well, he had fastest lap of the race earlier on. He was really pushing on. I think a lot of it is just down to this.
Yep.
Exactly that, this scrapping, changing position, around the outside, up the inside, getting the cut back, pushing each other out wide.
Oh, hello.
You saw Pini earlier on, you try and go around the outside of him, he pushes you off circuit. He's having
a conversation. Hello, what are you doing? I tell you what, none of us are leading. Uriarte's questioning himself as well now. They're all talking to each other. And Rouchet Moodley is laughing on the other side of his face at this time because he's gone back through. The 3 title heavyweights were all in conversation down the back straight there. That's absolutely brilliant. Shot of the year for sure. Out of turn 17 then. 5 laps to go. Rouchet Moodley leads another one. The 51 of Uriarte's there. Pini on the inside.
Look at this.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
3 in 1 fucking...
Tony Luciano there is in the 81. Yeah, everyone's shaking their head. I can't believe what is going on here. This is fantastic racing for sure. But Tony Luciano, he was the one who was sideways on the 81 into turn 1, and now he's... Whoa! Dear, he's down. Luciano is down.
Oh,
he lost the front at turn 4, and I don't know who is passing. I think it was Boggio. But, oh dear, that was coming. Luciano was absolutely on the limit. He was on the limit into turn 1. He's under the bike as well. Oh, careful. Dearie me. The bike was hooked on him there, but that was coming. It was always something had to give. And you got the feeling it would be Tony Luciano because he was so out of control into turn 1. He somehow pulled it down. He took wide 97. Did he take? Apparently he took wide. Oh yes, Morelli went down.
Yeah.
Morelli went wide with him. And also the 11, that's David Gonzalez. So, well, that's broke the group up ever so slightly, and that's a fast pace to fall. So hopefully Tony Luciano is okay, but as I said, it was in the air. Back at the front then, leading Guido Pini. He slowed the pace down, but it is now.
I'm not sure I'm a big fan of this weaving thing. We've seen a lot of dangerous accidents happen with that. I mean, think about Chan On-Chu back at Dennis On-Chu back at Kota. That's something that needs to be weeded out.
Yeah, it's they're trying to break the slip shim at the end of the day, and
it's part of racing, but there's a way to do it. You don't do it that quickly or that aggressively.
Dear Pini up the inside of Quiles again. This is through turn 17. There's a lot of moves being made at 17. Normally if you lead into 60, it's job done, but I don't think... Oh,
there we go.
Dear me.
Just as we were talking about it.
Pini and Uriarte, the 2 title heavyweights, saying that's a big clash, and a shake of the head as well. In the Estrella Galicia team, they've had a title sorted in Junior GP with Angel Piqueras, hence the number 1. They're not getting excited, don't worry. But, oh dear me, Guido Pini was colliding there with Uriarte. He's trying to keep his title hopes alive, and you can't blame him for doing that. But maybe, with a few laps to go now, just settle down for a lap. Quiles out the seat, but keeps it pinned. Boggio's on the inside of Jesus Rios as well.
Oh, Uriarte up the inside. Let's have a look at what happened here. So, Pini's just gone right into sight. I think probably just didn't see him come in, didn't know he was going to be there on the inside, trying to defend his line down into turn 1. It happens. Rubin's racing. It could have ended badly, but both of them were in control, had their elbows out, and they both dealt with that really, really well.
4 laps to go, 3.5 laps to go. What was going to happen in this race? Deary me, so.
And again, Pini's been bullied back to the back of this group. He's led a lot of these laps away. And again, Max Quiles is out the front.
And Jesus Rios moves into 2nd place. So Rios has got good pace. He took his first podium of his career in race 1. That was in 3rd. Looking to go 1 better, maybe even 2 better. With just 3 laps and a few corners to go. Rouchet Moodley in deep there. That's going to sacrifice his exit onto the straight. Boggio's right there. Uriarte 5th. 6th for Pini. Pini at the moment is out of this title race. Salmela 7th. Salmela's brake protector is hanging down.
I'm surprised there isn't more of those brake protectors hanging off, or fairings hanging off the side of it. Plenty of tyre marks will be on their leathers. Rubin's racing here in the European Talent Cup. These guys so close, and this is now again is letting Quiles break away out the front, so they've got to be really careful there. Guidi off on the Guido Pini out of track bounds there. So I stumble over my words. It's non-stop here in European Talent Cup. Amazing racing.
Yeah, Quiles looks the most settled of them, and that's reflected and his pace. You know, he's been very, very good right the way through the weekend.
Timed it to perfection once again.
Matteo Roman has gone down. The 2021 the 2021 French Moto 3 runner-up is out of this. Hopefully he's okay. That was at turn 15, so it should be a slow fall there. Meanwhile, 2.5 laps to go. We are at turn 7. Ruche Moodley's in the mood here, isn't he? He's chasing down Quiles. Boggio third, fourth for Rios. As we take stock of all this, Pini has got to come up with something a bit special, preferably not aggressive if he's to come through. He's down in 7th at the moment, so work to do for Pini, but the slipstream effect is so major here.
Anything can happen down that back straight. It could be completely reversed, and we've seen that time and time again, especially down into the last corner as well. We've seen 3, 4, even 5 abreast at times. So moves being made, people get pushed wide, people get punted off. But Quiles looking strong here with 2.5 laps remaining, just under in fact. Dodo Boggio's put himself well in the mix now as well. He's climbed his way up from further back on the grid, although he's just had an Estrella Galizia bike parked up the inside of him. Down the back straight one more time, then Quiles is trying to break the slipstream effect without realising that they're nowhere near him.
Yeah, literally, he doesn't need to be doing it, but he doesn't know. And Pini made the big move on Salmela back at turn 13. He's now making a move on Rios. Can't get it done under braking. He'd probably try, turns it under him, that's all right. Pini's going to be all right there as long. Oh, I thought Salmela was going to come through Rios as well. He was holding our breath here. Keeping to the outside of the track is Quiles. He doesn't realise that behind him.
And here comes Jesus Rios on this final lap. Pini, where's he come from to take second place there?
5th to 2nd. Now, Pini, he's got to get the hammer down if he's to stay in this.
Well, Urati isn't going to let him do it though, is it?
I think the more they're going to pass each other, the more they're going to...
Yeah, look at this.
The more they're going to lose any chance of taking a victory here. The thing is for Pini, he needs it more than them guys behind him, those guys behind him, because he needs to finish ideally ahead of Quiles if he's to stay in the title race, and he's not doing so at the moment. The gap would be 28 and Pini would be out of it. Uriarte would still be in contention. The gap would go up to 15, however. So unless they can catch Quiles up, there's a 1.270 second gap up to Quiles for Pini at the moment. I cannot see how that's going to be made up in a lap and a half, particularly because Quiles is out the slipstream. Through the Marquez corner for the penultimate time.
It'll take a mistake from Quiles, if anything, and we haven't seen Quiles be making any mistakes so far in the European Talent Cup, but anything can happen in motorcycle racing as Boggio tries to go round the outside of Uriarte, and he makes it stick on the green, up the inside on the right-hander. Uriarte bites straight back at him. Who's going to blink first on the brakes? Is Uriarte, who's already got it before he even hit the braking marker. Pini is now breaking away from these lot, but he's not going to go and catch Quiles.
No, I don't think so. I mean, it looks like it's done. Pini has had pace. I don't know if he's had the pace of Quiles, but he has had good pace to be in a group of 3. Unfortunately, he needed it to be a bit more, and it's cost him because they got so many more battles. It got so mixed up that he's ended up mired back anyway. Ruche Moodley, that's moving through into 3rd place as he looks for a podium. Meanwhile, Uriarte 4th with Quiles winning. That gap goes up by 12 and it becomes 18 with 1 race to go.
Watch this now into
Last
turn
lap,
1.
Rios moves in on Boggio, pushes Pini out wide. Pini's title hopes are dashing before his eyes here. We're on the last lap. Ruche Moodley is in 2nd position. 2 seconds up the road now, more or less, is Max Quiles, who will extend his title advantage if he keeps it neat and tidy. Meanwhile, Rios, Boggio, oh dear, and Uriarte are all head-to-head for... That's 3rd place, that's behind Moodley. Pini as well, the 95 is there, that's Leonardo Zanni. He's up in 8th place. Ruche Moodley wide, but he's been wide at turn 7 a few times. They're not catching Quiles. Quiles hopefully will know he's got the gap.
Yeah, it's in the bag really now for Quiles. He just needs to hit his markers and bring it home, that's it. But this scrap for 2nd place could go anyway between these guys. Moodley's put himself in the perfect position on this final lap. Jesus Rios, though, is not shy of a move. Neither is Uriarte, neither is Boggio. Pini is so desperate in this race. We've seen it in his riding. He's rode ridden a really well tactical race, but Sal Meller up the inside of his teammate now.
That's
just a few corners remaining.
No team orders there then. We're coming into the final sector. Sal Meller's not done his teammate a favour there. He's coming through on Boggio now. He's doing his... Oh, is he coming through? Yes, he is. Rouchet Moodley looks like...
City.
I tell you what, it looks like Moodley might just have enough here. Moodley's not bad in a straight line. Keyless is up the road. He's 1.7 seconds clear, so forget about him. He is going to double up at Aragon. Sal Meller's looking to come through to second. He leans on Rios. He comes through. Boggio over the outside.
Boggio round the outside. How did he save that?
What a save by Boggio. What a save by Sal Meller, and he does it again. Jesus Rios is going to be second, but Keyless extends his championship lead. There is no title this time, but Keyless does take the double at Aragon. Jesus Rios and Guido Pini a hard-fought third. Fourth for Uriarte. Fifth for Moodley. Leonardo Zani comes through for sixth place. That is a mighty performance out of Gabin Plonk, Sal Meller, Boggio and Eduardo Liguri on the Bassini Racing machine. That's your top 10. Tristan, what a belter, but time to perfection. Once again, there's a reason why he's won a title before.
Yeah, no, perfect out the front. Again, like we said, time to perfection, like he did in race one. He's just got that little edge. We spoke about it earlier on in the race. His teammate, though, Dodo Boggio, into that last corner. I don't think anyone has ever gone around the outside of multiple riders at the final corner, and that is exactly why. But he's learnt his lesson. Brilliant stuff from all these guys then. Racing as close as you like. Rubbing his racing here in European Talent Cup, and what a barnstormer.
A classic there. And Keyless was just clear enough of it all. Keyless, well, what about it? Rios second, that's a career best for him. Pini on the podium again. But the number one will not be back on the AC Racing team machine. It is moving over. We don't know if it's to Keyless or we don't know if it's to Uriarte. But for sure, Pini, the gap now will be up at 32. And with just 25 points on the cards remaining, it is now impossible for him to become the first double ETC champion. Live scenes then here, the European Talent Cup at MotorLand Aragón. Race 2, an absolute thriller from start to finish. Cream always rises though, and the number 28 of Max Keyless has delivered the goods once more in an epic race 2. He doubled up, he won race 1, he's now got race 2 under his belt. And celebrations are going to be key. Oh, a little bit of a top rack style stopping. Starting him young. Keyless, I remember the first time he ever came really to fruition, his braking style was insane back in 2021. But he has been dominant and is a force to be reckoned with within the European Talent Cup class. That is for sure. It's further down the order, outside of the top 10. Torres in 11th. Christian Daniel for America in 12th. That's a fine performance on the second of the MRE talent machines. Jesus Rios, his teammate. 13th for Adriano Donoso. Pau Alcina somehow dropping to 14th. And Valentin Perrone, who started 4th, but still in the early days of his career on the Fando Racing VHC team, taking the last point. Britain's Emmanuel Brinton ahead of Hakim Danish, but they were both 17th and 18th at the checkered flag. Oh my dear Lord! Even I had to sit back. I thought he was coming through the screen. What a stopping into Parc Fermé. Max Keyless is a showman as much as he is a race winner. Fantastic stuff from Keyless then. What a race that was by him. Time to perfection. He was very, very smart indeed. All the way through that. And all of the family and friends there to cheer him on. The rider from Murcia, the same place as Ana Carrasco, the 2018 FIM Supersport 300 World Champion. This is Jesus Rios. Fantastic ride from him on the MRE Talent Honda. Second place, a career best. Thoroughly deserved 2 podiums leaving Aragon. So he'll he's got every reason to be happy with that. Third for Guido Pini. It was a bit of a shake of the head when he came into Parc Fermé, as if to say, I tried my best. He'll be off to get weighed now, just to make sure he meets all the minimum weights requirement and all that stuff. But we look at the race winner, the championship leader. More importantly, we'll take a full look at the standings later on. This is the move. This is into the final turn. Quiles just so good. Pini back through on the exit of 16. And then Quiles just gets the run on him. Pini can see him trying to bury himself under the paintwork of that AC Racing Team machine. And then he clouts Rian Uriarte. Deary me, this is into the last turn. Oh, I tell you, there was contact. There was contact with Salmela there. And Boggio. Salmela hit it. I thought it was already Boggio just out on a wide line and on the dusty part of the track. Well, it wasn't. Salmela picked it up, hit his rear wheel. Boggio was clouted and then lost it as well. And there's that stopping. Lord. Toprak Razgatlioglu. Rate it out of 10, please. Or Jack Miller. Here we are then. Max Quiles, a double at Aragon. He extends that title lead, but it's not in the bag just yet.
Max Quiles, 2 wins from 2 races here at Aragon, and championship lead heading into the final round. How does it feel?
Yeah, it's been a crazy race. I didn't expect that I was going to open up because now it was a bit hotter. But yeah, these guys didn't let me go at the front because they know I had a bit more. So in the last 5 laps, I think I tried like the other, like race 1. And yeah, it was very fast for me because I was in the lead and I thought there was still more laps to go, but then I saw the flag, I said, oh, better. So yeah, I'm very happy. I want to thank everybody and Aspar as well, that they did an amazing job.
Well done. And in Spanish?
Sí, la carrera ha sido muy divertida. Al principio ha sido un poco caos porque los otros pilotos no querían dejarme tirar porque sabían que tenía un poco más. Y bueno, en las últimas 5 o 4 vueltas he tirado otra vez y bueno, he podido escaparme. Y bueno, quiero dedicar esta carrera a Aspar, a todo el equipo y gracias a todos.
Well done, congratulations.
Thank you.
Roughly translated the opening bit of that Spanish interview. A bit of chaos. Race 2, the European Talent Cup. Charge of the Light Brigade was an absolute riot right from start to finish. Quiles tried to break them early on and definitely was stretching the field, and Guido Pini was wise to that. And as soon as he could, Guido Pini latched onto the back of Quiles and was into a position where he could at least challenge and put himself in a place where he was in control. He needed to be, because he needed to try and keep his title hopes alive, and by slowing the pace at the front, the group would be bigger. But maybe it was slowed down just a touch too much. Massive chatter from Rico Salmela at the corkscrew time and time again. We saw it in race 1 and we saw it again this afternoon. As you can see, the group was massive. Lorenzo Tony Luciano in the mix on the number 81, and he was sideways on at various points, including at turn 1. And he tried going around the outside into turn 3, the Carlos Checa corner. It was an absolute, well, just festival at the front, a festival of aggression. This is the, I think, the crash coming up maybe of Luciano. No, it's not. It's at that corner maybe the next time around. At the front, Pini, Quiles and Uriarte, the 3 title contenders coming into the race, were swapping paint at the front. They were even barging each other. That was Pini and Uriarte. Uriarte would answer straight back. And it was just non-stop paint swapping at the front of the field. All that allowed Quiles at the front just to fractionally pull away. The battle continued behind. Ruche Moody, the number 21, the 47 of Dodo Boggio, and of course the 54 of Jesus Rios, also in on the action. This massive moment in the final corner, Dodo Boggio trying to go the long way, getting tagged by Salmela, but across the line for another victory. Max Quiles puts one hand on the 2023 ETC title, but it's not quite secured yet. You'll have to wait for Valencia for it to be mathematically done. We've got a showdown in 2023. And now time for the podium ceremony, and Tristan Finocchiaro now back alongside me. What a race that was, but again, the same outcome for Max Quiles, the race winner again.
Yeah, elation for Max Quiles down in Parc Fermé. Pini looked very, very disappointed in Parc Fermé. Wanted a little bit more than third place, wanted to take victory, wanted to keep himself firmly in championship contention. Really good, another podium there for Jesus Rios. Has looked really, really good this weekend, so congratulations to him. Max Quiles, though, what do you have to say? Didn't expect to break away, but he did. He made it work, and he had that little bit in the tank, also helped by the riders behind him, the likes of Pini and Jesus Rios and Uriarte, everyone who was in the mix, scrapping it out, swapping paintwork, barging elbows and bashing bars, and incredible racing as always in European Talent Cup. Guido Pini, not incredibly happy with that third position, but I think in hindsight, when he looks back at it, he'll realise he gave it everything he had. Jesus Rios, a rider to keep an eye on in the future, has been really impressive this weekend. It's really impressed me, making some big moves on there. Some of them on the line, never over it though. What can you say about this man though? Max Quiles, another victory. One hand on the title, I think it's safe to say, going into Valencia, but anything can happen.
Pues ahí está ese fuerte aplauso para el piloto Máximo Quiles. Y ahora ya, pilotos, por favor, podéis daros ese baño con la gaseosa.
A well-deserved round of applause for your race winner. They spray the fizzy water at each other. Not old enough to be spraying the champagne just yet, but they will get there. Stars of the future, names that we'll be seeing moving up through the ranks, up to Junior GP, up to Moto3, Moto2, MotoGP and the likes. Plenty of racing left in all of these young lads. Kiko's joined me back again in the commentary box after nipping out quickly.
All right, we're on there. Good race, that. Very good race. Good round of action, to be fair, this.
Aragon always delivers.
It does, and Valencia up next. That's not shy of a few title deciding plot twists too, and we'll be getting there in a few weeks' time. Race results then. We have got the gaps this time. Max Quiles, your winner once more, ahead of Jesus Rios, a career best second. Guido Pini tries, he might, is out of the title race, but he does get another podium. Uriarte is the only rider who can topple Quiles in 2023. He finished fourth, ahead of South African Ruche Moodley, Leonardo Zani for sure, a career best sixth. Guillaume Plonk in seventh, ahead of Salmela. Onto the other page, the next page, brilliant stuff from Christian Daniel, the number 70 on the MRE Talent Machine, 12th for him, and he'll be looking to build on that. Ahead of Adriano Donoso, Pau Alcin and Valentin Barone for Argentina, rounding out the top 15. Over the other page, Hakim Danish's difficult season continues. It's not been a season to remember for him. Benyat Fernandez there in 23rd, fighting back after that big crash in race one. Vasilis Panteliakis in 25th. And a story of what could have been from the 15-year-old from Greece after his race one start dramas. After 10 races out of 11 in the title standings, the European Talent Cup for this year sees the title go all the way to the wire. One race remains, 18 points separate Quiles and Uriarte. Pini third and out of it now. Salmela fourth ahead of Boggio. Rios on a charge in sixth. Jesus Torres seventh, didn't feature really this weekend. Gonzalez eighth. Ruche Moodley, his title chances, or at least his point score for this year, taking a big step forward with a strong Aragon. Alberto Ferrandez, he's now up in Moto2. Guillaume Plonk is 11th. Casey O'Gorman's up in Junior GP. And all of the other riders, all fighting for their own reasons in the final race of the season at Valencia. Christian Daniel, Zani, Brinton in 20th place for Great Britain. Qatari Hamad Karis Al Zahuti has always been a front runner, unfortunately having to go through the last chance race, which was then cancelled due to fog this morning. Right the way down, Valentin Peroni with the 3rd point scoring ride of the year. And all the way down to Owen van Tricht at the bottom of the standings. Max Keeles, he was the 2021 European Talent Cup champion. He's a double race winner to Aragón, but the title remains alive. It is mathematical that he is beaten to it, but with form like he's demonstrated here and throughout the rest of the season, there's a reason he's the championship leader by 18 points going to the final round. He looks odds on for success. Will he be toppled? Stay tuned to find out. But meanwhile, here at Aragón, the final race of the day is next in the stock class. One more race to come at MotorLand Aragón, the penultimate round of the 2023 Junior GP World Championship. It is the stock class, new for 2023 season. They now have their own dedicated class, having been a part in the Moto2 European Championship. Dani Munoz and Juan Rodriguez were the victors throughout the rest of this season. They've been on form, and the 5.1 kilometre long Aragón track promises to bring more action and drama. It is a title chance for Munoz. Will he be able to do it at the end of 15 laps? One more race to come in 2023's Aragón round for Junior GP, and it's the Stock European Championship up next. The clouds have come over a little bit here MotorLand Aragón, but in general it's all okay. The weather has been perfect besides a bit of fog in the morning. Kiko Giles here, Tristan Finocchiaro alongside me, bringing the action to the final race of the day just outside of the historic town of Alcañiz in the central Spanish desert. Tristan, we have a title to be probably decided here. Dani Munoz has been first, second, first in the first 5 races of the 7 that comprise this season. Eric Fernandez has won just one, that was back at Jerez. It's looking unlikely that Fernandez takes the title to the wire in Valencia. Yeah,
100%. Munoz on pole position. Fernandez starting a bit further back. Here's what happened last time out though in Barcelona. Dino Iozzo was on the front row. Carter Brown was in there as well, but it was Munoz who started from pole position ahead of his title rival Eric Fernandez. This was an absolute barnstorm of a race that went down to the final corner. Munoz led the way in the opening stages, then big moves were being made by Dino Iozzo on the number 13 machine. He's looked strong here at Aragón as well, so keep an eye out for him. Fernandez though, he hit the front and then was playing some strange sort of mind games or something, trying to back his championship rival Munoz into the pack, slowing down some fast laps, some slow laps. Corey Tinker went down on the number 37 machine. Munoz then did inevitably hit the front, and it became a duel between Munoz and Fernandez as it was over and over again. An epic last corner overtake from Munoz, reminiscent of Valentino Rossi in 2009. Took him the race win, and took him one step closer to the championship. Is he going to wrap it up here this weekend in their one and only race here at MotorLand Aragón. It's probable.
It's very probable. 35 points are the difference, are the points deficit. Munoz leads Fernandez. It's a Spanish 1-2-3 in the championship standing so far, with Garcia also there in third place for the Easy Race team. However, we had a good showdown last time out, but even a showdown wouldn't be enough. Munoz can be anywhere on the podium regardless of what Fernandez does, and the title race is done and dusted. A round early, it's not a surprise. Daniel Munoz has been in fine form, and he starts from pole position once again today, and he's the one we were watching trackside throughout yesterday. And Munoz just looks ease everywhere around this Aragon track. Hopefully he doesn't get too overconfident, and that he does secure the title for him around early. We'd like to have a showdown, but it's not looking very likely.
Yeah, I mean, for a rider whose worst result this year is second place, all he has to do is finish on the podium to seal the deal. Starting from pole position, unless something goes majorly wrong for the number 17, I think he'll take it here this weekend. We'll see what he does, though. Like you say, we were watching him in practice. That bike sounds so sweet. Really good team. They've got the fueling absolutely perfect on it. It was absolutely singing going onto the back straight. Here's a look at what happened in qualifying.
Bastante positiva, en la que hemos tenido un buen ritmo y el tiempo nos ha salido igual en los dos entrenamientos cronometrados. Y nada, muy contento con el resultado. Bueno, hacía un poquito más de calor en la tarde, pero aún así los tiempos salían igual. No ha sido un problema a la hora de hacer un tiempo, pero bueno, sí es verdad que el calor afecta un poco a los motores en la recta, pero bueno, bien. Bueno, sí es verdad que aquí hay más pilotos en los tiempos rápidos, pero bueno, está siempre ahí Eric segundo, que es el rival principal ahora mismo. Y nada, habrá que luchar con él hasta el final. Bueno, salimos como siempre, concentrados en hacer una buena carrera y nada, y a ver qué pasa durante la carrera. Mañana lucharemos con todo para hacer una buena carrera y ya, dependiendo del resultado, ya se verá qué pasa.
So at the end of this race, the result, they will see what they're celebrating. If it's a win they're celebrating, they're also celebrating the title. But motorcycle racing is never that predictable. This is why, because everything can happen. We've seen it time and time again, even when the odds are absolutely in someone's favour. Unbelievable form for the 17-year-old Danny Munoz. Win, second win. The pattern suggests maybe a second today, but I'm not holding out too much hope. He is well clear at the front of this championship and of this grid, Tristan.
Yeah, second would still clinch him the title anyway, but I mean, it depends on what the likes of Iozzo, Fernandez and Rodriguez on the number 38 can do about the number 17. We've seen back at Barcelona, Iozzo was making some big moves. They're not, he didn't blow them away in qualifying, but well, as I say that, it's 55.8. Closest was a 56.5, so he pretty much did. Closest to him was Dino Iozzo. Really entertaining rider to watch on the grid. Sideways action constantly on that pink R6. Rider who's come up through the World Supersport 300 Championship as well. Did decent over there, but now here over in the Stockers and trying to make a name for himself here in the Junior GP paddock.
Had a good round in Barcelona as well, was mixing it with the front guys, and he's doing the same here again, middle of the front row. Let's see what he can do with it. I mean, he might be the only one who can go with Danny Munoz. This is Juan Rodriguez on board the Yamaha. Shock, he's in third and looking to at least score some points here. Juan has been, you know, in and amongst it throughout the season in various places, but maybe not so much here, maybe as he should be.
Yeah, no, 100% coming into this championship isn't easy. It is a high level, although it is the sort of, I'd say the lowest category in this paddock. It's still an incredibly high level. Eric Fernandez then, 4th place on the grid, should have been 2nd place on the grid, but has been demoted 2 grid positions for exceeding the minimum weight. So that was found in qualifying 1. So he had his qualifying 1 time taken away from him. His fastest time was in qualifying 2 anyway, but back two grid positions.
You feel like the +2 grid positions was a bit of a late afterthought because he was only under in the qualifying 1. So Fernandez will be back on the podium, I'm sure, come the end of this. 5th place for Marco Garcia, the number 8, has had 2 podiums this year. He's 3rd in the championship, and he's a lot closer to Eric Fernandez than Fernandez is to Munoz. So maybe that's the battle we need to be building up to. Garcia, the difference is only 14 up to Fernandez. So you never know, maybe we've got a surprise in store. The grid is clearing. We are just a few moments away from the final race of the day, getting underway here at the picturesque MotorLand Aragón. The title is on the line for Daniel Munoz. It has been a stellar season. This is the 6th race of 7, and in the first 5, 4 wins and 1 second place. That's why Daniel Munoz can clinch the championship here at Aragón with a round to spare. Eric Fernandez will have to try and come through from the 2nd row of the grid, and he's 2nd in the championship fight. Marco Garcia, likewise, whilst both have a mathematical chance, it's not looking very realistic. And in all honesty, that fight for 2nd is probably the bigger one. Kiko Giles here, Tristan Finocchiaro alongside me for the final time today. Wherever you're watching, thank you for staying with us. It's been a marathon day of action, and we're very much looking forward to seeing how this race plans out and whether or not we will be celebrating the first ever stock European champion within their own class. Tristan, what about this race? I'm going to ask who your predictions are, but what else can we look out for?
I mean, if anyone can get ahead of Munoz and break his rhythm, that's what they'll be looking to do. I mean, Dino Iozzo, he's an incredibly aggressive rider, never over the line, but firm but fair, Iozzo, the South African. So if he can get himself ahead of Munoz, he'll definitely be getting his elbows out and making some big moves. Eric Fernandez will be fired up for this one. He wants to return to victory. He was so close to it in Barcelona, has already picked up 1 victory this year. He'll be looking to carve his way through from 4th on the grid, so keep an eye out for him, the number 4 with the green flashes when the lights go out. Bit of an R6 Cup here. I mean, you pretty much have to be on a Yamaha R6 to be fast in this category. Did spot a Kawasaki ZX6 on track yesterday, but nowhere near the front boys.
Yeah, the number 6 one of Javier Del Olmo is on the Kawasaki, and he's going from the penultimate grid position, the 2nd to last grid position. So don't expect the Kawasaki to be featuring too strongly near the front. It's a massive back straight here at MotorLand Aragón. It is the longest straight on this circuit, actually. It's longer than the front straight, which is just over the hill to the right. So you'll see it very soon. They're coming down into turns 16 and 17. We've seen lots of overtaking here throughout the weekend so far, uncharacteristically as well. We don't normally see too much of it. That's turn 17. As you can see, the darker markings on the curves where the tyre's been running over. That's the 74 just coming in. That's Carter Brown on the CF Motorsport machine. He's going from the head of row 5, so he's flying the British flag, so keep an eye out for him. And also the 99 of Bednarak, that's his teammate.
Tom Brooks as well had a decent season this year, plagued a little bit with injury, but finding his feet are here in the European Stock Championship. Was, of course, 3rd in the British Stock Championship last year.
Absolutely. Brooks is going also from that 5th row, just behind Carter Brown, but all eyes are on Danny Munoz and whether or not he'll convert not just pole position, but he'll convert it into a championship winning ride. We wait for the lights to come on. Just the last few riders coming up to the grid. We had a cracking race in Barcelona. Aragón, will we see more of the same? That's the 23 there of Alex Millan on the 50 Motorsport Yamaha, just getting into position. The revs are rising, the red lights are turning on. They are now going to be turning off, and we are racing for the final time today. Yellow flags at the side of the track, not sure why that is on the way down to turn 1, but it is Danny Munoz ahead of Garcia into turn 1. Riders running wide.
Fernandez made his way through.
Fernandez through into 2nd, then the number 4 up from 4th on the grid. So he's got to go with Danny Munoz if he's to have any chance of the title going to Valencia. The top two are away and running. Iozzo is in third place, and it looks like Juan Rodriguez from that front row start down into fourth place as they come to. No, it's not. Garcia is in fourth. And fifth, couldn't quite work out who it is. Mayor in fifth on the Yamaha GB Stratos R6.
Top two in a league of their own once again here. Munoz and Fernandez has pretty much been the story since the lights went out at the first round. Munoz has got a little bit in his back pocket, and this round has been a step ahead of the rest all weekend long. So unless Fernandez has found anything overnight, I can't really see him staying on him. What he's going to have to do is try and ruffle his feathers, get past the number 17, try and upset his rhythm a little bit, but you can already see he's already starting to break away a little bit. It's not over yet by any means. Iozzo, I love watching him going into corners, sideways on that pink machine. Yeah,
Iozzo's definitely lighting up the screen there in third place. Fernandez got the thing spinning up through Marc Marquez corner, turn 10, just before they rise over the hill. So Fernandez is going to be trying hard. No jump start, so that's just come through on our timing monitor. So Fernandez is up 2 places. That's not going to come into any misdemeanor later on. Fernandez is in second place, but he is still chasing Munoz. The story of, he's having a look though. It is the story in 2023. Munoz has had the target on his back right from the start of this season, and he's leading them through the opening lap here at Aragon, but Fernandez is going with them. Both of them have dropped Iozzo, so the 2 title heavyweights. Is Fernandez going to have a look at turn 1? I think he is. He's going to let the brakes off. He's going to have to let them off more because Munoz was wise to that and came on by anyway. So, Fernandez through.
Carter Brown's gone down at turn 12. Really unfortunate for the Brit.
Carter Brown on the off the Craig Fitzpatrick Motorsport Yamaha. So, disaster for the 74. Meanwhile, out front, well, I'll tell you what, they're sliding their way through turn 4.
It's on the limit through there.
These two are definitely going to, I hope they're at least going to have a battle. If it's a battle and Munoz comes out on top, then the title is won in a proper style. And if it's a battle and Fernandez comes out on top, there's Carter Brown. But if Fernandez wins a battle with Munoz, then at least he's grown in stature as the year has progressed. Good to see that Carter Brown is all okay, back up on his feet. The only thing that will be damaged is his pride. Iozzo third, Garcia fourth, the 82 of Mayor in fifth, then it's Rodriguez in sixth. So the battle for fourth is alive. The battle for the lead also alive. Iozzo's just a bit isolated in between both.
Yeah, Iozzo going into a little bit of a lonely third place at the moment. The number 8 of Garcia is going to be trying all he can to get onto the back of the South African, running under the Italian flag. Of course, his father is from Italy, but born in South Africa, raised in South Africa, does also have South African family. We're doing really, really well here in the stock European Championship, really finding his form. But we'll see what Marco Garcia can do about him. Marco Garcia has jumped onto a 600 this year after racing in the European Talent Cup. 2 podiums as well this year. Was a first, second place during the first 2 rounds in the category back at Estoril when Fernandez actually crashed out. But Fernandez now going with your race leader here, so Munoz isn't breaking him, and Fernandez actually there a little bit stronger through that final corner. We saw him eyeing up a move at turn 1 last time around. I don't think he's close enough this time, but if he can get onto his rear wheel, he needs to make a move. It's now or never really for Fernandez.
Yeah, and we saw on the exit there of turn 15, going down the straight, Munoz was shaking his head, not quite sure why. He set the fast lap of the race, as you can see now with the graphic, but he was shaking his head. Don't know if he just messed up his line, missed a gear. It didn't seem to cost him too much. So Munoz obviously has set himself ridiculously high standards this year, and maybe just noticing a small error, but he's definitely pushing on now. Fernandez trying to go with him. Both of them have been the cream of the class this year, really, but there's not quite been a time when Fernandez has seemingly had a clear measure over the course of a full weekend. This one also not the case.
Yeah, he's become incredibly familiar with Munoz's backside. But we'll see if he can stick it to him in this race. I really hope that he can. I really hope we see a battle for that victory. Munoz has had the edge. Interesting to see, to figure out why he was shaking his head there though, because must be some sort of issue on that bike. I mean, it didn't seem to be. He's absolutely flying out the front, set the fastest lap of the race last time around. Munoz did go with him though, less than a tenth slower, and he is breaking away a little bit now from Fernandez. So like we said, it's really now or never for the number 4. He needs to push his way past and unsettle Munoz, not let him get into his rhythm. And if Iozzo's not careful here, he's going to have Marco Garcia right on his rear wheel as well. So we'll keep an eye on that battle for third position. Juan Rodriguez very much in the mix as well on the number 38 machine. So all these guys trying to rack up as many points as they can before the final round at Valencia. Munoz now, though, putting the hammer down.
Yeah, he is. That battle for 5th, by the way, has seen Rodriguez move ahead of Mario Mayor. So Mayor back to 6th. The number 29 has gone down. That's Kike Ferrer, and he is down and out at turn 7. That's fasting there. Hopefully he's up and okay. We're coming through turn 2 now. So we'll see if there's still any marshals or any debris up there when we get there. But at the moment, Munoz is the rider, just starting to eke clear. A 56.3 versus a 56.7 last time out. They're in the yellow flag sector now, so they'll have to just roll out of it anyway, or they should do. Munoz and Fernandez, the first ones on the scene. No, of course they won't. Munoz and Fernandez, the first ones on the scene. And the bike being wheeled away, it looks all relatively okay in M1B, so hopefully the rider is too. As we come down towards the corkscrew, 12 laps of this race still to go. Munoz and Fernandez, it's been this story all the way through 2023. Fernandez, though, he's pushing on. That gap, though, nearly at 7/10 of a second. What, I tell you what, big darky laid out there by the number 17 of Munoz. Munoz is pushing on here, even though he doesn't need to, but he would like to win this title with a 5th win in the season, and he's looking good to do it now.
Leaving absolutely everything he has out there on this MotorLand Aragón circuit, and Fernandez not too far off him in the last couple of sectors, just under a 10th slower in each one. Well, a 10th slower in sector 2, another 10th slower in sector 3, so it's just these little tiny little gains that Munoz is putting on him. But Fernandez needs to stay exactly where it is, keep the pressure on. Munoz will be keeping an eye on his pit board every time across the line, checking what the gap is. And if Fernandez is always more or less there within a second, he'll just put the pressure on Munoz. Sliding his way through that rear corner, though.
Yeah, he's definitely putting it all out on the track, isn't he? But he's going to. He's been comfortable doing this, and we've seen his race pace as well. In qualifying, throughout practice, it can be quicker than what he's doing now. So unless the temperatures just come up a little bit too much for him to get down to that kind of pace, we'll have to wait and see. Juan Rodriguez is in.
Is that an issue there? For,
oh, we've got a red
flag.
We've got a red flag in the stock race for the 6th race of the day, and I'm not sure why that is.
That can't be for Ferrer, can it? Because he went down quite a while ago.
Yeah, we went through that sector already a lap ago, so we've got a red flag. Maybe there's some fluid, or we won't speculate, but it's possible that there's something that needs sorting out there on the track. So red flag with 11 laps to go. We will, I think, get a reduced race distance as they come through the corkscrew. That means we have to go through we'll go through a quick restart procedure now. Everyone will go back to the pits, and everyone will just take stock, no pun intended, of where we are going to be at here. But if you just join in, we're at red flag conditions in the stock race here at MotorLand Aragón. We've had 5 races completed without too much drama. A few track limits exceeding and all the usual stuff, but this is the first red flag of the day, and hopefully everyone concerned is okay. They come through turn 14 and 15. This could be the title deciding race for your number 17, Danny Munoz.
Interesting to see there. Fernandez made sure that when the red flag came out, he got ahead of Munoz and just like, oh, yeah, I'm right here, mate, don't you worry.
When we picked up this battle for, I think it was 4th at the time, we saw Garcia take his outside 4th, but it didn't seem like he rolled out, and then Juan Rodriguez was a little bit more upright, and then it became apparent exactly why. That's because of the red flag. So they're coming into pit lane now. They'll come in off the bike before they roll the bike back into the pits, and then a new schedule or a new race distance and a procedure will follow. But Tristan, a delay at the end of the day like this, not what anybody wants. Particularly these guys, they wait all day to get out on track to do the business, and then it gets disrupted anyway. It's not the ideal end to these guys.
We'll have like we say, a reduced race distance. Munoz comes into the pits. It's not ideal at all. You have to sort of come into the pits, reset, forget everything that just happened, and be ready to go out there and go again. You've got, you know, for some riders, they'll be happy about it because it won't. If it wasn't going their way, they've got a second bite at the cherry. For a rider like Munoz, who was already building up a big gap, he will sort of feel like he's got to do all of that all over again. So it'll be mixed emotions down there, but all of them will have to make sure they reset and be ready to go again when the lights go out once again here at MotorLand Aragón. Still not 100% sure what the reason for the red flag is.
Yeah, we've got, just to talk you through what we're seeing here in the comms box, we see the exact same pictures as you, but we do have a timing screen as well. We've got a crash rider number 29 at turn 7, that's Kike Ferrer, who went down, which we covered at the time on the Yamaha GV Stratos bike, and that is at turn 7. And then that's in yellow, and then you've got on top a flashing column saying red flag. But the yellow column for the crash of Kike Ferrer has not been taken away. So let's see what happens here. It might just be a procedural thing. Let's hope that Kike is okay. But we're going to go through the boxes very, very soon, of course. Here is your champion-elect, Danny Munoz. And he has been in fine form this year. As we said in that race, Tristan, 4 wins from 5 races. In that other race, he was second. And Fernandez hasn't been that bad either. He didn't finish in Estoril, and that's really what cost him. I don't know if he didn't finish or he wasn't there, but it's what cost him. It's,
yeah, both riders. Yeah, he crashed out at Estoril. Both riders have been incredibly consistent. It's literally just that fortunate crash for Fernandez that has really set him back, because he's put together an incredibly consistent season. I mean, every race he's finished, he's been in the top 2. He's taken 1 win, all the others he's finished second. With Munoz, incredibly consistent, and just even more so. But you know, those guys, both of them in an absolute league of their own out the front this weekend, more than any that we've seen actually. Munoz a step even further and even faster than Fernandez. So I mean, when he lifts that crown, it will be well deserved for Danny Munoz. I mean, once we get this race back underway, we'll see how we'll react. We'll see what happens. Anything can happen in motorcycle racing. Just takes one mistake, and the title race could very well be on. And it doesn't even have to be their own mistake, of course. It can be caught up in someone else's mistake, an ambitious dive bomb down into the first turn, or whatever it is. This is Marco Garcia now. Garcia was up in 4th at the time of this stoppage. He started 5th, so he's made 1 place up. That's the screen we're seeing, by the way. If you just look to Garcia's left, to the right of Garcia as it is on screen, that's what we see. We don't see any additional information than that. So we're going to bring you the updates as and when we get them. That's the other Easy Race team of Rodriguez. A few scuffs on the leathers there.
Yeah, that's been down the road a couple of times. Thankfully not in this race. He's all up and okay.
Scuffed leather's always a little bit more comfortable. You've got to bed them in a bit. You've got to crash them a couple of times.
It's like a new pair of shoes. You've got to wear them in a bit.
Yeah.
As we look down the field, and we're just waiting for any news. At least we've got a 10-lap race, so we're seeing now. That's what the timing monitor has said. The red flag and the yellow flag bar have come away on our timing screen, so hopefully we'll be back underway with racing action here at MotorLand Aragón for round 6 of 7 in the 2023 Finetwork FIM JuniorGP World Championship. We are in our final race of today. No spoilers throughout the rest of the classes. This is the stock class. The title is on the line this weekend for Danny Munoz, who was leading at the time of this red flag period that we're in. And he can finish anywhere on the podium, and it'll be good enough regardless of what Eric Fernandez does. Both of them are on Yamahas, one on the SP57 racing team, the other on the FAL 55 TY racing machine. All the fans watching on.
One of the locals.
Aye, and it's a big thing here. I mean, let's talk about the local area for a start. Alkenheath back on the calendar is Aragon next year. So in 2023, Aragon will be back on the MotoGP World Championship calendar, and the locals really do take this event to heart. They are motorcycle mad. It goes back a long way to the street circuit days of the it finished in the early 2000s before they built this permanent facility just 10 minutes drive outside of Alkenheath. But the local street racing scene, Barry Sheen was on a Bull Taco back in the 125 class. Not sure if it was I don't think it was a world championship race, but it was, you know, a local race attracting some big names. And it's in the blood round here. It's only a small town, and it's in a relatively unknown region of Spain. But honestly, if you want to try and go for an alternative Grand Prix destination, this isn't a bad one to come to. Good tapas bars, good wine, this is always important, good food, and very, very friendly people. A bit of Spanish might help, though.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, it was definitely missed off of the calendar this year. A round that was sorely missed on the MotoGP calendar, and coming back to it next year I think will be brilliant for MotoGP to return to this circuit. Always brings up great racing as well. We've had some incredible battles here in MotoGP in the past. Also this weekend, every single race has been an absolute barnstormer today. We won't any spoilers, but Moto2, European Talent Cup, Junior GP, every single race of all of those categories has given us something to get excited about right up until the closing stages. So I'm excited to see what's going to happen once we get this race back underway. It's a little bit more spread out than the other races, but that's just simply down to the absolute domination from Danny Munoz, and the fact he's in a complete league of his own, him and Eric Fernandez, and he's even a step further than Fernandez, and then Iozzo in a little bit of a lonely place in third as well. But now Marco Garcia has got time to reset as well, so he could very well have a battle for the podium on once this race gets back underway. He looked very eager and up for it when he came back in, so all that work that he had to do, he's got less of it to do now, and we'd be in a much better position to try and get onto the back of Iozzo and fight for a podium position. Both riders, of course, have finished on the podium this season. That's the number 82 currently on our screens. That's Mayor, who crashed out last time at Barcelona. The fans enjoying life here.
Give us a wave and get the badge in. Look at that.
Aragón.
Fantastic. Good to see the fans are tuned in then. Fans of all forms of life. And there's a next generation of fans too. Maybe next generation of motorcycle racers, Tristan.
Yeah, possibly getting their eye in for the future. There's a massive generation here of in Spain of motorcycle riders. There's so many talent programs and so many ways of getting into the sport here. It's incredible to see really sort of setting a precedent, really showing the world how it's done and how to bring on young talent, and the academies in here. I mean, Cunacad de Campeones is one of them, and the Gas 74. There's so many, and then they've got this perfect route to MotoGP right on their doorstep, right from ETC, even stock 600 if they can't afford the likes of ETC and Junior GP, then straight through to Moto3, Moto2, MotoGP. It's a very clear-cut route, and you know you have to give your hats off to them. They're doing an incredible job.
Just had a notification on our timing screens. Quick start procedure, pit open in about 3 minutes from now for 60 seconds, and we are going to have a 6-lap dash for the stock European Championship cash. So this could be gloves off like we've never seen before. 6 laps to bring us to a frantic end at the end of this long day of motorcycle racing here in MotorLand Aragón. And this is going to be a proper belt. So the quick restart procedure, by the way, if you're not familiar, once they'll do the sizing up out of pit lane, they'll join the grid. One member of the team, a mechanic, will greet them. They'll wait with them. The grid will clear, and then we will be underway for the warm-up lap. They'll do the warm-up lap. Grid positions as they were at the time of the red flag stoppage, which doesn't change anything on the front row anyway, and then we will be lights out for 6 laps. Some slow-mos of all the fans here in attendance. Great to see the fans turning out. Nice to see a World Superbike fan here as well. Plenty of riders, of course, come from here and from this paddock, and also get a route to Superbike. Of course, Yari Montella, one of the riders who's moved on to super sport winning ways.
Yeah, you get a lot of riders stuck in that sort of area. So they move around from super sport, Moto E, European Moto 2, even stock as well.
We're not keeping these people. The last two looked a little bit Unknown.
They're just
Now, I'm just
really
wondering,
awaiting stock action here.
we've got Campiones being chanted out in the background. Not quite sure what that's for.
No, that's for
It's
Piqueras,
okay,
yeah.
it's for Piqueras. I was just making sure we're not aware, like someone else has not been told something that we haven't, but that's Angel Piqueras. He wrapped up the title earlier on in Junior GP, and he's Moto3 World Championship bound for next year anyway. So that's one title that we don't need to worry about going to Valencia in 4 weeks' time, more or less. That's in November, the start of November, for the Ricardo Tormo circuit in Cheste, Valencia. Always a classic to close not just the MotoGP World Championship calendar, but also our own one here in the Junior GP paddock. We should be getting underway in 30 seconds, or at least the pit lane will open in about 30 seconds, we are being told. And it will be 6 laps. 6 laps, Tristan. You were a World Supersport 300 rider. Them races generally shorter than most others. What's the tactics like in a shorter version race like that one?
Tactics in Supersport 300 are different to absolutely anything. It's just all-out war, but I think this will be all-out war as well here. Just 6 laps, so Fernandez will be licking his lips. So will the Marco Garcia, Dino Iozzo. All they're going to need to do is get their elbows out on those opening few laps and just try all they can to turn it into an absolute tussle, an absolute sprint here at Aragon. 6 long laps. It's a very long lap here at Aragon, but I think if they can get their elbows out, I think we'll have a spectacle here in the stock category. Always enjoy a sprint race, and quick start procedure here as well, so the action will be brought to you relatively swiftly.
Starting lap underway, as you can see. This is number 4 of Fernandez going round with his teammates. That is all the way down to Nestola. In 13th place he'll go from on the grid. But everyone's just making their way around. This is the sighting lap, not the warm-up lap, so when they come over the brow of the hill on the front straight, they'll have their mechanics there in the position. It's getting a bit closer to turn 9 for a sighting lap. Everyone coming through, that's the 21 of Dan Brooks. Flying the flag for Britain after Carter Brown crashed out, and that's the unfortunate thing when you're crashing out early doors and the red flag comes out, you can't restart. If you crash out and rejoin, that's different, but if you...
It's a long way to travel for one race and then for it to be ended after a couple of laps. Yeah. It's a hard one to take, but unfortunately that's racing. It's part of the game. You have to be ready for it. You have to take it when it happens, take it on the chin and be ready to go again.
That's the nature of the sport. Green flag is then presented out here. Just coming up to about 4:30 local time, so we're GMT +2, which is an hour ahead of the UK because the clocks haven't gone back just yet. So it's 3:30 coming up to in the United Kingdom at the moment. So thank you all for staying with us. If you are still with us, the final race of the day is about to get underway. The sighting lap nearing completion. Don't forget, of course, to stay tuned with all the latest news and updates provided through all 4 categories within the Junior GP World Championship paddock. You can stay in touch with us on our social media channels on X or Twitter, as it was known, Facebook, YouTube, of course, for the live races. You can watch them all back throughout the whole year, and actually going back a long way as well, I think back to 2016. So if you want a bit of history, go all the way to our YouTube channel and make sure you hit the subscribe button so you're notified of all the latest videos and updates. And of course, there's Instagram, and you can follow all the riders on Instagram too. No doubt all the title celebrations will be posted on stories directly as we ready for this story to unfold. Will it go the way of Danny Munoz on the SP57 racing team? Dino Iozzo ready some 3rd on the grid. Eric Fernandez, of course, was 4th on the grid, 2nd row start originally. Now the warm-up lap gets underway. Fernandez is going to be going from the front row. It could be the only chance he gets to really lay a proper glove on Munoz, although Munoz's starts this year haven't been so bad. Not quite sure why everyone runs off at turn 1 as they make their way up the hill.
Trying to let all the other riders go through, be the last one on the grid. It's I know a lot of riders like to just crack on the warm-up lap, get it done, get it out of the way. get everything sighted, line up on the grid and be ready to go. Some riders prefer the approach of taking their time with it, making the other riders wait on the grid, let the tension build, let the tension rise for the other riders. Some sort of mental games being played.
Safety cars going around quite quick in the back, and it absolutely attacked turn 5 then.
Yeah, well, we did say quick start procedure. He wants these guys to get a move on.
Yeah, they're coming. Some of them are coming through the corkscrew, the others are coming through turn 7, but it's going to be quite an interesting end to the day here. There's the one Kawasaki in the grid, the 61 of Javier Del Olmo. He goes from 17th. Apart from that, everybody on a Yamaha, and that's
bike of choice.
Yeah, it really is. Everybody this year running a Yamaha, apart from Javier Del Olmo. In fair play to Del Olmo, he scored points on 3 occasions. Nothing since Jerez though. So the last 2 races, nothing. So keep your eye on the 61, qualified at the back of the grid, but perhaps not telling the full story because he's already up ahead of 5 riders on this restart. So something to keep an eye on. Let's hope we can get the manufacturer back inside the top 15 as the sun continues to beat down, even though it is setting on the stock European Championship title race. They're coming down the back straight now, taking their time, that is for certain. Safety car flying around at the back just to make sure everything's okay. No notifications being you, unfortunately, about exactly the reason for the red flag, or if it was rider related, air fence related, or anything like that. But as soon as we do, and if we do on air, we of course bring you the latest updates we get from race direction on that one. Tristan, 6 laps then. Danny Munoz going from the pole position. Eric Fernandez is now alongside him as opposed to directly behind him like in the first start. Can we expect a lunge at turn 1?
It's going to have to be. It's going to have to be elbows out. It's going to have to be snapping at his heels, trying to break his rhythm, make sure he's not settling into that rhythm. And I think all of your front row, the other 2 riders on that front row, Fernandez and Iozzo, are going to be trying to all they can to halt his progress. I think Fernandez will probably even be trying to push him back through the field if he can. 6 laps then of action here at Aragon.
Here we go then, revs are rising again. It is the restart of the Stock European Championship race. Red lights on. We're going again, and it's another good start for Munoz. Fernandez tries to come across. Fernandez is going to let the brakes off. No, Munoz too strong under braking. Through has come Marco Garcia. Yes,
really
it
nice
is.
Move around the outside there.
Good move from Garcia. He's put Dino Iozzo back to 4th. But your race leader is Danny Munoz coming through the Carlos Checa corner, now out towards turn 4. Not close enough is Fernandez at this moment in time. He's in 2nd place, no move at turn 5. Munoz will want to just put in a Super Pole lap from the start, break the spirit of Fernandez, break the toe, and break clear.
Yeah, Munoz is doing exactly what he needs to do, really. Just put the hammer down, leave absolutely nothing out there on circuit, and do all he can to break away from Fernandez. Fernandez hitting his markers at the moment, but not close enough to make a move, so he's got to be careful here. Moves made further back as well.
That was Mario Mayor, that was coming through on, I think, Iozzo. So Iozzo caught up in it was. Iozzo's gone back to 5th. Mario Mayor up into the top 4 positions as they come through the Marc Marquez corner, up over the top of the hill, down into the bus stop chicane. And it is
fastest through sector 2 then, so he's responding to Munoz coming out of the gates. Absolutely guns blazing here.
He has to do it. He can't leave it too long. That's the 69 of Archie McDonald in 7th place on the MRE Talent Yamaha. He's just, Iozzo forced his way back ahead, and I think he got ahead of Garcia as well. So Iozzo back into 3rd place, pushed Garcia and Mayor out wide dead. So Iozzo bullied at the start of this race. He's doing the bullying at the end of the opening lap. 3 abreast in the battle for 4th. Rodriguez in 6th. He's now under Garcia. Does he get? He gets 2. Rodriguez gets Garcia and Mayor. So Rodriguez moving on through. End of lap 1. 5 laps to go. Side by side. This is for 4th place. I tell you what, you never guess it, would you? Like for the race win. On the brakes, Garcia. No, only into 5th place. Pushes Mayor back. It's still one Rodriguez who holds 4th. Iozzo's just broken clear a little bit of him. These 2 tangle even more. Good old Archie McDonald for Australia is going to be knocking on their door.
There's all go here on the first lap of this 6-lap dash. Sprint race here up the inside there, 82 on the number 8.
Whoa, I tell you what, that was a big move then from Millot. He pushed out Garcia. Those who have swapped place about 3 times.
And back again.
Make that 4 on this second lap of 6. Oh dear me, they're doing it again. Dear, Strictly come dancing, anybody. I thought that was yesterday. Fantastic stuff then from the 82 and the 8. Brilliant. All the way down the field, racing hammer and tongs. And Archie McDonald is licking his lips here in 7th place as he goes for a top 6 finish at Aragon.
Yeah, Archie McDonald looked good in practice as well, was making all sorts of shapes on that machine. We were really admiring his riding style from the side of the circuit. Really strong little rider on that number 69 machine. And he's shown some real glimpses of promise so far this season as well.
That's the 23 of Alex Mian just on his tail there.
Gap's coming down at the front, it's come down by a 10th.
0.2 of a second. We saw this earlier in the year. There was a red flag in Valencia, and Fernandez
He's right on him now.
Yeah, Fernandez on the second start that day pushed Munoz right until the checkered flag. We thought we were in for a last lap showdown. Slipstream City then down the straight. There's nothing wrong with the poke of that second Yamaha. Through it comes on the far belter. Oh, and shows him the green as well. Munoz will try and turn that under him if he can, but he can't. So Fernandez on the Hexa Farbell Run Yamaha has hit the front here and looking very strong indeed. The FAL 55 TEY racing machine is your race leader. The fastest lap of the race, half a second quicker. He's half a second quicker than Munoz. Munoz looking every which way to try and retake the lead. Iozzo's 3rd and clear of that battle for 4th, which is still led by Rodriguez. But Munoz versus Fernandez, we've waited all year. It might be a bit late in the title race, but Munoz.
Fernandez half a second quicker than he's gone all weekend. It was a 56.5 that he did in qualifying, so he's really leaving everything out there on circuit, putting the hammer down on the number 4. He really wants this. He wants to make sure he takes as many points as he possibly can. Of course, if it stays like this, Munoz will still be champion, but Fernandez is a motorcycle racer who just wants to win races.
Exactly, and that's what it's all about. And if he doesn't do it now, of course, then Munoz will be title winner anyway. Fernandez, it's a good start for next year to get the win in.
He's slowing him up, you know.
I think he is.
33.4, 33.5 through the first sector. Everyone else is low 33s through that first sector. And he's trying to punch him back into the pack and hope that Iozzo and the likes can catch these two and see if he can push him back through the pack again. Let's see, have a look at the sector times this time around.
Ah, down has gone Alex Mian. Sorry, at turn 9 rider. Okay, that's on the exit of the corkscrew. The gap at the minute has just come under 2 seconds. It was 2.3 at the start of this lap, Munoz to Iozzo. So Fernandez is slowing the pace right down here. And let's see if Iozzo can latch onto the back and do maybe Fernandez a favour. He's going to need more than Fernandez. He's going to need more than Iozzo though. He's going to need as well Juan Rodriguez. There's your live championship as it stands. With 1 round remaining, Munoz would have it. We're just going to complete half of the new race distance. That's 3 laps from 6. They come over the top of the hill. Fernandez pushing on. Munoz, I think maybe sandbagging now. He's going to try and get through on the inside.
Yeah, Fernandez was 2 seconds slower than his fastest lap on that last lap. So trying to slow the pace down, trying to let Iozzo get back onto the back of him, but he's going to need to slow it down a bit more than this.
It was 2.3 on the start of the last lap. It is 1.4 now. So in a lap's time, Iozzo should be around half a second, 7/10 of a second away from the rear wheel of the number 17 of Danny Munoz. The race is being led at the moment by Fernandez. Fernandez needs Munoz to be outside the top 3, with Fernandez winning if he's to take the title race to Jerez and to Valencia. And that would be something quite special. Of course, the Jerez race winner is Fernandez. Munoz was second there. It was in Munoz's own backyard, by the way, more or less, and definitely through the direction change there, Tristan. The pace is slower.
Yeah, and Munoz's got to be careful here that he's not running into the back of Fernandez, as Fernandez is slowing the pace up. I'm sure Munoz will know exactly what he's trying to do, but Munoz needs to bite straight back at him if he can here and try and push his way past the number 4. It's under a second now, the gap is, so He needs to keep doing this, and it might possibly be able to keep the championship alive, but that depends on what Iozzo can do. He didn't need just Iozzo, he needs Rodriguez as well.
He does. I mean, he needs as many as possible, really, to make it realistic going to Valencia. But was he having a look there? Oh, I thought he was just having a look there. The gap is under a second for the first time. It's half a second. Iozzo's there, you can see him. So, brilliant strategic work here by Eric Fernandez on the Farbell Yamaha to try and bring other riders into play here, and he's doing a great job so far. Munoz won't be flapping at this point because he'll happily get his elbows out. We've seen it all the way through this year. Munoz has got real pace. He might just be waiting until the last couple of laps to put in a couple of Super Pole laps just to break the spirit. They're telling him to get going. He needs to, and he is. Munoz to the inside. Out breaks Fernandez.
Iozzo.
Fernandez back to second, and Iozzo was drifting in as well.
Fernandez needs to bike straight back.
Fernandez needs to snap straight back. It's like the days of Valentino Rossi and Marc Marquez. The only way to deal with Marquez for Valentino was to snap straight back. Fernandez needs to do the same. Turn 5 is an overtaking opportunity, but not this lap around. We are on the penultimate lap, so it's really the next 7.5 kilometers to go on this race. Are going to decide the 2023 title. Munoz has got to be careful not to over push. He's got to push within his limits, otherwise he might make his own mistake. And now he hasn't got the gaps to fall back into. It's not just Fernandez who he'll lose out to, it's Iozzo and Rodriguez too.
Iozzo now struggling to cling on to this pace, and that's because Munoz put the hammer down, so he's responded. He was wise to the games of Fernandez, perhaps should have made that move a little bit sooner. You see the team on the side of pit wall were sort of ushering on. You need to get past Fernandez, you need to put the hammer back down at the front. But Fernandez now, if he wants any hope of keeping this championship alive, he's going to have to do exactly what he did before, snap straight back at Munoz and hold him up once again. Will we see a move down into the final corner? That's where he made it happen the last time around. He's going to run, wide through here, trying to get the cut back, making sure he's get the drive nice and tidy through there into the slipstream. Munoz was really, really strong through there as well, though. Both got it perfect. He's in the slipstream. Munoz really defensive. He looks to the outside, does Fernandez. Munoz not going to let you have that easily. Oh, he does round the outside then. Oh, and that's cheeky. You can't park it in the middle of an apex like that.
He absolutely slammed it down there, and it was Munoz who almost hit the exhaust of Fernandez.
That might his front brake guards come up there. There was contact.
That might be looked at. We're on the last lap then. These are gloves off to keep Eric Fernandez.
Look how much he's slowing him up through there.
It's incredible. Eric Fernandez then is doing everything he possibly can to try and make this title race go to Valencia. It's a 10 out of 10 for effort, but it might all be in vain anyway. He's riding defensive lines. He's not setting fast times at all. Munoz is back on the inside. Munoz slides back through. Fernandez now, really, you've got to go for the win and just hope that Munoz cracks under pressure. He's going to look back at 7.
That's really close through there.
But he's going to get it done, and he does, and then it's going to be a cutback by Munoz. Munoz cut it back through, look to one side by Fernandez, who's let the brakes off again. These two are absolutely at it now, and it's personal. It's going for the title for both of them. One can win it now. One would have to wait until the end of the season in a showdown at Valencia. It's looking like it's going to be decided on track today. Where's left Tristan for Fernandez to try and block past? Here's one.
He could make a move down to here, not this time round though. I think he's going to save it for that final corner. Not a lot he can do in terms of the championship, but he is now, it's all about this race win. Who's going to take it here at Aragon? Is he going to make a move down here? Not quite, so he's going to have to get a good drive through here like he did last lap.
It's going to be down to turn 16, the final turn. Munoz, good exit drive. Slipstream though, goes the way of Fernandez. Fernandez is going to do everything he can, then weaving from side to side. Munoz is trying to break the slipstream. Fernandez is going to have to go the long way again, like the last time around. And is he going to do it? No, he isn't,
going to push him
because Munoz has got it.
Oh, he's got the cutback. Is he going to make it work? He does.
Got it. He has got it. He's got the cutback. He is going to be beaten. It is going to be Fernandez who wins the battle, but Munoz takes the victory overall in the championship. Munoz is your champion in the Stock European Championship. Fernandez takes the victory overall today in a 6-lap shootout following a red flag, but a masterful championship victory for Danny Munoz ahead of Eric Fernandez in the title, but it's Fernandez, Munoz and Iozzo on the road at Aragon to complete round 6 of this season in Junior GP.
You reckon these two are going to shake hands after that? I hope so.
I think they will now that the title is over the line. If it ended in tears, I think they'd be shaking each other's brains out probably in race direction afterwards. The T-shirts at the ready. The 2023 Stock European Champion is Danny Munoz. You'll get to talk to him down in the interviews after the race. Winner, of course. We'll have both of them. This could be interesting. Let's see how it goes. But what a fine win by Fernandez. Second win of the year. He's been on the podium in all but one race at the start of the year when he crashed out at Estoril. But just that crash in Estoril was the reason why he had to ride like that today.
Munoz deserves that championship. He deserves that victory. He did incredibly well on that last lap. Perhaps a little bit too much tactics on that last lap, and the penultimate lap when he sort of parked it on the apex of the last corner. A little bit over the line for me, that, but incredible ride for the number 4, and he can bring home 25 points knowing that he gave absolutely everything he could in that race.
Now what's going on here? This is Fernandez in the, I think it's the 58 somewhere. That is our Mario on the SHM 44 team, the Super Hugo Milan 44 team. So, a little bit of discussion going on there maybe. Jose Luis Armario, that is, who scored points back in Catalonia and has got some more today with a personal best of 8th place. The pictures then for your new stock champion, the first in the class as a class in its own right. So fantastic stuff by the number 17 of Danny Munoz. Had to work hard for that one though. It wasn't a done deal until that final run to the line. A quality showdown for what has been a quality season of stock racing. They've been the final ones out every time, but we've had our fair share of final lap showdowns. The Andalusian flag flying high, albeit in Aragon, and they're just sorting out a way, I think, to do it. Danny Munoz, of course, from down in Sevilla, born on the 28th of April 2006, and at the age of 17, the number 17 is stock champion. Just joining you here now after a short break here. You can see that the number 1 is back on the front of a Yamaha in the stock class. It's not a surprise, it was going that way anyway. The number 1 on the gold helmet, lots of gold helmets being taken here to MotorLand Aragón. The Andalusian flag was flying. It's now been ripped off the pole, I think. I don't know where the pole's gone either. So Danny Munoz trying very, very hard indeed to to celebrate as hard as he can. He'll see the first celebrations as champion as he meets his team for the first time. The full team, the full family in Parc Ferme. He is champion with a second place finish, and a massive burnout's going to come. Careful, keep your hand on the brake. Very good stuff indeed. Munoz, I bet he wasn't smiling when he tried headbutting that exhaust on the number 4 of Fernandez. Good sporting though, as you can see, with the Hector Farbell team there giving a round of applause as the new champion makes his way into pit lane. A fine effort indeed by Munoz throughout the whole season. He started off with a victory, he's gone on with many, many more. And as that graphic says, he is the stock European champion in 2023. Congratulations all round. That's by Dino Iozzo's team. There's Dino himself. And over on the other side, in the yellow corner, will be title rival from the start of the season, Eric Fernandez. Tristan asked if they'd shake hands. We're still waiting for it, of course. I don't know of any previous fallout, but the photo opportunity now coming. Munoz, like me, trying to get the helmet off. I can never find the tassel to pull it. But here we are. Number 1. That is for certain. Dunlop cap on. And there we go. I think everyone was expecting a lot of cheering there. Didn't get it. But anyway, Danny will be talking to Tristan. He'll be down in Parc Ferme very, very soon. And yes, we will also hear from Eric Fernandez about another win, his second of the season. Those two have been the only winners in the first stock season of racing. Is often the case anyway, even when it was its own, a class within the Moto2 race. There wasn't the biggest variety of winners, but now it's its own class, and at least we're getting on-track head-to-head action and more exposure of the other battles as well. Dino Iozzo third. Fine ride from him. He'll be wanting more. This was the battle at the front, with Munoz pulling out right at the end when Fernandez had slowed the pace right down. Fernandez tried to go around the outside of him, quite get it done. And then he passed him at the end of the next lap anyway. This was Munoz's move that went for victory. He went wide and Fernandez came back through. The gloves were off at this point, but the title was already sewn up. Fernandez is either celebrating or angry. He tried his hardest. Dino Iozzo in the background there, the number 13. Crossed the line in third. This is what happened to the flag then. Oh, dear me. Andalusians crying all over Spain. Probably not. The flag then on the track. That'll be recovered later. And Tristan's down there in Parc Ferme with the round of interviews.
Eric Fernandez, an incredible victory here in Aragon. Not the championship, but you've taken 25 points. How was that?
I'm very happy and difficult race. And thank you on the team and the sponsor and the family. Eso.
¿Y ahora en español?
Gracias a la gente que me apoya y siempre me apoya. Y nada, eso. Que muchas gracias a mi equipo, a la gente que me ve. Y nada, eso. Muchas gracias a todos.
A man of few words then, Eric Fernandez. He, with that ride, will more or less have a title, have second place wrapped up in the championship. It looks like it's going to go that way. It's not mathematically done yet, as in position goes Danny Munoz. Eric Fernandez has spoken. Now it's time for the first words as champion. Danny Munoz, your 2023 title winner in the stock class.
Danny Munoz, 2023 European stock champion. How does that feel?
I feel incredible. First of all, thank you on this championship for the team for this year. That they worked too hard for this, and this is for Sergio Pastrana too, and Hugo Millán, and I'm very happy for the race, for the championship, for all. Thank you for all my family, my sponsor, like the team. It's incredible. Primero de todo agradecer al equipo que gracias a este año he podido conseguir esto, gracias a su trabajo y esfuerzo durante todo el año. Esta carrera va dedicada a Sergio Pastrana y a Hugo Millán, que nos vigilan desde arriba. Y nada, esto es increíble. Agradecer a todo el equipo, a los sponsors, a la familia que ha venido a verme y a la que está también en casa. Y nada, increíble, gracias a todos.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Race highlights then from stock action at Aragon. This was the first start because we had a red flag later on. Munoz getting the whole shot ahead of Marco Garcia, the number 8. But it was soon the 2 title heavyweights, as it has been the story throughout. With Eric Fernandez up in second. A red flag for a crash at turn 7 involving Kike Ferrer, but he is okay. So we're told the race restart. Munoz again, whole shot ahead of Fernandez. Fernandez was digging deep though, he had to. He had no other option. He had to try and ruffle the feathers of Danny Munoz. There was this riot going on for 4th place. It was between Mayor, Garcia and Rodriguez. They were swapping paint at every corner possible, including turn 4 and 5. But at the front, things were closing down a bit. And in the slipstream, Eric Fernandez, who'd only won 1 race up until today, hit the front. It was a 6-lap sprint on the restart, so it was a dash for the cash. This crash for Alex Mian at the exit of the corkscrew. That was at turn 9. Unfortunately, that was the end of his race. Fernandez's tactic was to try and back Munoz down and into the pack. Munoz was wise to it and he came back through ahead of Fernandez, but at the end of another lap, this was going into the last lap, Fernandez came back around the outside and parked it in the middle of the apex, and Munoz actually clipped with his shoulder and his brake lever the exhaust of Fernandez's bike. So a lap later, Munoz knew what he had to do, and that was to get back ahead. The 2 were swapping paint. This was in the final corner, and despite a run to the line, it was Fernandez who won the battle, but the war was won by Danny Munoz. A 2nd place finish for the 2nd time this year sees him become champion, the first in the stock class in its own race, whilst Fernandez is the race winner for the 2nd time in his season, joining up with Ferrer. First scenes in Parc Fermé were emotional for Munoz, who celebrates his first title in stock and a bright future ahead of him, depending on what path he chooses. So the final podium of the day then, it's a Spanish 1-2. Dino Yotzo taking 3rd place. This is the winning team member, of course, from the Farbell team. Tristan Finocchiaro back alongside me now. Final race of the day done and in the history books at last after that red flag stoppage, but a good way to sign off the day. A very, very entertaining race there.
Yeah, really good race there. You know, incredible tactics from Fernandez. Tried to keep the championship alive, but it wasn't meant to be. Munoz, a deserved championship. A deserved win for Fernandez, the 2nd of the season. He did manage to get the better of Munoz here. So it's all to play for going into Valencia. Who's going to take that final victory? Nothing to lose for either of them now.
Absolutely, it's all up for pride. There was a handshake. We had to wait until that moment to see it. And as you can see, Fernandez with the Super Hugo Milan flag there on the podium as a winner. Of course, Aragon, always emotional for the Junior GP paddock. We returned to Aragon 2 years after the passing of Hugo Millán at this venue in the European Talent Cup, and a lot of the Spanish riders, a lot of the riders in general, paying tribute to him this weekend. This is the 2nd place trophy for your newly crowned champion. 2nd place was good enough. Eric Fernandez with a 2nd winner's trophy of the year. Don't drop it. Did he drop it?
He's broken it.
Oh, no, I don't know if he broke it or if it was just broken anyway. And yeah, Spanish national anthem time.
Pues ahí está ese aplauso.
The Spanish national anthem then rains out once more at MotorLand Aragón. The final race of the day in the history books here, just outside Alcañiz in central Spain. A classic in the stock class, one of the best races of the year. Eric Fernandez on top this time, but it doesn't matter, the title's already wrapped up by Dani Munoz on the SP57 Racing Team Yamaha. We're going to have a look soon as they get celebrating.
Dino, the only one old enough to spray the champagne.
Yeah. Oh dear, fizzy water. And nice to see at last a bit of the tension just releases itself a little bit. Everyone gets a soak in. Fine celebrations. Here we go. Water fight. How grown up of them.
Well, we asked if they would shake hands. I think that's a bit more.
Yeah, that's fine. You know, they can have a gloves-off fight now in the final race of the year. As a centipede makes its way across the track in the background. It's the slowest thing on this track this weekend. Eric Fernandez, a second race win of the season, race 6 out of 7 of the year, done and dusted at MotorLand Aragón in the Stock European Championship. Munoz second enough to give him the title. Dino Riozzo, the Italian, in third. Juan Rodriguez, Marco Garcia, Mario Mayor, they had a right old fight for 4th, 5th and 6th. Archie McDonald for Australia in 7th. Britain's Dan Brooks completing the top 10. All the way down the order, Adrian Rodriguez, Kilian Nestola, and we've got a load more. Javier Del Olmo does get into the points for the Kawasaki. As we go all the way down the field. Great to see an array of nationalities, Bulgarians, Poles also in here. Brittany Belladonna Vaccarino from America also completing the race as the centipede makes his way back across the circuit now. The championship is done. The gap is 30. Dani Munoz leads the way, and it is done and dusted. It's now an unassailable lead with just one race remaining. Marco Garcia, however, he is in 3rd place. He'll have Dino Riozzo to deal with in Valencia. Eric Fernandez, by the way, with that win, takes 2nd in the standings. Leading the top 10 provisionally is Corey Tinker. He's tied on points with Maximiliano Rocha. Dan Brooks, 9 points further back for Britain in 12th. And a whole load of names all the way through the order. It's a packed grid. Stock action in 2023 is seeing good grid numbers, promising more of the same as we go through all the way. Colombia represented as well. Juanes Rivera on a Yamaha in 21st place with 6 points scored so far this year. That came with a 10th place at Jerez. Javier Del Olmo, the Kawasaki rider, also there as well. 27 point scorers so far with 1 race remaining. Title celebrations then for Dani Munoz. He is the stock European champion for 2023. There's 1 round to go in the 2023 Finetwork FIM JuniorGP World Championship. It comes from the Ricardo Tormos circuit in Valencia in around 4 weeks' time. We hope you can join us then. But for myself, Kiko Giles, and alongside me, Tristan Finocchiaro, be sure to stay tuned with us all on social media, including the championship itself. But until next time, thank you so much for watching. Goodbye for now. Bye.